birthday. It's your birthday. Feliz cumpleaños a ti. Happy, happy birthday. You're gonna get a lot of people today. And they're gonna have a lot of things to say. Amongst many other such things like happy, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Alright, there you go. I
think you can customize Twitch Prime notifications.
Water_Colts wants to know how many hay bales does your maid go through in a week?
Water cults. How many hay bales does your maid go through in a week? Actually, one a month.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! I didn't fucking blink. Oh my god! That better be it. No third form. No third form. No third form. Ban this guy.
As Dagon suspected.
Oh hey, Mister! Mister, we're looking for keys. Can you help?
Oh my god!
Hello?
Hey, did he just die? I don't know. He was supposed to be bait. That's not very good bait if he's dying.
This has gotta be the dumbest motherfucker
Double A,
I've
this
ever
is for
experienced
you.
in my life.
Blah. Thank you, thank you. Huh?
You just had a bunch of eruptions. I blame all you for that.
Are you gonna blame us? Now wait a minute.
I'm blaming.
Now wait a minute, man.
Alright, hold on, wait. Now that Riot had to stream up, let me go,
Too late, the moment passed. Too late, the moment passed. You can't do it.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip it from my screen, please.
No. You don't need to clip.
I'm an expert booty hunter.
So, I don't know if that's going to change anything or not. Save quick. Worst comes to worst, I could just redo that fight because it was pretty easy.
Right. Bombs up. Ah, you fucker. I'm okay. Oh. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Holy shit! I wasn't expecting that. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. I'm over it. I'm good. I'm not good. I'm not good. Jesus, I wasn't prepared for that. That ass, I know, right? Don't the fuck me. That's a good quality ass, Mr. Mask.
Stop attacking! Stop attacking! Stop! They had no cooldown on their moves! Stop! Stop attacking! There's no fucking pause moment, bro! She just doesn't stop sometimes, bro. It's like, damn, bitch! Stop! She's just not fucking designed right, bro. Where's the hotfix? Patch! Patch this shit, man. What the hell, man? She just doesn't stop. One time, you can go in and she can land like, she can do like 10 attacks. Phase 1. Other times, like 500 moves. I was like, dude, wait, but you didn't fucking code this right, dude. Idiots. Oh my god, dude. They suck.
Flashlight. Wait,
ladies and
can I just...
Garfield and friends.
Oh, okay. We're stuck on that cheese. What?
This is really a pro. Yeah, bot.
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba, ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Big run. More like a big run for your fucking lives. It's another Dingus Saturday short Splatoon stream. Hello everybody. Hello and welcome to another, well, as I just said, short Saturday Splatoon situation. Let's just get right into it. Big ups to all the dingas, dongas, and swollen _ ones currently existing, and big ups to all the swollen _ ones, dingers, and dongers, sure to be with us in immediate and far-flung future, like Corono, AJ Wasso, and anybody else coming in. We got a big run announcement here. I feel like I should be focusing more on the side order stuff. So I'll be like, you know, prioritizing that. If we can sneak in a big run, we could probably do like one run, a big run. Big ups to Goon. It's not looking good. FE6 playthrough waiters. I have been I've been putting the side order stuff on the back burner for I don't know how long. I should have been done with this when the side order DLC dropped, but I did a few runs and considered it self-done for now. You, Easy Money and Red Animator, I am sneaking in the Saturday streams to ruin watch streaks. Safa, weekday viewers. Okay, so we got a big run event. It's taking place in Wahoo World. I believe the goal is 135, and you get rewarded with this cool little statue of Kohozuna. I watched Jamsies yesterday try her hand at that, and she actually did get above 135, so big ups to her. Will I be able to get 135 golden eggs? No, because I'm terrible at Big Run. I actually don't even consider myself good at Salmon Run in general. We won't be focusing on ranked, so let's go ahead and just skip that. Yeah, I can't say I'm too excited about VTuber awards or anything. Hey, look, it's a new Matilda Dingus picture. Thank you, Nurgle. No, I don't have the Willoughby update. Oh, I forgot. During big run events, the hub looks like an apocalypse just hit it. This is Inkopolis after COVID hit. Yes. Let's check the shops, and then I'll go straight in.
Okay.
Be easy going Saturday this evening. I hope everyone's having a good evening. Happy holidays and all that. We're only 10 days away from Christmas Eve. It feels like that shouldn't be right. It feels like that should not be the case. We're already this deep into December. We're already midway through December. The year's almost over. It feels like, I don't know. Maybe it's just the fact that no games came out. But it feels like it's been a filler year. Not just for gaming, but in general. Like, I don't know. 100 years from now, what will historians have to say about 2024? What do you think? I say nothing. Hey, Capital. Odds that Phil does not stream tomorrow? I don't care. I'm sorry if that's an uninteresting answer. Alright, I don't even have enough money for the gacha. Okay, here's everything I got from the Spire of Order last stream. Why can't I get all of these all at once? Historians will remember 2024 as the year of Phil's redemption run. This time it was for real. It's true. This was the year of his redemption. That's the only notable thing that happened this year. Nothing else happened. At all. Alright, so we have just a couple lockers left to open. Yeah, we got 11 left to go. What weapon do we want to go with? Hey, OMG Zelda. Yeah, well, yes, obviously I'm being facetious. He did squander the redemption he was given. We got Fry's kit, Octavio's kit, Sheldon's kit, and Marie's kit. I really don't want to play Charger. Or Splatling. Fuck. Did I really save the worst weapons for last? Let's try Sheldon's kit right now and hope for the best. Which isn't hoping for much. What am I doing on chips? That's for Splatling. Splatling and Splatana. I never got this chip. I don't know what it's for. Maybe Chargers? These are for the Splatbrella. But I did a Splatbrella run, so I must have not gotten those. Dualies and the roller. I should save up on pearls. Alright, let's just go in. Let's just go straight in. Oh yeah, you do have Trump's miraculous win that came out of nowhere and shocked everybody. I'm just being a doom-monger. Like, obviously stuff happened this year. I'm just, I don't like accelerationism. At least as far as the passage of time is concerned. It just reminds me of how old and weathered things are getting. Including me. Yeah, I feel like I could blink and, like if I just blink the year will have gone by. Feels like yesterday it was still January, you know? It's that kind of mentality that has you feeling like 2018 was 2 years ago rather than 6 years ago. That kind of mentality. What do I have for a side? Or sub? Ink mine. Okay. Stop stalling, go for it. Hey, Discord merchant. Ding, your thoughts on Time Magazine's Athlete of the Year being Caitlin Clark, that a WNBA team owner still hated on her and said the whole WNBA should have won? I don't know anything about that. I don't have a comment on that. What's the right opinion to have on that? You tell me. I don't care about sports. Sorry, I was looking up videos. We have a to watch playlist that's 99 videos long. Suffice to say, I have it's a buyer's market for videos of me to look at today. Yeah, don't worry, only a fifth of these are Kino Casino videos. It's basically the only reason anyone cares about the WNBA. Well, I believe that 0 people care about the WNBA, so she must not be doing a good job. Okay, let's put this on. We're gonna start. Who else? Who better to start with than the GOAT? The GOAT in quotations. He says here, I'm tired of playing mediocre slop. Let's see what he means.
Completely silent. Oh no, okay, he did hear it. Bro. What? What? Dude, he turned around and he was looking up. He didn't even see me. Well, I guess it's been a while since I uploaded, so I have no choice but to review the latest mid-AAA slop game, Indiana Jones and the Gaping Circle, or the Great Circle. Don't worry,
I
Indy
prefer
was definitely
Indiana
gaping
Jonesing
after
for
getting
tips.
tagged by every woman in this game,
And
but
the
we'll
Great
get into
Streak.
that later. For some reason, shills have decided this is the sleeper hit of the year. Well, I'm here to tell you it's just another game that is thoroughly mediocre, kind of like Stalker 2, and sorry that review didn't pan out, but trust me, it wasn't the least bit entertaining. I'm not gonna lie to you, I actually was quite a bit disappointed by this game, but not in the way that you would think. I had no expectations this would be any good, knowing Machine Games past. No, I'm actually disappointed because I thought this game would be a lot worse, or at least a lot more woke. Wolfenstein 2 is one of the most neo-Marxist, progressive leftist games ever released that somehow was memory holed.
The first Indiana
by
Jones I saw
everybody.
was
I
Kingdom of the
still
Crystal
see people
Skull,
praise
so
it sometimes to
I'm
this
not-
day.
I'm not the
Despite
kind of
it
person you should be
blatantly being
talking
filled
to
with political
regarding Indiana
propaganda
Jones
that was ahead of
opinions.
its time in the worst way possible. But shockingly, this game is significantly less woke than the last 2 Wolfenstein games, which normally I would say is definitely a good thing, but given that this game is so unbelievably boring, I wish that the writing was more unhinged just so that I would have more to talk about. No,
But isn't that a good thing that they held back on the cringe?
100% an end of
Oh,
the
it's probably
year
still cringe
filler
anyway.
game that critics can safely praise because nobody's buying this shit. The player count
Mike C, the
for
guy that made
early
Skullgirls, got
access
canceled.
release was in the
I heard about that. Lost his game and company. Worked on a new fighting game. It's called Diesel Legacy. Came out recently, and I think it bombed. I had heard about the Skullgirls stuff. I was not aware he made a new fighting game. Pickups Unit W1. Hello.
Single thousands.
Welcome to Short Splatoon
not the
Saturday.
hundreds of thousands, not even the tens of thousands, just thousands. So this shit already bombed before it even released. And before someone brings up the usual copium that this is a Game Pass game, as we know already, doing well on Game Pass does not make the game a success in Microsoft's eyes, as Tango Gameworks got shut down despite Hi-Fi Rush being a fairly popular and well-liked
hello.
game.
I'm doing great.
So
Thank you for asking.
hopefully Machine
Hello.
Games gets shut down after this, because honestly they deserve it, despite my many complaints.
We were just talking about that yesterday, about how, even by Microsoft's own definition of success, just because a game does well on Game Pass, they still don't consider it a success if it doesn't meet a certain sales target, and they'll just close down your studio anyway. But in the same breath, they'll still use Game Pass metrics to consider it a success by at least that metric. But when push comes to shove, if it still doesn't sell copies on its own outside of Game Pass, they still complain.
about the politics of Wolfenstein 2.
Oh, Fate of
and
Atlantis was a
Youngblood.
game, wasn't
At
it?
the end of the day, those were still fairly competent shooters. Maybe Youngblood less so. The Indiana Jones game has no idea what type of game it wants to be. Does it want to be an action-adventure? Does it want to be a stealth game? Does it want to be a shooter? Does it want to be a puzzle game? Does it want to just be a rip-off of
I think the SNES
Uncharted
one
or
played a
Tomb
lot like
Raider, which is
Superstar
ironic,
Wars.
given those were rip-offs of the Indiana Jones films? Well, honestly, it doesn't do any of those things well. I would argue this is a stealth game pretending to be an action-adventure game, because the shooting is awful. It's actually very similar to Star Wars Outlaws in that you can only hold your handgun on your person, and all of the enemy firearms, you can only use whatever magazine is already in the gun. You can't reload them, and you drop them anytime you do any climbing action. But I'm getting ahead of
Release the game for
myself.
free,
Let's
but you
talk
better
about
sell
the
well.
story of this game first, because at the end of the day, the only reason you would even consider
Phil
buying this
Spencer,
game
right?
is because you like the
He's
movies,
such a friend of gamers.
at least the first 3 anyway, and want to relive that experience you had growing up, seeing these fun adventure
Donald
films.
Trump getting rid of
I gotta
daylight
say, the
savings time.
basic
He
concept
said
of the
that
story
that is fake news. He's seeking to eliminate it. He
not
says he's
bad.
seeking to
It
eliminate a
certainly
lot
would
of things.
fit as an Indiana Jones movie. Long story short, the Nephilim, the half-angel
press.
giants from the Bible, are real.
I've seen that the Italians are just labeled as fascist. It's a pretty generic term. I think it looks kind of goofy to look at that on the subtitles. Like you fight the Italians in the game and they're just called fascist. Whether this is accurate or not to you is up to individual interpretation, of course. I mean, there were Italian fascists literally at that time period that Indiana Jones takes place in, but I don't know, just look at the word fascist. Maybe it's because modern contemporary culture has diluted the term to complete and utter nonsense, just like the term Nazi. But to see that in the subtitles so brazenly kind of almost like dilutes it and takes it away from me, it makes it, I don't know, it's just... To me, I can't take it as seriously.
And they've teamed up with the Vatican to acquire these
Mussolini. That's what I'm saying. They are fascists, but to see that in the subtitles is kind of almost disillusioning, despite the fact that it's factually accurate. And what I'm saying is that modern culture and treatment of the term is probably to blame for that.
Flat circle. Each one of these relics has a magical power to teleport you across the planet. And so the Nazis and Mussolini's men, who are quite literally just called fascists in this game, that is incredibly cringe. Instead of having an official name, you'll just see fascist in the subtitles whenever you're fighting Italian soldiers. They're working for an evil German archaeologist named Voss, who wants to obviously collect all the artifacts, and eventually, spoiler, he finds Noah's Ark in a huge ziggurat, which has magical ancient technology built into it that allows you to teleport to any one of these sites across the world, which is how Noah got all of the animals before the Great Flood killed everything. And of course, along the way, Indiana Jones teams up with Gina, an investigative journalist who is looking for her sister, who is also investigating the Great Circle. So again, without going into any detail, I don't think I have a problem with the concept of this plot, and I think the execution is okay, although the story is not told in a particularly engaging way. The difference between a film and a video game is that these Indiana Jones movies were 90 minutes to 2 hours long, and this game is about 15 hours long if you don't do most of the side quests. And so it's very easy to lose interest in what's going on, especially when this is no Uncharted. It's not the type of game where you're climbing out of a train that's about to fall off of a massive cliff in the mountains, or fly out the back of a plane while desperately clinging onto cargo for dear life, or a massive ship is getting capsized by a tidal wave, or whatever. None of that stuff happens in this game outside of one specific instance, which absolutely jumps the shark for Indiana Jones. No, this game is much more boring. Again, it feels like they stretched out the plot of a
The real question is whether he'll consider the Italians white.
standard Indiana Jones movie, but into 15 hours. And a lot of the gameplay just feels like filler. Let's talk a bit about the gameplay mechanics. Now, in the interest of time and my own sanity, I'm going to oversimplify the general gameplay of this game and not delve too deeply into the mechanics, because the Game Awards is on the 12th, and I think most of you are much more interested in that video than this one.
He has not uploaded that video yet.
This game came out in a week. And I think the story and characters are much more interesting to talk about anyway for this game in particular. So like I said in the beginning, this is a stealth game pretending to be an action-adventure game. Part of that might be because I played this game on hard, but basically every time I got into a gunfight, I was killed almost immediately.
Sicilian scene
Not to mention the incredibly limited ammo that you can carry. For about half the game, you can only carry like 12 revolver rounds, and you can't carry any spare magazines for the guns that you pick up off of enemies, and you drop enemy guns anytime that you climb something, much like Star Wars Outlaws. And again, this might just be a thing on hard mode, but enemies also take multiple headshots to kill, whether because they wear a helmet, or in the case of the bruiser enemy type, they can take up to 4 or 5 shots to the head from a submachine gun, which is just fucking ridiculous.
Unrealistic, yes, but it is a video game, I
used to make
guess.
competent shooters. Even though I despise Wolfenstein 2 for its story, I can't deny that it was a fairly fun game to actually play. Maybe not as fun as New Order or the Old Blood, but ever since Young Blood, now all of a sudden they don't know how to make a good FPS anymore. You could say this is a conscious choice to further incentivize going into stealth, but the stealth itself is completely brain dead. Let's talk about that for a little bit. The enemies in this game are fucking blind. They make Ubisoft enemies look competent. There are multiple instances in this game where I'm literally crouching less than 100 feet from an enemy, and yet their detection meter is just barely filling up. And if you crouch in a dark corner, you might as well be invisible. The only real challenge is that you can't straight up stealth kill enemies with your bare hands for most of the game. You have to find a magazine that gives you that skill, and no, I'm not going to get into the skill upgrades. Most of them are fairly insignificant. Before the first roughly 10 hours of the game, you have to knock out enemies by using various melee weapons, and I thought that was an okay idea. You can basically pick up any object that looks like a weapon in this game, even really stupid shit like a plunger or a spatula, and just beat the shit out of enemies with it or stealth kill them. But much like enemies are blind, they're also pretty deaf as well. Dropping from a ledge is virtually silent, and knocking out enemies with even
Yeah, I mean, he already said at the start that it's not the worst game in the world. I think the issue is I appreciate the different spin on indie, I suppose, with it being first person, but I don't really think it's panning out. I think there's a reason that all the indie games before this one were considered third person. They were like third person adventure games.
Cartoonishly loud.
Outside of that old one that was like an adventure game.
Objects like a shovel or a sledgehammer makes virtually no sound, with enemies only hearing it if they're like within 20 feet. And sometimes they'll hear it and not even turn in the right direction.
What's my nuts?
Dude, how is this a real video game? How is this real? There seems to be something wrong with the pathing as well, where enemies are just not allowed to follow you into certain areas. So you can sort of just bait them out and then slowly smack them with your whip over and over again, or throw shit at them. It's very goofy. Which reminds me of another thing. I think the whip is a very huge missed opportunity for this game. There's basically only 2 things you can do with it in combat. You can either disarm enemies or pull them towards you. You can't even, like, pick up items off the ground with the whip, which seems like such a fucking obvious thing to implement in the game. And I swear I've already played like 2 or 3 games that have a whip mechanic that allow you to do exactly that. It would be pretty cool if you could disarm an enemy and then grab his gun with the whip and immediately shoot him. That would be pretty fun. No, you can't do that. The only slight spin to the stealth mechanics is the introduction of enemy disguises. Unfortunately, it is heavily underutilized, and even when you do use it, it's basically just a cheat code to be able to walk into an enemy camp, as long as you're smart enough to avoid or take down the officers who can see through your disguise. There's not even a penalty for sneaking around the base in uniform.
And they would have been calling it too much,
yeah,
like
really
Uncharted.
Fucking mindless. But I'll
But
admit, I actually
where do they think Uncharted got all of its ideas from?
Skip sections
well,
of the game
most of them.
essentially and finish it faster. As for the melee
I love
combat,
Him.
it's incredibly simplistic.
Yeah, we're doing a
You've got
playlist catch-up.
basic jabs, power attacks, a block, a counter, and a dodge, with the only real limitation on it being a very restrictive stamina bar. You can only sprint for about like 5 seconds, but there is an in-game way to increase it temporarily by eating food. You can also give yourself temporary health with food as well, which is kind of an okay mechanic, I guess. But melee
I remember
combat
seeing that they
never
had
gets more
done a series
complex
back in
over
the
course of
90s, and some of the
game.
episodes
It's
featured
always
a
very
younger
button
Jones.
mashy, with the only time you really have to pay attention being the boss fights, which are pretty much all incredibly uninspired and boring. Now, this doesn't sound too bad so far, but when you take into account that as soon as you get into a real gunfight, you're basically dead, this turns a lot of encounters
You didn't play
into
any
forced
Uncharted game
stealth
except
segments.
the one that
I don't
most
think
people
I
would
need to
consider the
tell
worst.
you why that's a bad thing. I think pretty much everyone hates forced stealth. At least in this case, it's not actually forced in the sense that you absolutely can lose line of sight of the enemies and hide somewhere, and that works most of the time. In fact, the future Axis powers enemies in this game will actually fight fair if you don't pull out your gun. Even if they already have a rifle out, a lot of times they'll put it away to have an honorable 1v1, which is just kind of hilarious. I'm assuming Machine
They're
Games
men.
did this because
They're
they
men.
realized how incredibly annoying
Very
it would
honorable.
be if every time you got discovered, you instantly got shot and killed. However, this doesn't work every time. I have no idea what triggers it, if it's just completely random, but sometimes if an enemy sees you, they immediately open fire and you die instantly on hard mode. As long as the enemies don't pull out their guns, you can actually punch out 20 fucking guys, no problem. I did right in the beginning.
Hai visto un combattimento peggiore?
Yeah, see? Who needs stealth? So yeah, I'm not going to go into too much more unnecessary detail here, because let's be real, everyone's going to forget about this game in a week. So in summary, the melee combat is way too simplistic, the gunplay is unsatisfying because the enemies are bullet sponges,
hate this
and
map.
the stealth mechanics are way too brain dead, yet at the same time it feels like you're constantly forced into stealth or you're going to get gunned down in a second. And there's honestly just not that much gameplay variety, period. If you're not sneaking around or punching somebody, you're either doing a brain-dead puzzle in one of the many tombs that we'll get into in a second, or you're going through one of the many fake loading screens, whether it's climbing up a wall or swinging from your whip, or going through a narrow space, etc., etc. You've played a game like this at least 10 times before by now. And I can't help but find it ironic that this is worse than Uncharted in every conceivable way. Well, what about the level design aspect? This is an Indiana Jones game, so as you would expect, you explore ancient tombs and solve incredibly brain-dead basic puzzles. And as a weird twist, this game is split into a series of mini sandbox levels. I've heard some people compare it to Dishonored, which just feels like a
At
way
least that
to
wasn't as bad as
chill
when I did it with the
game
roller.
people because, oh, I remember Dishonored, I like Dishonored. And given that this game heavily leans on stealth, I can sort of see the comparison.
Big
But
guy
these
with two names.
sandboxes are a lot larger,
Let's talk
and
about
there
Indiana
aren't any
Jones.
cool mystical powers for you to abuse to make the game incredibly easy and brain dead, but still fun. I'm not shitting on Dishonored, but let's be real, as far as stealth games go, it was pretty fucking easy. There are side quests, which I skipped almost every single one of them, except when I hit a hard wall about 3/4 of the way through the game where you actually need a certain amount of money to progress the main story, so I really didn't have any choice but to do a couple side
Congratulations on
quests.
getting hit with an
You might
ad.
argue that
Not
in
that
the
you can hear me
interest
say
of
this.
making the most accurate and objective review possible, I
This'll
should
really
have
help
done
me out
more
this
of these
holiday
side quests,
season.
but let's be real, this game is incredibly boring, and I really didn't want to further dilute the experience I was having by wasting my time with fetch quests. the main story already as you go on multiple fetch
Thank you,
quests.
guy with 2 names.
And the 2 side quests I did do weren't bad, all things considered, especially because one of them took me through a unique tomb, though I was already pretty sick of tombs by the 12-hour mark in this game. But
I set it as low as it could go because there's no the amount you get for doing like anything higher is it's fucking pennies. I don't care.
Still, I can't say that the devs didn't put effort into
You guys
these
don't
quests.
deserve to be inundated
the game
with
itself
ads
just
like
isn't
that.
very fun, period. But yeah, there's a lot of tombs to raid in this game, and
The
unfortunately,
poultry,
there's no
monthly
dinosaurs or zombies or yetis, swarms of bugs, or really any cool
big ups,
enemy
being at
types
Big
that
Lots.
are exclusive to these tombs. It's mostly puzzle solving and a few hazard enemies, if you can really even call them enemies. Like there'll be a swarm of leeches. There's a part where there's a massive snake, which is funny because Indiana Jones is afraid of snakes, guys, and there's a really shitty
I didn't know
boss
that.
battle against said snake.
Learn something new every
But yeah,
day.
I don't really want to go into the puzzles too much. They're essentially standard block pushing puzzle, light reflection puzzle, redirecting pipe puzzles, you know, shit you've seen in like 30 fucking video games by now. And it really doesn't instill much of a sense of adventure. It just feels like a chore. A lot of the shit is just really boring. With Uncharted, obviously the puzzle solving sort of felt like padding, but the visuals were a lot more engaging. There's something about this game that looks just so generic. Either the artists just didn't have much talent, or they didn't know how to present a sense of scale, but so many of these tombs are like tiny ass rooms, so even if the architecture is kind of nice, it definitely doesn't feel grandiose,
One soda.
or mystical,
Well,
or
here
supernatural.
at Big Lots,
even though there is blatant
you're probably
magic
strapped for choice.
in this game.
So,
yeah,
focus
I
on
don't
the
find
Dr.
the
Dunder.
tomb raiding aspect
Thank you,
of
Joe
this
Blah,
game
for the
very
3
compelling
streak.
either. Oh, and one last thing before we move on. This game is buggy as hell. I don't know if other reviewers have mentioned this, but the amount of times I managed to get soft locked and had to reload a checkpoint had to have been at least 10 times
Last
over the
time
course of
Synthetic
15
Man enjoyed a
hours.
video game?
And some of them were just...
I'll actually take you up on that. Let's go check his channel. Last time Synthetic Man had a review that was overly positive. Well, he describes Rebirth as specks of gold in a mountain of shit. Oh, Palworld. He says Palworld is the best quote-unquote scam he's played in years. Stellar Blade. He says Stellar Blade is ... actually pretty good. Shadow of the Erd Tree is overrated. Space Marine 2 was 3 months ago. Space Marine 2 is peak masculinity. And he liked Silent Hill 2 by nature of it being Silent Hill 2, but he had a lot of criticisms for the remake. So he did enjoy games this year.
It's really...
oh no, he liked that. No, he liked Astrobot. He just didn't do a dedicated video for it because he knew nobody would watch it.
Basic oversights, like the fact that you can throw a statue item that you're supposed to place on a pedestal straight through the gate that you're supposed to open with said statue. How the hell did QA miss this? I'm just fucking around and I managed to soft lock myself easily. And you got typical bugs like mantling onto random objects will get you stuck. Sometimes main story objectives will just break, like a door that you're supposed to open is just not interactable. There's also certain areas of this game that are clearly unpolished that most people probably won't even notice. But a good example is you'll just see a lot of strange clipping. Part of this is because it's rated teen, so they can't show blood, but there's a spike trap that you see at a certain point in the game, and it just looks like they placed the models inside the spikes. They don't look like they're stabbed stab through. It just looks really cheap. And another, at the beginning of the snow level, there's broken parts of the bridge that you can just walk on top of the gap. And since I'm just bitching about random shit at this point, I also want to point out how unimmersive it is that NPCs don't react to any of the actions Indy takes around them. I can't whip brown people or women, which makes me sad. And listen, I realize, again, this game's rated teen, and Indiana Jones would never whip random people, but he's a fucking white man with a whip, and I'm an edgelord. How the hell am I supposed to make edgy jokes if I can't whip anybody? Well, I guess there is one black guy
2 out of 10
whip
game.
in this game. Get back where you belong, boy! I'll show you why they call us Cracker!
Why are you protecting it?
Okay, now let's finally circle back around to the story and the general structure of this game. Originally, I was going to give you this whole plot breakdown, but let's be real, it's just not that interesting. I don't think anybody cares,
Nah, you're just
including
lazy.
me,
You didn't want to do a
about
plot
the story.
section.
Again, good concept, but bad execution. So instead, I'm just going to hit some of the highlights and give my comments on the characters and, of course, the wokeness as well. The very first part of this game is a one-to-one recreation of Raiders of the Lost Ark, which is just emotional manipulation to get the nostalgia going so that you'll play through the much less interesting main game. And again, I don't have a problem with the plot if you just lay it out point by point. It definitely sounds like it could be an Indiana Jones movie. It's just the execution really ruins the potential that the plot could have had. I like the idea of the Nephilim being real. These giants are like atoning for the sin that was the Great Flood. But in game, the giants are just 6'5". The main giant antagonist, who eventually
The
becomes
developers
a
are
good guy,
manlets.
is
That's
played by the
considered
late Tony
giant to them.
Todd of Candyman fame. And until about 3/4 of the way through the game, the giants just seem like normal big people. I mean, Indy literally punches him out in their second fight. And don't get me wrong, the movies, again, are goofy, family-friendly adventure films that have magic in them and other just kind of weird, over-the-top stuff, but nothing on the level of the plane scene. See, there's a part of this game where Indy uses one of the Great Circle Stones to teleport to China as it's getting bombed by...
My fiance and I are loving Indiana Jones so far. About 5 hours in though, so still early. I think he did a casual playthrough without doing too much of the side quests. He only did the side quests when absolutely necessary, because at a certain point you're required to have enough money to continue. So if you don't do any side questing, it looks like at that point you'll be forced to do some. But he did a quick casual playthrough, it seems, and so far in the video he doesn't seem to completely hate it. He even said earlier it wasn't completely woke. It is kind of amusing that series like Uncharted are blatantly inspired by Indiana Jones, but because of the prestige of their developers and the fact that they didn't completely just copy Indiana Jones one-to-one, they're able to have like set pieces like, you know, the plane scene where he like flies out of the plane or hangs onto the plane as like all the cargo falls out, or that scene where the ship sinks and he's running while the water flows into the ship. What I'm saying is, like, it has, like, the spirit of Indiana Jones, while not completely copying it. And then, obviously, indie people see that success. They're like, oh, you know what, let's... You know, they just literally copied what our movies did, so let's have a licensed Indiana Jones game that does basically what that game does. So they do it, but they missed the spark of what Uncharted did right. Or at least, again, the early Uncharted games. You know, people have some issues with 4 and the one that started all the ladies. But you get my ultimate point, right?
Japan, and there is an absolutely insane part ripped straight out of Uncharted. It was actually probably the best part of the game, at least the most entertaining. Dude, this game is about to turn some real cartoon shit.
It's working.
Oh my god. Dude, no, you
Okay, let me see if I can bring that tail up for you.
This is getting too retarded. What?
There! You know, Jada, pull up!
I'm trying.
Oh, I could see that happening in an indie movie.
Are we fucking for real?
It is
and
a
makes
bit.
it even more ridiculous that
It's
you
a
can't
bit
pull
unrealistic, though.
items
He did
towards
all
you
that with just the whip.
Then you get to be a gunner in the back of the plane, which I know it's crazy that I'm gassing up a fucking turret section right now. But it was legitimately one of the only exciting parts of the game. But eventually your plane gets too damaged.
I'll get us a new plane. Don't crash.
Thanks for the advice. What are you doing, Joe? Are you crazy?
What?
Just hold the
No fucking way. Now it's Uncharted. Now it's Uncharted. You can't even say it's not Uncharted now. This is.
I mean,
this is
again, I
actually
think that was the
Uncharted
idea.
Yeah, hijack his blade.
They were seeding that Uncharted
the whole game
did
was
what their
like this.
movies
I
did,
wouldn't
but
hate
in
it so
game
much.
form before they could
and
do
I
it in
can't
game
forget, as a
form.
bonus, it has one of the only quick time events in the game that you can actually fail. Yes, this is
Oh,
one
I
of
hate
those
when you can't
games
fail
that
quick
has
time
fake
events.
quick time events in it.
Movie
to an
game.
absolute ridiculous degree. I'm not pressing anything.
That is true,
You think the
Malcolm X
background
swear.
will loop? Eventually, we must hit the water, right? Oh shit! Did it just loop? No way. Are we gonna pass the same mountain again? Was that the same mountain? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull had like aliens and shit, and it's been a while since I've seen
But no,
it.
this is the only quick time
The first
event that I
movie
can
had like a
find
guy's
that
face
you can
melting off.
actually fail. Dude, yes! Yes! Finally! A quick time event you can fail! Unfortunately, the rest of the game is not nearly that exciting. It's essentially just another globe-trotting adventure as Indy goes to these various ruins across the world to find the pieces of the Great Circle. Like I explained,
what
in the
people would
beginning
come
of
to
the video,
expect
they
out of
allow
an
you to
Indiana Jones
teleport
video
around the
game.
world, and the
guess that's
evil
fine.
German archaeologist Voss ends up finding Noah's Ark.
It only seems like unoriginal and uninspired because games like Tomb Raider and Uncharted did that shit first in video games, but those games themselves were inspired by Indiana Jones doing that in movies in the 80s, and Jones itself was probably inspired by like books that came out like 50, 60 years ago before the first one even dropped.
In this machine that would allow the Nazi army to teleport across the world, which would obviously
Wow,
let them
Indiana
conquer the
Jones
world.
is tomb
And
raiding?
Voss
How
is
original.
actually a great villain. He's probably the only good character in this game. Unironically, fucking Sigma male. He was looking up people's early life sections before it was cool.
Was hat man ihnen erzählt?
Vertrau nicht auf bloßen Klatsch und Tratsch. Ich vertraue ihr darauf, wie die Muskeln um ihren Mund zucken. Wie sich ihr orbicularis oris zusammenzieht. Ihre himmelschreienden Sünden stehen ihr buchstäblich ins Gesicht geschrieben.
Dun dun dun.
The soundtrack's kind of nice here. Sounds like it sounds as though it were
He's genuinely just
the
an
backing
honorable
music
man.
to an
There
Indiana
were
Jones
multiple
movie.
opportunities. He could have killed Indy, and he
So they
let
got the
him
music
live.
right, at least.
Are we sure he's the bad guy? And this really should be no surprise if you've seen the movies, but yes, the fascists are hilariously incompetent. Who knows how the Nazis managed to
The
be so
modern-day
successful in World War
stormtrooper.
II, absolutely
Literally.
annihilating Poland, taking over France when they're this incompetent. Who knows?
Well, the French are
Circling
known
back
for
around to the
surrendering.
characters, I think Indy is very bland in this game. Part of that is because Troy Baker is using every ounce of his acting range to maintain the Harrison Ford voice, so he comes across very monotone in a lot of scenes.
This language.
You know it?
It's familiar. Parts of it look like cuneiform.
I thought you were an expert, Dr. Jones.
I am. Only one person in the world that knows more about dead languages than me.
Oh, it's gonna be a woman.
Who's that?
Your sister.
Oh, fuck.
Dr. Laura Lombardi.
And when not even the main character sounds interested in what's going on, obviously the player's not going to give a fuck either. As for the other characters, I think Gina isn't nearly as obnoxious as you would think. I feel like in modern games,
See?
almost every
Not that
time a
woke.
woman is one of the main characters, she's either incredibly annoying or upstages the main character in some way. Gina's not really that bad. Yes, she saves
Maybe
Indy
Arjo.
a few times. Yes, she has a few really cringy
Yeah,
lines.
I'm familiar
But
with the
for
guy's
most part,
relationship
I
with
think the
Troy
writers
Baker.
tried hard to make her
One-sided, of
likable,
course.
so she's only mildly annoying. Mechanically in-game, she can't be detected by enemies most of the time, except when
Oh,
they're in
that's
high
lame.
alert status, in which case they...
That kind of takes out the immersion of it. You have this partner who follows you along, and then the enemies you go against don't even like recognize her. So it's as though she's not even there, or it just reminds you that you're playing a video game.
do see her and they do fight
The enemies are
her,
only programmed to
and
care about
no,
Indy?
she
How
can't
fucking
be
sexist.
knocked out or defeated. So
But I guess
will
you
see a
are
woman
fighting
punch
fascists,
out
so
grown-ass
question
men,
mark? It all works
soldiers,
out.
no less. And even if they do beat the shit out of her, she just gets back up immediately afterward. Holy fuck, it's like an anime. Her punches shoot shockwaves. Oh my god, she's unstoppable. Women are
Oh, look
so
at her go.
strong. Wait, did they get her? No, she got back up. With a few of the other female characters,
No,
though,
I
you
need
can
to
definitely
go.
feel
Come
the
on, what is that?
Oh.
Wait, is that one on two? Oh no,
Holy
it's one on
fuck,
one.
It's like an anime. Her punches shoot shockwaves.
Ah.
Oh my
Give him the
God,
old
she's
1-2.
unstoppable.
Punch that Nazi.
Women are so strong.
That Italian fascist.
Wait, did they get her? No.
He has
she
no
got back
name.
up. With a few
No
of the other
family, he's
female
just
characters, though,
generic
you can definitely
fascist.
feel the wokeness poking out. There's a rich Indian woman you meet in Giza who apparently funds a bunch of archaeological excavations and shit, and she just so happened to be Gina's sister's lover. Yes, she's a lesbian on top of being a girl boss, and she actually saves Indy at one point too during the main story. So we have a stunning and brave lesbian rich Indian woman that hits a lot of diversity checkboxes, I think. Later in the story, you eventually find the body of Gina's sister, and she'd been working with the Germans to figure out the mystery of the Great Circle, and Gina's wondering, no, her sister would never willingly work with such evil fascists. And near the end of the game, Voss gives the most based explanation.
How did you make my sister obey your orders?
Sin, why did she suck my cock?
What if I merely aroused?
The real Great Circle is a cycle of gamers continuing to support this mid to okay to average to awful slopper.
Aroused. Aroused. She was aroused, all right.
People like her.
Big Nazi cock. It's evident that there's an underlying message of toxic masculinity in this game, as the first scene that introduces the German colonel shows that he's essentially in a dick measuring contest with Voss, and Voss unfortunately gives a very cringe line that more or less spells this out.
Willensschwache Männer sind am einfachsten zu manipulieren.
Yeah, you can tell what the devs really think of men. And again, I get the tone of Indiana Jones is family friendly, this game is rated teen, but this scene that happens a bit afterward is straight out of Three Stooges.
Is T for teen really... Would we consider that family friendly? Have things shifted so much that T for teen is now interchangeable with E for everyone?
Shoot her! I'm not pressing any quick time events. Really? How did she get the gun?
T for teen has always been lame. Certainly in cinema, where it feels like movies could go harder if they were just rated R, but then they wouldn't make as much money because it's restricted to a certain subset of a certain demographic. Like families are gate kept out of seeing it because they won't be able to take their children. So they try for these PG-13 cuts. Sometimes they have to like cut things out of the movie to get a PG-13 rating, but you're essentially neutering the movie for a chance at higher profits. But before PG-13 existed, you would have PG-rated movies, of which I think Indiana Jones, the first one, was even part of it, where they would rate the movie PG, but they would have scenes that would be too disturbing for viewers that would go to PG movies. I think Gremlins was also a big one from this time frame. So you have kids go to see PG-rated Gremlins, and like there's a couple of freaky scenes in that movie where these little buggers are like killing people. and that like scared kids and like parents complained. And Indiana Jones, you had like the guy's face melting off and other stuff in that movie. It's like, okay, well, we need a rating that, you know, isn't R, because those movies are not rated R, but freaky stuff still happens in that movie where it's like, we can't really rate it PG. Okay, let's make PG-13. So that was the purpose of it, from my understanding. But nowadays, it's like, that's the rating you go for the most profit? At the cost of neutering your movie? And for games, it feels like most of them just go for rated M. Because if you're rating it T, it's usually because like, well, in the case of Indiana Jones, like if you made an Indiana Jones rated M game, it would be kind of incongruous with the ratings of the movies, and Indiana Jones never had R-rated movies. It's like if it was rated M, then it could be darker than even what the content in a typical indie film has. Correct? So they have to rate it T. And of course, I'm sure, you know, brand image and marketing kind of factors into that too. But then when you rate it T, it can't be as grisly as a lot of other games of that same genre. So it feels neutered because of that, even if it makes sense that Indiana Jones would be rated T. Raiders of the Lost Ark and Temple of Doom were both rated PG. Last Crusade was PG-13. See, I felt like I was right on that. Yeah, the PG-13 version of Deadpool. That was like Once Upon a Deadpool. I don't even know why they did that. I'd rather play a rated E for everyone game or a PG film than a rated T or PG-13. It just feels like nowadays when something is rated T or rated PG-13, it's not because it was actually developed with that in mind, but more so because of concessions on creativity in search of higher profits. Gaming a bit less so because it feels like, I guess depending on the studio, with gaming, some games are just rated M, and then people just don't give a fuck, right? For example, Rockstar, you know, GTA 5, rated M for mature. Red Dead 2, rated M for mature. But then you have all these kids playing it anyway, to the point that it's just kind of like officially, it's not a rated E for everyone game, but no one really bats an eye that children play it. But I guess, in particular, GTA has always been kind of like that, even going back to the 2000s. You know, back then you would have to like bring your parent. You would bring like a copy of the game to like the counter. It's like, oh, I need your mom or dad here if you want to buy or rent this. And nowadays, I guess it's kind of the same situation, but it feels like they care about it less. Like it's. Like it's still an official standard that, oh, if you sell a kid or M-rated game, you'll get in trouble. But I feel like it's not really cared about or enforced. It's kind of it's there to be there. As like a grandfathered in principle of the old system that we still abide by. Nebulous, that's the word. Nebulous is a good way to put it.
Joe. Oh my god, this is so stupid, dude.
Sorry for that tangent.
God,
It really got me thinking.
Holy fuck, this is cringe. Oh my god.
Hello, Pancake Mix. We're looking at a Synthetic Man review, Indiana Jones and the Gaping
and
Circle.
Took another shot. That's nice.
Don't ask what the Gaping Circle
now
is.
Bash her skull in.
Tun Sie mir einen Gefallen. Versammeln Sie die Männer, nehmen Sie die Knochensäger und legen Sie diese Eindringlinge in Ketten.
Vergnügen, Herr Sturmanführer!
I got a better idea.
What? Okay. Oh, and the girl bossing continues, don't worry. Eventually you take a trip down to Thailand, and the plucky rebels are led by this woman. And of course, the rebels are better with guns.
Oh, just like a new Star Wars.
Italians
A
or the
woman
Germans
leads the
here.
rebels.
Just straight out of Star Wars garbage.
Ah, see
Oh,
that?
and there's one more strong female character.
I made that
though,
joke
this time
before
with
he
a
could.
twist. There's a Swedish woman who used to be a student of Indies. Of course, what a fucking coincidence. You think he's the only archaeologist professor in the world. But anyway, she betrays him and is working for
Betrayal!
Voss, right? Because he didn't remember her name and didn't give her a referral for a job. I mean, I guess that's pretty good motivation, but weirdly enough, she gets her arm chopped off by a trap, and then in the subtitles, she is rushed away by the bad guys, and we never see her again. Now, I'm of two
you even
minds
see the
with
arm. Now wait a minute. Rated T for teen, but we see a disembodied arm.
By a trap, and then in the subtitles she is rushed away by the bad guys and we never see her again. Now, I'm of two minds what this character is actually supposed to represent.
Annoying.
On the one hand, you can very
She's supposed to
easily make
represent
the argument
annoying.
that this woman represents the dev team at Machine Games because they're a Swedish developer and this is a Swedish woman. And so she serves as a deconstruction of Indy's character, that he is a problematic college professor who sleeps with women across the world and then forgets about them. So he's a misogynist or something. And it's...
Yeah, she seems white, so we couldn't have that in the game, so we had to make her differently abled to make her unique and diverse. Fuck, I deserve that. That's what I get for making bad jokes.
Not the woman's fault that she turned to evil, because all Indy had to do to save her was just fucking return her call and get her a job. The other take is that she represents white
Indy's
women,
out all the
more
time on adventures. Like, what the fuck? What if you just like
self-hatred
simply
that white
forgot about
women
it?
have. And so, of course, the most objectively Aryan character in the game is evil. She committed the ultimate crime of being born with Norse genetics, which means she must be evil. And obviously, you can make the argument that Gina is white, depending on if you consider Mediterranean people white, of course. But the Indian and Thai women certainly are not, and basically everyone is a glorified lesbian in this game, except for this chick. So it's really up
Even
to your
Indy?
interpretation. Either way, this is blatantly supposed to be propaganda, although the message is not entirely clear what they were going for. Now, this is the
Just
part
doing
where
a
you
short
tell me
Splatoon string
somehow,
here while
no,
watching
that
videos.
doesn't mean this is propaganda and I'm reading into it. Well, I just have to say, you're clearly lacking media literacy if you can't even speculate to the author's intent behind this character. And I think another obvious scene that is blatant propaganda is the one you already saw in the E3 trailer.
What of the American? What is his duty?
Wings versus Boogie and COD, and Boogie let a pro player play for him. Sounds scripted, but I'm glad that happened? Question mark. Can we get the 1v1 Wings versus DSP and Bog? No? It would probably be scripted too. Scripted for Phil to win, obviously. Just as long as they paid a $10,000 appearance fee. My bad, $50,000.
Huh? What is it?
What happened to DK? No DK gameplay on weekends.
You have no history, no nation, no leader. What you have is your stupid American cartoons. Choo choo, choo choo. Ha 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 ha. You laugh and dance, celebrating your own idiocy and drinking the piss you call beer.
And so you may be asking, whoa, how's that propaganda? That all sounds like facts.
'Cause they're making the villains say
that's
that.
exactly the problem. The fact that it's coming out of the mouth of a literal Nazi devalues that message in the mind of the average person, and especially the leftists. I imagine that as Machine Games wrote this character, they were picturing people like us. The funny thing is, his statements are much more true of the modern day than even they were back in the 30s. It's evident that the younger generations have become completely disillusioned with modern Western society as it fails to meet our basic needs. There certainly aren't very many patriots anymore for the US. I certainly wouldn't call the Orange Man a leader. He's more like the lesser of two evils. And you basically just have to replace cartoons with cape shit movies or basically any video game made in the past 10 years. So I failed to see how anything he said was wrong. Honestly, this whole monologue by the villain would probably be worth its own video, just dissecting how the left is trying to mock black blatant truth by having an evil person spout it. Yeah, well, Hitler breathed air and drank water and probably thought 2 + 2 = 4. Does that make him wrong? No, this is ridiculous, and I'm not going to make that hypothetical video. I just knew some people would want to hear my opinion on this scene, so there you go. Near the end of the Thailand level, we get into yet another fist fight with Candyman, which you would think this is the part where we finally resolve our differences, especially since he helps Indy kill a giant anaconda using his super strength that he apparently had the whole time. Again, this is another clear jump the shark moment. It was never established he was this strong. How the hell is it believable that we can beat his ass? No, even after Gina gives a generic inspirational speech about how we need to set aside our differences to fight the greater enemy, Indy just knocks his ass out again anyway for no reason, and they just end up teaming up anyway after the next mission because Gina gets captured, and so Indy works together with Candyman, and he summons all his giant buddies. They go to Iraq and assault a ziggurat, which has Noah's Ark inside. After a somewhat short stealth level, we go inside Voss's tent. He basically, not so subtly, reveals that he's gay, because of course we have to ruin the one based character in this game. And the climax basically apes Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the bad guys win, but God has deemed that Noah is the only one worthy enough to use the Ark, so instead it summons a giant flood. We get our climactic battle, which is just another lame fist fight because the mechanics in this game are awful. But still, Voss is such a badass, he manages to fight off Indy and Gina, but then he gets blasted by an energy beam that this teleportation machine can do, apparently. And then the giant sacrifices himself to suck the flood into this massive portal. And the game ends with Indy and Gina not even having sex, because that would cater to the male gaze and make her less of a girl boss or something. And she leaves on the plane. Roll credits. Holy fuck, that game sucked. No, don't buy it. I'm not even going to ask the question. I don't even think I'm going to elaborate on why you shouldn't play this shit, because I'm sure some of you skipped to the conclusion chapter in the video, so you don't have to watch it. Nah, fuck it. I'll save you 30 minutes anyway. Don't say I do nothing for you. Basically, this is a stealth game pretending to be an action-adventure game with brain-dead puzzles, incredibly uninspired tombs to raid, an endless amount of fake loading screens, cinematic slop sequences that make the Uncharted games look like masterpieces. This game is boring. Yes, that is a subjective description. There are plenty of people who have no problem with an incredibly slow-paced game that wastes the player's time. I mean, people loved God of War Ragnarok,
Phil not being one of those
Final Fantasy 16, or Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth of this year, I guess, would be the best example of a game that just blatantly wastes the player's time. But despite this being mercifully on the short side compared to those previous games, being about 15 hours if you don't do the other side quests, it felt twice as long, because almost nothing interesting happens, and even when you do actually engage in the core gameplay mechanics, it's still just a bad stealth game. If you get into a gunfight, you get killed almost instantly, and yes, part of that is because I played it on hard, but I really don't think this is supposed to be played like a shooter. It's supposed to be played...
Well, that kind of goes back to the issues with AAA games that we were talking about yesterday, where to justify the price tag of a game that looks this good, with all the effort that went into it, the blood, sweat, and tears of those crunching devs, to justify the likely $70 price tag, you have to make it 15 hours, at which point, to justify that, you probably have a lot of fetch quest content and other side quests, and just other kind of, you know, borderline filler material. And at a certain point, I could see how, I could see the argument where you kind of lose the plot versus like a standard indie escapade, which could be, you know, anywhere between 2 hours, maybe 3 hours long. It's like, how do you take that and then stretch that out into a 15-hour game that people are going to want to spend $70 on? But evidently, that's how you do it. You just put a lot of filler content in, where it feels like, as he said, nothing is happening half the time. It's just kind of the trade-off you have to take, because if they had priced it at a more affordable, you know, $20, $30, $40, and made it, well, let's say between 5 to 10 hours long, no one would buy it.
like a stealth game where you sometimes get into fisticuffs, or beat an enemy over the head with a plunger or a sledgehammer or a pickaxe or something. And yes, there is a certain novelty to throwing a fucking spatula at a guy's head and then punching him, but it wears off pretty fast. As I've been told many times over the years, there's a lot of people who only watch these videos to know if a game is woke. Yes, it is. It's just not as woke as most of the other games that came out this year. Especially if I just compare it to Machine Games' own previous works. Wolfenstein 2 and Youngblood are considerably more woke than this. And if I compare it just to this year's releases, like Dustborn blows this out of the water. However, that doesn't mean you should play this. It still has obnoxious girl boss crap.
Well, that's
and
still,
I mean,
Machine better than Dustborn is probably a low bar to clear, right?
Are Nazis. So just remember that whenever the Italians or Germans in this game just spout objective fact, it's the devs secretly mocking you. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle just lacks imagination. It doesn't show you anything you haven't already seen before, done better in something else. I think ironically the only thing this game will be remembered for is the villain Voss, but probably not for the reasons that the devs wanted us to. Not because, oh, we just hate him so much for being a smug prick, but no, because he overdosed on based and is funny and a badass, and so I think somewhere along the lines of development they realized this, so they had to make him gay. Many such cases. If I'm being honest, this game is not terrible, it's just mediocre. But there's literally no reason you should waste your money or even your time playing a mediocre game, especially one that has no unique identity. So yeah, that's about it. See you next time, guys.
There you go. That's the lesson we learned. When strapped for cash or and time, you're probably better off just playing a game that you'll actually like. Don't sacrifice cash and time for mid. Appreciate good games with what little time and cash you have, I guess. It looked okay. And he didn't completely hate it. The issue was that there wasn't enough for him to hate. It was a game that was just kind of there. I maintain the belief that it was kind of them chasing after the success of Uncharted and Tomb Raider, which did what indie movies, it translated the indie adventure into an interactive cinematic narrative game. And they're like, oh, we want a piece of that pie, because they basically took what we did and made a game out of it. And then they did that without really capturing what made those games work. At least the ones in that series that people actually liked. Caves of Cut is woke, dude. Non-binary references? I assume that's what NB is. Pronouns, yada yada. Whatever happened to those Stardew Valley people championing for pronouns to be added in updates and shit? Did that ever happen? Did they go through with that? Probably not. Or otherwise, Dave would have been complaining about it, I think. Nope. Okay. I guess I would have heard something if that did go through. Wife hasn't mentioned anything about it. Oh, you would have tossed the PC outside if they rolled that update through? Pronouns? More like Stardote Valley. Yeah, I saw he's making a new game, Haunted Chocolatier, I believe the name was. That's good, because, you know, most times when indies have, indie darlings, you know, they strike gold, right? They never really move on to the next thing. Like, they kind of coast off the success of that first game. They never really... Either they don't build off of it, or they do, and it just isn't as great as their first title that got them all that recognition in the first place. Don't really care for Stardew. Doesn't have a fail state, so it's not really even really a game. Those games I kind of enjoy, like Animal Crossing, but I see what you mean in the sense that there's no way to lose. So it feels like you put in all that time and investment for. I mean, you can get like enjoyment out of it, but there are no stakes and there's no end point. So you put all that time without a clear end game in sight, and for most people who play a game, right, with a certified like endpoint, you kind of have like you got a vision of what you're working towards. Unless you're super creative, like in those simulation style games, you don't really have that. It's you determine when you stop playing. Though I guess that is true of most games, but in the sense of the end goal in a game like that, you determine when you feel like you've gotten enough out of a game, which again is true of all games. But you know, you could stop playing a game that has a designated endpoint before you even get there. Like you decide for yourself that I've had enough. I've had my fill, so to speak. But for a game like that where you don't have that designated endpoint, you have to. It's like solely on you to decide when you stop playing, or to decide not to begin playing at all. One man team has better shit to do. Yeah. Alright, that was his thoughts on Indie. I had another video from a fan of his, or a friend. Where is this? You guys need to see this. Why Synthetic Man matters. A lot of people in the stream here don't like Synthetic Man, or they hate him, or they think he's a caricature, working as controlled opposition for lefties to point to and laugh at and broad brush the rest of us as. But this guy is about to get on the podium and argue why Synthetic Man is important to the YouTube gaming culture medium.
For context, depending on when you are watching this video, it was produced roughly 2 weeks after the 2024 presidential election, wherein...
Oh boy! This is What the Egad, who has made videos defending Synthetic Man before. I think we've seen one by him in the past, or it could have been me watching it off stream. But there's your context.
Man won by a landslide. Naturally, in the wake of his victory, the progressive left were drawn to their same old performative behaviors.
He's got that old southern drawl
of virtue signaling and hypocritical hand-wringing. One such actor, whom I have mentioned before in passing, decided to go full Monty and showcase a very funny-looking doorstop.
Meet my god.
I'm sure you can work with that.
Meet my god. You think I care about your Christian fascism? You think I care about your Christo nationalism? I don't give a You don't scare me.
Texan drawl, my mistake.
You are scared of me. You are worried about me. And you should be. I am going to continue haunting your dreams, you worthless piece of mother. If you think I'm going anywhere, I'm only gonna get worse. If you think I'm gonna stop making things that offend you and piss you off, you have no idea how
Who is this
deviant
person?
and degenerate things can get.
Brother,
Hey, it's that clip that Serial likes so much.
If you think people like me are going away, that we're gonna stop making your art and your movies and ruining the things you love, you have no idea. We will take everything from you because it was never yours to begin with.
And let me remind you that on YouTube, this person is freely allowed to put on such a performance, while at the same time decries others for their own displays of extremism. In other words, apparently you are free to showcase your reverence for some goat-legged demon thing, but of course you can't say the N-word or use F-slurs, and you can't talk about those damn gnat socks, or even make comedic references about whatever list of people whom YouTube has deemed are too privileged to be joked about.
Cyberbullying. Yeah, you say As Dead Domain's video is a 2
Oh,
hours. How long is it? Like,
was that the Dead Domain person? That was the person that made the Synthetic Man documentary. Was that their reaction to the election there? That was their little cope.
2.5 hours or something. 2 hour hit piece on me. Yeah, that's not cyberbullying though.
I am going to continue haunting your dreams, you worthless piece of...
Yeah, that's not cyberbullying though.
Mother... If you think I'm going anywhere, I'm only gonna get worse.
Yeah, that's not cyberbullying though.
You are scared of me. You are worried about me.
Is that what this person tells themselves at night?
Yeah, where's my video on side where I'm cyberbullying someone? Oh yeah, it doesn't exist. You silly billies on YouTube. Like, it's like, we took your content down for, you know, harassment, cyberbullying, hate speech, whatever. Okay, what did I say? I don't know. You said it though. I mean, you said it. No, we're not gonna tell you when you said it or what you said, but you said it. Yeah, I mean, if they don't tell you, then it is just censorship then. Yeah, I mean, legitimately. You could say all of my streams have hate speech in them. Like, basically, if you stretch the definition of hate speech,
you should say that YouTube broke the law, just like Phil said with Twitch. They didn't say why they banned me. You broke the law.
One of the Smudcasts for hate speech.
You can't prove that I did anything.
153 titled "Items in Open World Games Are Boring." It was made on December 27th, 2020. YouTube then had me do a 7-step questionnaire about hate speech, which was very odd, and I have a feeling YouTube doesn't really know what hate speech is. Apparently,
I don't think anybody
if you
does.
think people in your opposing political party should be removed from society, that's okay, because that's not a protected group. Does YouTube honestly think kicking people out of society for having differing political views is fine? If that's not hate speech, then what kind of discrimination would you call that?
But yes, all praise be to Baphomet. In the long run, this kind of content curation that YouTube has going is not sustainable, and I predict the platform is going to start running into more and more problems down the road when these kinds of biases become more and more apparent. But I will reserve talking in depth about that in another video. This video, however, largely concerns the YouTube channel Synthetic Man. And so in talking about Synthetic Man, allow me to make a proper introduction. So the mark of a true artist is within his ability to create an image which encapsulates a significant number of ideas all at the same time. As an example, we have the artist known as Stone Toss. And here we have this image.
That guy.
A pink-haired character who represents the progressive left is confronting a man wearing the Southern Cross on his ball cap. Why do you hate black people? Asks the leftist. And in response, the man with the hat...
This guy, he has some pretty funny comics. Almost to a point where there's like a meme going on where leftists hate him, but occasionally they will like his comments and they'll be like, "Oh, I feel bad. Rare Stone Toss W" or something.
Announces, "I am racist," to a black woman nearby, leaving her initially shocked. However, as we can see in the final panel, she blushes, clearly infatuated
He is into
with this
NFTs
display.
though, and I
here I'll
know
endeavor to
not
explain
everybody is
why
into
the
that,
idea this cartoon conveys
regardless of political
also tells
affiliation.
you everything you need to know about the appeal of the YouTuber Synthetic Man. You see, today we live amidst a sea of performative activism. Performative being the key word there. In a world where it is becoming increasingly difficult to draw the attention of the masses and influence them as one wills, various activists are incentivized to become more and more performative, all as a means of staying relevant and maintaining their influence. The problem with performative activism, however, is that after the buzz is worn off, what substance is left? Where do we go from there? How then do we go about living our lives in ways that are different and significant? The problem with the current flow of media is that the road to achieving anything meaningful and relevant to our lives is constantly being impeded by arbitrary roadblocks that, even as we pass them by, we're left wondering, why did they need to be there in the first place? For example, why listen to people who for the past 8 years or so have told you that Lucasfilm's Kathleen Kennedy is out the door, when that has never and will never be the case?
This is Disney. This is why they're bombing at the cinema. This is why their stock price keeps tumbling. Nobody likes this company because nobody at the
Wait, are these Ricada's friends? I recognize some of those camera backdrops.
company likes their audience.
What benefit is it to repeatedly enter
Wait, is like that guy talking? That's not the Starfield pronouns guy, is it?
be the case?
I recognize that voice.
This is Disney. This is
Fucking pronouns.
the bombing at the cinema. This is why the stock price keeps tumbling. Nobody likes this company because nobody at the company
heel versus
likes their
babyface.
audience.
What benefit is it to repeatedly enter a cycle?
Well, and I talked about it last night too, but with how dev cycles work with AAA games these days, 4 to 5 years to put out a game. That's even if it doesn't encounter development hell. Even with all the flops of AAA diversity pick-me games this year, it'll probably be another good 4 years before we actually see the ramifications of people dialing it back a bit. Like that new Naughty Dog game that people are crying about was in development since 2020. You can't really change the course of a game this late in, so they're probably just gonna have to write it out and take the L on it, and we won't really see things. We won't really see the pendulum, as DSP says, truly swing back until we've had another 4 years in the oven.
Of fruitless rage before heading right back into the arms of woke corporations to consume more and more of their slop. At what point do people realize this is not about writing and media? This is all a calculated attack on cultural values in order to supplant them with new postmodern values. Wokeness is just
at least I got a ton of
normal,
sponsors
guys.
to get the money back.
Embrace
Yeah,
it. You will eat the bugs and you will be happy. And
Thank
so the
you,
steady
Jeff.
realization that many are coming to within the digital world is that much of the activism that is being done right now is only for the necessary increase in the social standing of those who convey such information to us. Let's imagine a scenario where we were able to make leaps and bounds.
that's true in and of itself, Discord Merchant. That the fact that these games are flopping at all is itself the pendulum swing. When for much of the late 2000s and early 2010s, the AAA model was deemed too big to fail, and then it started failing.
Outside the confines established for us. Well, then naturally those who are conveying said information would no longer need to be relied upon. Their jobs would be done. And so therefore they keep us hanging on the same words, phrases, and sets of ideas for as long as they can until restlessness occurs. Earlier I had called these people grifters, but now I just call them slop tubers. Formerly grifters, a slop tuber's content is made majorly for the purposes of self-aggrandizement.
Because grifter is occasionally thrown around when it's not accurate. I think there are cases where it does apply, but sometimes it gets used interchangeably. Whereas I feel something like slop tuber would be a bit more accurate.
Rather than in devotion to a central cause. For if they were devoted to a central
you're only
cause,
doing this
they
for
would
the
move
money.
that cause
Well,
forward
I mean,
post-haste, but they don't because
a lot
they
of people
risk
probably wouldn't be
becoming
doing anything on
irrelevant.
YouTube
One of the
if they
more
weren't
egregious
making money like
examples
that,
of
right?
slop tubers as of late was the channel Andy Pants Gaming. But down the line, we
Oh,
have
hey,
less
I've heard that name
obvious
before.
examples such as Moist Critical, Asmongold, Critical Drinker, and Mauler. But there, let us even assume one has achieved some sense of self-awareness amidst the slop tuber's seemingly ceaseless diarrheic discharge. The next step seems to be patting oneself on the back for
Yeah, I
simply
remember
noticing
Josh
the
talking a
status
bit about the
quo. This
Factorio
is something
drama.
that Glitch Poachers talked about in his video about disillusionment.
There's more media about marketing and finance than ever before. There are marketers who market themselves to other marketers and marks. Think Andrew Tate and Gary Vee. A traditional marketing team is usually more concerned with their credibility, but for an influencer like Logan Paul, being a conniving and controversial entrepreneur is exactly what he wants for his image.
You big dummies forgot. They're our fans and we asked them to do it.
Throw your empty bottle at us. When you make it look like you guys hate us.
I can't take credit for this. This was KSI's idea, but we got tens of millions of free impressions for Prime launching in Europe.
The appeal is that the audience gets to feel like they're getting some transparency from a shifty celebrity,
Prime.
maybe even
That's
a
the
lesson
drink they
about
came out
business.
with, right?
And Logan Paul gets to feel like a
It's
social
including the
media
Lunchables
marketing
ripoff
genius.
they put
Now,
out.
the only thing that Glitch Poachers did not touch on here was why this type of marketing anything would even be considered genius in the first place. Well, this kind of marketing would never work unless you lived in a society where shame had been completely removed from the equation. And so the two parties involved here, both Logan Paul and the ambulance chasers in the media, both have been dredged in shameless behavior, but it is all for the purposes of marketing. For Logan Paul, it's, hey, look what I'm getting away with. And for the media, it's, hey, look what this person is getting away with. But both parties are counting on reactionary content, which or heels versus baby.
Yeah, apparently the Mr. Beast Paul Brothers Lunchables thing had moldy cheese. So avoiding things with celebrity endorsements might actually be the right move.
Face was also remarking on here as well, as he talks about Disney.
This stuff that we just mentioned is stuff about the Canopy shit. Those, I'm absolutely convinced, I'll have to go back to my video, but the examples they used happened before the show came out. So this was an already orchestrated attack that they knew they were going to do. This was a marketing ploy that they already were going to do. As regards to, oh my gosh, she's black, she's getting attacked.
Unfortunately, Az is part of a panel who fully intend on keeping the content train moving, engaging in even more displays of faux outrage, which will inevitably call for Ewan McGregor or someone else in the industry to stoke up even more drama and draw even more attention to whatever Disney's next Star Wars project is. They'll just call their detractors racist and sexist and homophobic, etc. And in response, they'll all make even more videos which will draw more attention to Disney's next movie or video game or whatever it is.
It's almost like it all feeds into each other.
Have the veil lifted from their eyes, all that seems to yield are those who then find it appropriate to revel within their own sense of awareness. Yet they still return to their slop. It's been said knowledge is power, but refusal to act on knowledge makes you powerless. And so even opening one's third eye has zero effect on actual change. Ultimately, what we need to do is get out of the business of saying information is what will save us, because anyone who doesn't know what the hell to do with said information will remain just as helpless to act as before their ignorance is even alleviated. What's required instead is moral change, not intellectual enlightenment.
I just want to start with the usual disclaimers. Magic is not dying. I am not quitting Magic, and if you love that there are cards of SpongeBob SquarePants or Spider-Man, Jurassic Park, Ghostbusters, Fast and the Furious, or whatever else is coming, and with half of all Magic sets to be universes beyond, a lot is coming, I am happy if those cards bring you joy. I really am.
You don't really sound like it.
You should never, ever be made to feel bad because you love universes beyond cards. And if you came to the game through Fallout or Spider-Man or Final Fantasy, that's awesome if that got you excited about playing this game.
Notice Talarian begins by utilizing language of appeasement, so as not to risk offending anyone, but then later on turns to admonishing the very thing that is killing the franchise that he loves.
This breaks my heart because half of Magic the Gathering isn't Magic the Gathering anymore. It feels as if the world of Magic is disappearing, as if the game of Magic the Gathering isn't even Magic the Gathering anymore, but rather a game that is a collection of pop culture advertisements.
Magic is for everyone now.
And then also sometimes magic. And it just feels like gone, gone, gone are the days of rich, vibrant fantasy worlds. And characters that are not just dressed up in a costume, not just a meme.
Well, that's problematic now, you see. We can't have that anymore.
Real world thing. I wish it was about Magic
the Gathering. We can have SpongeBob cards,
not SpongeBob SquarePants.
Despite said thing killing his beloved franchise, he says he will continue to support it monetarily. And so you see, my friends, our dystopia is one of our own making. We craft the bars to our own prisons. Or, as was so succinctly put by Synthetic Man as of recently, you deserve what you tolerate.
You deserve what you tolerate.
Right, we talk about SpongeBob, then a user named Gary comes in.
Now wait, so hard. If there's anything I've learned over the past 4 years, all you need to do is have subtle propaganda, and people will eat the slop in an instant. The Fallout TV show was the greatest example maybe that's ever happened in the history of my channel. A show that was just blatantly awful and full of left-wing propaganda that the normie masses ignored because they were too scared of being called a racist. And also people who are blatantly just not Fallout fans, claiming to be fans and arguing with people who actually do care about Fallout.
To the point, however, Talaria and I...
Does all this black ink remind you of Bendy and the Ink Machine? It's another video game that involves ink as the main element. I am aware of Bendy and the Ink Machine. However, I'm older than 10, so I've not played it. Maybe it might be something my nieces would be more into. Does it remind me of Bendy and the Ink Machine? I could see the parallels, but given that I haven't played it, and only know of it vaguely, due to cultural osmosis, I'm gonna have to say it did not directly remind me of Bendy and the Ink Machine, no. It reminds me of the Phantom Blot from Mickey Mouse. That's a character I'm aware of.
There risks falling, or indeed has fallen, into his own realm of performative behaviors. And here he must simultaneously voice his disdain for a clear and obvious detriment to something that is near and dear to him, while at the same time, he finds it necessary to appease those who might disagree with him.
I am happy if those cards bring...
At least Solarian has a stake in Magic instead of a stake in bitching about politics and Nvidia. So that's the person complaining about the Magic cards then. I see. So that's his main thing. So he's just so you're saying he's just genuinely passionate about the medium in which his channel is based off, which would be Magic, and he's just commenting on what he believes is the media being oversaturated with these crossovers and things. It just doesn't feel like Magic anymore, and his purpose goes beyond the typical grifter or slop tuber, as we said earlier, just kind of commenting on what they see as a passing trend that they hope will get them clickbait, or in this case, rage bait. You don't know any of these people? Me neither, to be honest.
You joy.
But that's cowardly. It offers zero incentive for change, especially when those
that's our
within
first
the
run
industry
complete.
who are making such decisions are told that their consumers will just continue to engorge upon their slop regardless of how much it sickens them.
Magic is not dying. I am not quitting Magic.
But their performative activism...
I didn't even know that Magic was doing all these crossovers, but I'm not a Magic guy.
Tubing necessarily
Mr.
lends
Magic,
itself
man.
to such acts of self-betrayal. This continual want to be performative, to play both sides of the aisle and appease everyone necessarily lends itself to a lack of humility and a lack of self-reflection, and ultimately an inability to determine right from wrong. And so naturally this will cause all to be ripe for ideological invasion, regardless of how enlightened everyone has become. As I've also said previously, a lot of this
Magic players get what they deserve. Oh my. The closest I've ever gotten to like caring about Magic is I think Sargon and V used to do Magic streams, or I might be mixing that up with D&D.
is induced by...
No, it was Quartering that cared about Magic, and then they kicked them out of it?
self-inflicted guilt for thoughts and feelings we do not have.
Because he was
that the normie masses ignored because they were too scared of being called a racist.
And so as much as we'd like to blame the result of our constraints being put onto us by the powers that be, the truth is those constraints are of our own making. And
you have to embrace the hate fully for the parent company, like everyone who enjoys 40K does with Games Workshop. I do see a lot of that where you get these people who feel disenfranchised with the product, like for example with Marvel or Disney or Star Wars or shit, but they just continue consuming anyway because they don't know how to let go.
so let's circle back and address the anomaly that is Synthetic Man. Unlike much of SlopTube, Synthetic Man has no desire to negotiate with the forces of evil nor reach any semblance of balance or neutrality.
Well, unless that force of evil would be Futanari.
And where so many others want to...
He gives in to the sin of lust!
Meet in the middle and be bipartisan. Synthetic Man simply advocates for absolute victory, no quarter. And...
yeah, even Ricada was doing 3D printing and model painting and shit.
essentially that is...
but that was long before he became the man we sadly know him as today.
his appeal is. And the reason this is appealing and why there are increasingly more and more people drawn to it is because the progressive left has been left free to advocate their positions without fear of reprisal. The performative activism displayed by the progressive left is taken to an absurd extreme. Those on the left are allowed to be as extreme as they please. In fact, they call it the new normal. So naturally, the response is to say, oh, well, if you're allowed to be extreme, well, two can play at that game.
I said with Bill Bill C-16 that I wouldn't speak the language of the radical leftists because I
Oh,
don't
is
think
that
that
Dr.
language
Peterson?
should define the game. But let's say it does. So here's the game. The world is a battleground of groups, and they're battling for power. That's it. That's the game. And some of them win, and they oppress those who don't win. So that's how we're going to view the world. Okay, now
I remember when that AI Peterson thing came out. I think this was before we even called it AI. We called it something else. And I made I made a few little voice clips of him, and then they took it down because they were afraid of what it would do. Or I think it may even been Jordan Peterson or someone representing him that did that. Then like a year or so later, it started getting popularized with all kinds of kooky characters.
leftists say, okay, well, here's the oppressed people. The oppressors,
Let's do
the patriarchal types, they should be ashamed of themselves.
Let's just
and
get
give up some
Charger out
power.
of the way, man.
The right-wingers, the
God damn
radical
it.
right-wingers look at that and they say, oh, I see, so the game is ethnic identity, is it? It's identity politics. Okay, we're white males. We're not going to lose. That's the right-wing version of identity politics. It's like, screw you. If we're going to divide into groups, if we're going to divide into tribes, and I'm in my tribe.
All right, time to lose.
I'm not going to get all guilty and lose. I'm going to get all cruel and win.
That is where Synthetic Man stands tall, making his based and edgy takes. And appropriately so, given the mask of leftism has slipped and the gloves are off. And of course, if you too notice something important to you, something that you love and hold dear is suddenly under attack, then why would you stoop to apologize? Why would you gimp yourself in a fight for your culture? And with something so readily transparent and seemingly anyone who is supposedly fighting it is continually made to apologize beforehand, Synthetic Man stands as one of the few genuine voices who are in complete and utter abstinence to wokeism. Again, no
I don't like this
quarter,
guy's voice,
total
it
and
sounds
absolute-
fake. I think it's a bit of that, and his choice of words, given what he's honestly talking about. This is, well, is it a war? Yes, but is it like, are we in the trenches? Not literally. We're talking about like fucking games and movies and like pop culture. Like, can we get a grip, maybe? Like, I get it. Don't get me wrong. But it is kind of like, take a chill pill, brother. Like, I don't disagree. But like, thank you for your service, sir. I'm the strongest soldier in the trenches here. I'm defending the fucking movies from the woke left. It's like, okay, it comes to a certain point where can we dial it back a bit?
Victory. Unfortunately, however,
it sounds manufactured, and I want to believe that it's not, because this is a guy who I think he's one of Synthetic Man's right-hand men, because he does a lot of videos on him, and I think I've seen him in his chats before. So this is ostensibly someone that Synthetic Man is cool with, and even Synthetic Man doesn't sound this goofy when he does his shtick.
YouTube seems to cater to only one side of political extremism while repeatedly punishing the other side. As of now, this is an open secret and heavily contributes to why even those who portray themselves as anti-woke only take their performative activism to as shallow a level as possible, all to remain within the confines of YouTube's terms of service. And that has appropriately earned many within the anti-woke sphere the attribution of controlled opposition. They are controlled insofar as they censor themselves in response to YouTube's constraints. Meanwhile, say hello to Dead Domain and Baphomet, your new and improved
Cope Oral Joe reporting for duty, sir!
YouTube curators. Now, none of this is new, and often what we have seen throughout YouTube's history is certain commentators will push a rhetorical needle and get certain ideas out in the zeitgeist. In fact, we saw this as recently as 7 years ago when the alt-right were attempting to dismount the skeptic community with their rhetoric, and what ended up happening is that certain terms and phrases were then adopted by YouTube's general community, even as the alt-right were thrown under the bus.
Do you remember Operation...
Oh, God. I don't know how accurate, because I was there for that, you know. I don't know if it would be like completely accurate to say that was exclusively the alt-right responsible for combating the skeptics back in 2017. And then we segue, of course, into a Mr. Medicare clip.
Mincemeat. It was a plan that Kraut and the people in his Discord had cooked up. Do you see the two names listed there? Thunderfoot and Sargon of Akkad. The entirety of this plan was to trick the alt-right into thinking Sargon or Thunderfoot were going to make videos. This would get a reaction out of the alt-right. That reaction would then spur Sargon and Thunderfoot into actually making those videos. They use a lie to get a reaction to...
If I recall, Kraut and T and Medic ultimately did like a confrontation stream together on stream.me and ultimately saw eye to eye. But like enough years had passed that they kind of realized like all of this was bullshit and didn't even matter. And now Kraut is a semi-successful YouTuber doing like political videos about, like, I think they're skits about the little international ball things where each ball represents a different country's flag. I think he makes videos like that.
To make it become true. The one thing he didn't want to happen did happen. The most watched live stream at the time on YouTube was a conversation by Richard
Oh, who is that? Look at this. Forrest Gumpsky is at it again.
Spencer with other individuals about
I remember seeing
a
this
white
stream live.
ethno-state and race realism, with upwards of 12 to 14,000 people.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Discord merchant. I don't think to say it was exclusively alt-right is kind of disingenuous to everyone and anyone that participated in IBS. It's like saying if you were in IBS at all back then when Sargon and Crown T were the enemies, oh, you're alt-right, ooh. I think that's a bit of a dishonest broad brush.
Watching. I want you to imagine if you waged a war against somebody, and because you decided to wage a war, they ended up winning. That if you had not
Like
even
would Synthetic
engaged in
Man
the first
consider
place,
himself part of the alt-right?
this never would have happened.
And I'll be covering that in
Does
a
this
separate
guy know
video.
that?
But if you're wondering why people stopped using the term SJW and then started using the term woke, or why the term virtue signaling
It's
even
because
entered the
SJW and
zeitgeist
virtue
in the first
signaling
place,
became cringe
well, I believe
terms
much of that can be
due to
owed to the
overuse.
alt-right. But ultimately, in order for them to stay relevant, often what will happen is the more
Every couple of
popular
years you have a
commentators
rebrand.
on social media will just cherry pick whatever terminology sticks and continue producing slop. Only having moved the needle slightly forward, having hijacked the words and phrases of those they formerly misaligned.
I don't follow Synthetic Man or listen to him outside of your streams. But yeah, I wasn't directly asking. I'm just kind of, I was like asking out loud, even for my, like, I don't know. I probably watch him more off stream, like his streams that he does. He has like a weekly podcast too. And I'm not even sure if he would personally consider himself alt-right.
Now, as far as Synthetic Man is concerned, however, the appeal of his performance is largely set on a website that has developed into widespread performative activist slop, where the progressive
Shit, fucking Ralph didn't consider himself alt-right back then.
left continually promote their extremism in freefall mode, all the while the conservative right.
Well, I mean, if you were to openly like affiliate yourself with that term, it would be like the political equivalence of necking yourself, right? So perhaps people who like would actually be considered that under what they actually believe would otherwise say not, because it would be suicide to openly affiliate with that moniker.
Curtail themselves into oblivion. And so in such a zeitgeist, a guy who makes no apologies for being
At least that's
racist
how it
will
probably was back
inevitably
then.
stand out. And that's generally speaking.
And nowadays,
of course.
it's probably
In reality, I do
more
not
so
believe
because
Synthetic Man is
just it's
racist,
just fallen
at
out of
least
use.
Not in the colloquial sense of the term. The way
Like
I
the
would
politics
put it,
of it have
Synthetic
become more
Man
nuanced.
is a race realist. But those kinds of nuances are not welcomed by the current zeitgeist, nor were they 7 years previous to today. And so Synthetic Man receives a lot of scorn and ridicule for simply remaining true to himself. But in a way, this backlash against him perpetuates even more of the faux performative behaviors rife throughout YouTube, such as Turkey Tom pretending to be outraged at Synthetic Man's racism and anti-Semitism.
Oh, they got real upset when Turkey Tom made a video mocking Synthetic Man. It was I think it was an Act Man video, but much of the first portion of that video was A-logging Synthetic Man. They clapped back in kind by digging up old Discord screenshots of Turkey Tom saying the N-word. My issue with Turkey Tom is kind of like bland, safe, edgy man repeats opinions you've already read on Kiwi Farms.
despite the fact that he himself is guilty of stoking such behaviors. And for the record, those who insist that Turkey Tom was just a teenager when he said all those things, clearly you do not understand where the hypocrisy actually is. Becoming more mature means you acknowledge pattern recognition. You realize that all these ideas of racism and bigotry are not as black and white.
Yeah, I don't dislike him. I just think it's like
our current zeitgeist.
He just kind of repeats what you already think.
Too is at risk of adopting language of appeasement and essentially becoming just like
while maintaining a level of self-censorship.
Building one's empire off the back of base takes and a based audience before throwing them all under the bus when one seemingly becomes too popular to fail. So if we go back to the Stone Toss comic, I believe we can formulate a picture as to where we are now. Inevitably, if one form of political extremism dominates, well, that means that the other will be seen as the underdog and therefore the hero of the story. And there's really no getting around that. One major aspect that gives life meaning is not living in peace and comfort, but often being arrayed against something bearing down on us. Within such a fight, we want to know who our enemies are and how to win against them. The female in this comic is appropriately aroused by this daring display, not because the man is racist, but because he is non-conformist. He has embraced who he is and is not kowtowing to a progressive elitist. And that has everything to do with Synthetic Man's online performances. In the book of Ephesians in the Hebrew Bible, the Apostle Paul talks about struggling not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places.
What are we, Triple P?
Why this is relevant is throughout storytelling, the forces arrayed against the heroes are often in semblance with the hero's own ideals. Face your enemy, face yourself. The dragon we must face within this day and age is one that we ourselves have erected. It is a hydra with many faces, those of our government and many modern institutions. What we are fighting is an existential battle in which we are either to resist.
The Bible is woke. No busty characters. Oh, I need a comb. I need women in my comics and my Bible, or else it sucks and it's woke.
Or to conform. There is no middle ground. Now, true, Synthetic Man admits that he is agnostic, but even so, I reckon Christian sentiments color much of what he says. Because even being an agnostic, Synthetic Man at least acknowledges the principalities,
is Synthetic Man agnostic? Has he said that before?
Rulers of darkness in this world, and the spiritual
I guess
wickedness
I could buy
in
it.
high places. This is regardless of any biblical
I guess
backdrop
agnostic.
or what he knows.
Agnostic, not out of choice, but more out of not caring. Probably as a result of a childhood of being forced to go to church by his parents. And this is just a consequence of that 20 or so years later. No, I don't believe anything is there. Well, something could be there, but, like, who cares? I can see that, I guess. I used to tip a fedora, too, until I realized that's pretty cringe mentality to have. I'm not gonna cry if you believe in faith. You know what? Maybe I have a little faith in me, too.
Because he still notices these things. And note I continually refer to what Synthetic Man is doing as a performance. I in no way expect him to ever act on anything he says he believes in. In my mind, Synthetic Man is a personality. He is an entertainer, just like any other actor playing a character. And the reason I enjoy it.
Oh, is that the cope when when and if Synthetic Man goes down, will that be the cope? I'm just playing a character, guys. I mean, Alex Jones tried that. It didn't really work out for him. I think he is true to himself, except for the Futanari stuff. He's true to himself, but I think it's fair to say some aspects of his personality are hammed up for the purposes of the videos and the streams, which I think is true of me too. Like, I'm a bit more reserved in reality. Sad to say, I'm not like a cartoon 100% of the time. For me, it's simply a result of public speaking. I feel more confident talking around people I've never met in real life. You feel more open in front of strangers who you believe you'll never see in real life, or if it's someone in real life, someone who you believe you will never meet again after that moment. So perhaps it comes as an impression of wanting to make an impression on them that lasts with them, that sticks in their mind even throughout the rest of their day, I suppose is why I act a big boisterous. But when I'm with friends and family, I'm like a completely different person. I tend to keep to myself. Hello, Koala. Gotta love Twitch takes a second to realize your VPN IP is shadow banned. I'm sorry to hear you're shadow banned. I don't think I've ever been shadow banned on Twitter or YouTube. But what if I was?
His content is not even because I agree with most of what he has to say. Rather, the reason I enjoy his content is due the reactionary outcomes that result of what he has to say. Synthetic Man is a canary in a coal mine.
So unfortunately, we have had a couple of rather extreme years of... I will reiterate that I am definitely centre-left. But we've had a couple of extreme years of extremists, mostly on the left, telling young guys that their problems don't matter and that they are bad. I mean, that's an extremely reductive way of looking at it, but that is one of the best ways to do it. I think that young guys are being disenfranchised at a rather impressive rate because nobody is there to help with them.
Although Josh Strife Hayes might not be aware of it, he is talking about Synthetic Man here, in addition to the audience that Synthetic Man has curated. To that end, that includes me. And as far as I'm concerned, Synthetic Man could say he believes in the most egregious things ever, and I wouldn't care, because what matters to me is the performative aspect of his content. He is trying to draw attention to a matter that is not receiving enough attention, and that is serving as a cultural counterpoint to rampant progressive elite.
Josh Strive Hayes, random clips. Is that who was talking just now? This is the video by a defender, more like Synthetic Man's strongest soldier. What the egad his channel name is.
I'm on YouTube. In short, Synthetic Man is doing what many of those within the Christian faith ought to be doing, albeit I will grant he limits himself by remaining an agnostic. Concerning the nature of his content, when it comes to talking about video games, movies, comic books, or any form of media consumption, people like Synthetic Man are often ridiculed because allegedly this stuff doesn't matter or it's not important compared to so many other things in life. And to that I say this. The one small garden of a free gardener was all his need and due. Not a garden swollen to a realm. His own hands to use, not the hands of others to command. For gamers or those generally invested in the entertainment media, this stuff is the stuff of culture. These are hobbies, and they are things that essentially make us human and separate us from animals. And as human beings, it behooves us to draw from cultural experiences and to distill those experiences in such a way that makes them intriguing and engaging. In short, gaming is just one aspect of many that makes life worth living. And this is also why there are those who have attempted to hijack gaming. Would it be inaccurate to say he might be reading a bit too into it? Cultural facet, all in a vain attempt to use the medium as a staging ground.
I'm pretty sure Synthetic Man just started his channel, because I watched him since the beginning. He said he started his channel to just talk about video games, and then over time realized the uphill battle it is in someone with his takes and thoughts starting a channel and getting any kind of traction.
For woke.
And then he fell into appealing to the woke side of YouTube. Or the anti-woke side.
Didacticism. There has been less than significant attention
I don't want to take.
smaller
Panic Man is
gardens
GPM's thing. I don't want to step on that.
But if you neglect the smaller gardens for a larger one, then you will miss the forest for the trees. Do not forget your hobbit sense. Do not think that in order to change the world, you must first obtain the ring of power and then use it for whatever is deemed necessary. Look to the things within your lives that you can control. Leave it to God to handle the larger things. And this is essentially what must be understood about Synthetic Man. The reason he often acts like Synthler and says his edgy bullshit is because bad actors have trodden upon his garden. And in response,
I thought they called him DSP Jr.
He's chosen to stick his finger in their eyes. He has chosen not to roll over and apologize for simply existing and telling the truth. And that too is why I have chosen to use my channel in part to support Synthetic Man in his endeavors. I don't do this because I have yielded to any power of verbal provocation, nor do I have a desire to emulate his lifestyle, nor do I find it appropriate to adhere to any specific belief that he has. Instead, what I believe is that his attitude is what is worth emulation, and that entails never apologizing for your core beliefs and never compromising with your enemies.
People can't even recognize obvious progressive ideology after being exposed to it for over a decade at this point, because to them it's just normal. It's not even woke anymore. And so would it really be that hard for the video game industry to just dial things back a few steps, and then this woke shit is the new normal? I wouldn't even be surprised if the so-called anti-woke YouTubers, I won't name them, but you know who I'm talking about, don't call this shit woke anymore. They've basically already been going that direction for years, and I know some people in my audience have been calling them out for years every time they somehow miss the message being pushed in movies and TV shows, because all it takes is a tiny amount of subtlety for the normal person to not notice it at all, which is just unbelievable, man.
And isn't it funny that so many centrist YouTube channels are being propped up by YouTube right now? And isn't it funny that so many of them seem to say the exact same thing?
Has he talked about DSP and his redemption arc? DSP's pretty
Isn't it
centrist.
funny how the word woke is often anathematized?
At least that's
by
what he's
these
telling
people?
us.
Isn't it funny how all their online engagement amounts to people posting the same tired takes over and over and over again? Moreover, based on analytics without even having watched the entire video. YouTube has become a sea of slop. And yet within that mire of slop, Synthetic Man is the cream that rises to the top.
Respectfully disagree. I have trouble believing that Synthetic Man himself would even agree with a lot of points in the video. I think it would almost be too complicated for him to really fully understand. I think he went a bit too far, looking too deep into it. I think he took a minute to even get to his main point. The title of the video is like, why Synthetic Man matters, why is he important to this sector of YouTube? And he didn't really... It took him like almost half the video to even like begin explaining his reasoning behind that. A little too lost in the sauce, I would say. Because I'm remembering like Synthetic Man reminiscing on why he started YouTube in the first place. And it kind of goes against what a lot of this guy was saying. This may be how he views Synthetic Man, but I doubt it's actually how Synthetic Man views himself. Like saying Synthetic Man is agnostic, or he believes in this and that and the other. And I'm like, well, does he? I think it's more like he just wants to play games and is too autistic and ADHD to care about the rest of that. He cares about politics on a surface level, so far as it affects popular culture. And he jokes about... the jokes he makes would suggest that he's aware of, again, like the surface level superfluous jokes about politics. But I haven't really seen anything to suggest that he understands what the shit that's going on right now. I would have to see synthetic SP politics to be convinced. But that's fair, because I'm no political genius either. 2024, Trump 2025, Brian Dunn 2026, Synthetic Man 2027, GPM 2028, new US President Xi Jinping, Time President of the Year. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be GPM. I think GPM's got it down pat. The ever march of progressivism is relatively new, unless it's progress in any sense. If it's any sense, the cycle would dictate collapse after a point, like accelerationism, right? If it's the former, it's yet to be seen. Historical trends do tend to imply a collapse. It's what happens when you fly too close to the sun, correct? Oh shit. Okay, I think that's all the Synthetic Man I got. So he hasn't made any new videos. The next thing we're waiting on is the Game Awards stuff. So let's do... I don't know, let's do some Arlo. Oh, no, wait, I actually have this, I've been meaning to watch this. Before Arlo, let's do some harmful opinions. This is that Mr. Beast scandal that happened a few weeks back.
I haven't been actively
This is I hate soggy cereal.
following all the Mr. Beast drama, and have only picked up little pieces here and there so far. Because of this, I thought a big old video that popped into my recommended bar called The Truth About Mr. Beast and Dogpack 404 would be a...
Yeah, I like Harmful. He seems to be like the only tangent, because I don't think he was like an official skeptic. He wasn't among their higher ranks. The only tangentially related skeptic personality that left that whole shit rather unscathed. I don't recall him being embroiled in any of their major controversies. In fact, the only controversy he was in was the Candid stuff, of which he was the whistleblower. Whereas people like Mundane Matt were quiet. They weren't. They were hiding from the truth.
Wonderful way to catch
Oh,
up
he did
on
get
all of
flagged?
it. Turns out...
Oh, my bad. The Candid stuff is the only thing I can remember. Oh well. Still, he seems to have survived to this point. Without anyone dredging that up.
Any of the accusations or rebuttals, though, as I found myself.
Oh, okay.
much
I didn't know
more
about his family
interested
situation.
In Soggy Cereal, the video's creator.
He doesn't bring that
himself.
stuff up on stream.
You see,
I'll watch him
prior
every
to
now and
watching
then.
it, I checked out his Twitter feed, where he mentioned a couple times
But
in
here's
a thread
him on Mr.
that
Beast.
he felt used. Supposedly because Mr. Beast is spreading Soggy's latest video to shield himself. Now, that struck me immediately as an extremely suspicious choice of language.
The context would be the Dog Pack video, the infamous video that was like, oh, I work for Mr. Beast and he sucks and here's why. I saw the Kino Casino watch that on stream, and they agreed that the first part was amazing, but the second part was dog shit because it focused too much on unsubstantiated claims. This Soggy Cereal guy made a response video to that video, which Mr. Beast is suspiciously praising, and he was trying to get all these other creators to react to that video as part of some weird campaign to rehabilitate his image following the initial Dog Pack video. And Harmful thinks this is all sussy baka and is doing some investigating to debunk it all and expose the truth.
To feel used, taken advantage of. It implies some sort of relationship. Dear listener, imagine saying
I see
that you
Discord merchant,
feel
that's
used
unfortunate.
because a stranger shared your video
as long as it
around.
doesn't
So I scrolled
infect the
his replies
content.
a little bit and found this tweet he posted a day after publishing a now privated video about slop content wherein he slams Mr. Beast's critic, Dogpack404, on October 13th. I guess Mr. Beast decided to follow me after I published my video, he said. No idea why I should be in control for who he does/doesn't follow, but okay. Sure, of course. Okay, not his fault he was followed, but it is interesting to note that Mr. Beast or someone managing the account took immediate notice, almost as if some sort of scouting is occurring. One of Mr. Beast's employees also took extremely quick notice and was very well prepared to make contact with a sympathetic content creator. Hey, Soggy.
Damn, I should have been
I'm
the one to
Dustin
make the first
Harris.
Mr.
I've been
Beast
working at
sympathetic
Beast for about
video.
6 years now. I saw your slop video and wanted to help set the record straight about
No,
some
I'm
of the
not selling out, I'm
misinformation
dinging
online.
in.
To be clear, I think there's a lot of fair criticism out there, but at this point it's majority misinformation and slander, not just against Jimmy, but against the work I do and the work my colleagues do. Soggy Cereal describes
Let's see that email.
against the work.
Hey Soggy, I'm Dustin Harris. I've been working at Beast for about 6 years now. I saw your slop video, wanted to help set the record straight about some of the misinformation online. Oh, yeah. Let's see, works for Mr. Beast. Got in contact because it's such a popular video going against the mainstream video that's viral right now, going against Mr. Beast. And it's like, oh yeah, I heard about your amazing video in which you suck our cock. I just want to clear a bit of misinformation here. I just want to get in touch with you. I just want to, maybe we can fly you over here. We can better communicate here. I think there's a lot of fair criticism out there, but at this point, it's majority misinformation and slander. Not just against Jimmy, but against the work I do and the work my colleagues do. I like that little appeal to emotion there. You have to clear the air about the misinformation. It's not just Jimmy who's the face of the company that's being signed. All these faceless people who have family. They work here. This is how they make their living, their money, and they're being slandered too. You have to let me fly you over so we can talk about this man to man. And please make a video defending us.
I do, and the work my colleagues do. Soggy Cereal describes Dustin 3 times in his video as having, quote-unquote...
Yeah, maybe this incredibly lucrative bag of Mr. Beast merch will change your mind. Have you heard of Feastables? We got a good review from Darkside Phil last year.
...gone rogue. But he seems to me to be in lockstep with his employer, having contacted Soggy Cereal within a day of the Mr. Beast account following him on Twitter.
Within a day? Oh, that's suspect.
Soggy included a date in one of his screenshots of his conversation with Dustin, which was October 14th, 1 day after the Soggy Slop video was posted.
Ooh, you forgot to censor that.
Mr. Beast's lackey was right in there, providing all sorts of video evidence and goodies lickety-split. Goodies including expensive flights to help him make a better video. And apparently...
Wait, they actually
hotel
flight him in?
accommodation. No.
Oh.
I am not joking. And no,
well, this is...
he did not mention this
is
financial connection
extra
to a
sussy
source
now.
of his coverage in the video itself or the description at time of writing. Instead opting to include a silly little pretend sequence of booking a flight.
Since Dogpack 404 declined every interview offer, the only other place I could dig up the truth is in the belly of the beast. Oh man, North Carolina? Isn't that the boring part of the US? Oh well.
Cute. Except he wasn't just faking it for entertainment in the video. He didn't buy a flight in real life either, as he admitted to friend of the channel Chud Logic in one of the most suspicious displays I've seen in a while.
One thing I actually wanted to ask, just as a kind of matter of record, is you obviously...
Wait, so he had a skit in the video about him having to buy tickets to North Carolina, but in reality they flew him in and he didn't pay a cent? Why would you put a skit like that in the video then?
Flew to America, right?
Yeah.
Did you cover those costs yourself, or did Mr. Beast in any way pay?
I'm gonna be honest on that. So I offered
yes
to
or
do
no?
interviews to Dustin.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Why isn't it yes or no answer? Chat, what's going on?
Who want to do interviews? I reached out to Dustin about that.
Why won't he just say yes or no?
He said that he wanted to do an interview and maybe try to ask some other employees if they wanted to do interviews.
Preemptively getting ahead of the seed that'll happen if he says that he didn't pay for it.
Very expensive. Dustin, as far as I know, paid for those, and not on a Mr. Beast card.
Oh, okay. So you get, see that? See that? So he had to have a whole rigmarole before saying the answer. And then when he does admit that he didn't pay for the tickets, he has to specify that it was Dustin who paid for it to lessen the blowback that'll happen to Mr. Beast. Than if he just said Jimmy paid for it or Jimmy covered it or the company covered for it. He has to say Dustin personally covered it. And then on top of that, has to say that Dustin covered it on his own card. I don't even know if I believe that.
At like the hotel, which they said that it was on the card of like literally his name, like his personal card, not non-company cards.
But how would that? How would the hotel know it's his, or how would they know it's his personal card? Couldn't he have just like a work card with the company with his name on it? It just because it has his name on it doesn't mean it's his personal card. It could just be like, hey, well, here's a card for work. It has your name on it. Whenever you need to use it, you know, we'll know, and it'll be charged to like the company and shit. But it has your name on it. I don't know. That's pretty convenient. I would say. Let me rewind. I need to hear that again.
But since it was last moment and very expensive. Dustin, as far as I know, paid for those, and not on a Mr. Beast card, because when I got at like the hotel, which
okay, so it wasn't on Mr. Beast's card. When he got to the hotel, they said it was under Dustin's name. But how would the hotel know if it's his personal card or his work card? Yeah, see, look, Amran, you agree. Like, I know that's how, like, some... my fucking job doesn't work like that. But I know some people's jobs where you're big enough of a slice of cheese, you get your own card, and you can charge stuff to the company when it comes to, like, you traveling out for, like, a business trip or something. How would the hotel know that it's Dustin's personal card or his work card? I guess unless if he told them. Is that something you do when you book a hotel? Here, I'm gonna pay. I'm paying with my work card here. It has my name on it. When the person comes under my name, please specifically tell them this is my work card. And even if he did tell them that, to tell him when he got to the hotel, he could have just been lying. Hey Flippy4 Man, this is Harmful Opinions exposing the truth behind the Mr. Beast scandal, specifically Soggy Cereal defending Mr. Beast in the wake of the Dog Pack 404 video, which was the video that was like, I work for Mr. Beast and he sucks, and here's why, yada yada, the one that went super popular. So this Soggy Cereal guy made a video going against that video, and in the wake of him putting that video out, Mr. Beast and all his associates started contacting this guy because he was sympathetic to Mr. Beast. And now it's coming out that this guy may have been paid by Mr. Beast to make the video or had some sort of loose association. He got flown in by Mr. Beast and associates without disclosing that. It seems like some money was exchanged that wasn't disclosed when the video came out. If you're hiding something as... Like, if you had just come clean and said in the video itself, yes, they paid me to fly in, maybe people would be willing to hand wave that, but the fact that you hid it now suggests to me it's like, well, what else are you hiding? Paid to make an expose video. I don't even know if it could have been like paid to make the video itself. Maybe he had good intentions at the start to be critical of the Dog Pack video. But then it got the whiff, it got the attention of Mr. Beast and his associates who needed a video to fall back on. So they found that video, and maybe at that point, they wheeled him into this conspiracy. But I had heard that when the Soggy Cereal video came out, they were getting in touch with bigger creators trying to, Mr. Beast's associates like Dustin, were getting in touch with bigger creators to try to get them to react to this video or proliferate it on their channels by making videos about it in an attempt to better Mr. Beast's image after all this rigmarole happened.
They said that it was on the cards of like literally his name, like his personal card. Not non-company cards.
I don't believe that.
And
the hotel would not know that.
All I know.
And even if they did know that, it would just be them taking his word for it. Because like, how would they know it's his fucking work card or personal card? And even if he told them that, to tell him that, is like no guarantee. It's like he could have been just bullshitting.
Well, I know, I swear. I don't even know how that boarding pass got in my hand. Quite a lot happens in that clip, but I didn't want to interrupt it. Let's think about what was just said, because I don't think many of the people who've heard this clip have recognized just how much of a car crash what just happened was. So much so that I'd love to have access to those logs if they didn't arrange this over voice. This is some real panicked bullshitting. Because he knows what happened is suspect as all hell. How do I know that? Here's a clue. In Soggy's conversation with Dustin, where did he tell us the idea of him flying out came from? I don't think that was made clear at all. In response to being asked if he paid for his own flights, Soggy emphatically states
was
twice
he invited
that he's the one who
first?
offered to do interviews. So does that mean Soggy's the one who suggested flying out to them? That would be crazy. He told Chud seconds later, remember, that he's too broke for that. Plus, we know from the screenshots he shared of his conversation with Dogpack 404 that he's happy to conduct interviews via the web. This all means that if Soggy was the one who suggested flying out there, he was fishing for money to be spent on him by a source who he knows was likely scouting for someone like him and who wants particular outcomes from cooperation with a video creator. Not great, to say the least, for myriad reasons. Now what if, on the other hand, Dustin was the one who brought up the idea of flying him out there? How do we get from that to Dustin paying for it? Soggy, as we just heard in his chat with Chud, says that the reason it was paid for was that it was last minute and so expensive. Soggy said he just
that's
didn't
bullshit.
have the funds. This implies
that's...
that he would have been the one paying for it if he had the money for it, which means he must
I don't
have
buy that for a
communicated
minute.
this to Dustin. In other words, this guy investigating Mr. Beast and Dogpack told us that he let a Mr. Beast employee know that he was broke and then had a significant amount of money, totally unnecessarily, spent on him by said supposedly rogue employee. There is no possible scenario that aligns with everything he said being true that isn't also totally screwed. But there is another option, one I lean towards believing, in fact. that Soggy is lying and the whole shebang was simply offered to him by Dustin.
Well, you think so?
Soggy told us his hotel was booked with Dustin's card. Is this guy so broke that he needed one night's accommodation paid for as well? Or did he take it purely because it was offered? Granted, I say one night, but don't actually know how long he was there for certain. What I am certain of, though, is that he felt like Dustin's little special guy the whole time. Just in case Soggy ever ends up rubbing his two brain cells together over what I've just said, I think it's worth explaining that if it was offered to him and he accepted because he was broke, that doesn't mean it was paid for because he was broke. Those are two very different things. The two cherries on top of this diarrhea sundae are that he thinks it couldn't have been beast money spent on him because he's apparently never heard of reimbursement of business expenses, and that he's either genuinely severely retarded and doesn't understand why all this should absolutely have been disclosed to his audience, or he's evil and scrambling for excuses. Check this madness
it's just
out.
a conflict of interest, obviously.
I don't necessarily think that's an issue, but I don't know if I maybe missed it. Was that said in the video, or is it somewhere in your description, just to really get it clear that?
No, he didn't say it.
No, it's not in the video.
Well, at least it was forthright about that.
No, sure. I mean,
he didn't have a story for that, at least.
I would say that just putting that in there somewhere, like as a comment or a thing, would probably just in case it comes up, like that could be a line of attack, right? Like you were paid to go out there. Yeah.
I think what I might do is, like, I'm obviously gonna have some. I don't know if I can say this, but I'm obviously gonna have some interviews or whatever with people, and I'm 100% sure that they're gonna ask me this question.
Jack Funny should release his own Lunchables. I agree
about that. And if it are like these sites creators, and so I feel like it's gonna spread around like that. And if not, then I'll put it in the description.
I am genuinely stunned. In the name of transparency, he's holding off simply adding a line disclosing his financial connection to a source that he heavily relies on and trusts in his video, because he expects his disclosure to be spread via interviews with large creators. And then if that doesn't happen to his satisfaction, he'll enact the labor of adding a sentence to the video's description. What in the hell is wrong with this guy? Accepting such major favors that can benefit you financially, make the video better, make it pop off, aside from just saving you the cost of a hotel and flights. Accepting such major favors from an interested party in your investigation is bad enough, and I would greatly prefer no one did such things. But if you disclose it, the public can at least take that into consideration. Make any attempt to obscure such arrangements, though, at all, and that part, specifically the hiding of it, is a hammer to the skull of your credibility. And in light of my newfound utter disbelief of anything this guy says that isn't backed up with concrete evidence, I'd like to share another beautiful little snippet of Chudlogic's interview.
Jimmy didn't he didn't know who I interviewed. He didn't know, he knew that Dustin was like, talking to me and stuff.
Yeah.
Is there a character an octopus?
Telling us.
Yes, I'm an octoling. So in this DLC, you're an octoling, which from the first game were the antagonists of the Inklings, the squids. But then race relations were more or less on equal footing, starting with the second game. And now they're like the anti-heroes, I guess.
Mr. Beast was in communication with the guy who paid for all this stuff and knew you were chatting. I think everyone who's watched your video should know this. Too late for that now, I'd say, but they
Yeah, Splatoon lore is very deep and interesting. Get those sunken scrolls, secret items in a single-player campaign. It talks about war and shit. That's war. War never changes, even if you're a cephalopod.
Could have had the opportunity to decide what that means to them.
Yeah.
But he didn't know who I was interviewing. He didn't know about the leaked dogpack firing interview. He was really not involved in
Megapolis was a
into that. I
racist
wanted to
state.
make sure.
They do talk about that without saying race or racist or
How
racism.
exactly did he make
Marina
sure
talks about it a
Mr.
little
Beast
bit
didn't
in some
know
of the
any
games.
this? Do you think he trusted the guy
People
who
didn't
dropped
like
the
her. They
chunk
were
of change
untrustworthy
on him,
of her
perhaps?
when she first
You
came
know,
to
Dustin,
Inkopolis.
the guy who invested money in making sure Soggy's video would be higher quality and show them in the best light possible, while also probably making Soggy more money too. The guy we know was in communication with Mr. Beast regarding his connection to Soggy, and I'm really starting to think this kind of behavior could breed bias, you know. Anyway, it continues.
Because at first
Pretty
I
good?
wanted to interview
Ah.
Jimmy, but then when I was talking to Dustin, I realized like maybe I shouldn't interview Jimmy and I should completely leave him out of this.
Oh, Dustin again. And Soggy simply, out of nowhere, realized Mr. Beast shouldn't be seen anywhere near this
Octavio
project.
should be in the next
While talking
Smash.
to Dustin.
After they
I'm
rebooted and
sure
get rid
that
of
was
everyone on the roster.
entirely original thought on his part, and not once suggested by his pal. He
Telling me there was a squid ethno state without using that specific word. Essentially. Oh wait, I need this. This is a new chip. Oh, but I need the vending machine. Wait, no, I have quick charge. What am I doing? Never mind. Vending machine.
goes on to explain
I never played Splatoon. It's a good game that will make you seethe endlessly.
that he thought he should.
Alright, let me
again,
rewind.
And Soggy simply, out of nowhere, realized Mr. Beast
Yeah, give me
shouldn't
my
be seen
lives.
anywhere near this project while talking to Dustin. I'm sure that was entirely original thought on his part, and not once suggested by his pal. He goes on to explain that he thought he shouldn't interview Mr. Beast because Mr. Beast would be too biased.
Because if I interview him, that might, you know, Jimmy obviously will be unbiased. And so, like, his employees are obviously also, Jimmy won't be unbiased, and his employees are obviously
Okay, he
also
spoke
not
wrong.
completely
I thought
unbiased
he
like they were at the
unironically meant that
company,
Jimmy would be
but it's still different,
unbiased.
you know?
No.
But
you
yeah,
what?
those.
Me getting plane tickets, hotel stay, not a cause of concern regarding bias at all. No one needs to know, really. Direct access to question and challenge the subject of my investigation? No, he's too biased. I hate that I feel I need to explain this, but that is not a problem if you are competent and not compromised. And if you aren't both of those things, you shouldn't be interviewing anyone because you are just a propaganda sponge. And note, he was happy to interview Dogpack. Dogpack declined, but he would have. Dogpack isn't too biased? Or is it that he's more willing to be adversarial with Dogpack? Seems like he does understand the idea of challenging someone. I understand, though, it gets way harder to be adversarial with people who are paying for stuff for you. And hey, if he had an interview with Mr. Beast after having flights paid for, that looks really bad, doesn't it? Uh-oh, like you're being 100% undeniably being worked for PR, as opposed to just, 90%. Fun fact time. It doesn't even actually matter if that is what was happening. Through his actions, he's created an appearance of impropriety. This is still doing something wrong, as even if what you're presenting is all true, it does a disservice to the truth by leading people to doubt it. Now, on that point of things being true or getting things right, maybe this guy rules at debunking Dogpack 9 times out of 10. I lack some of the necessary context on certain things and didn't care to check others, but an example or two did stand out to me as I casually watched. Like Dogpack's claim that he thinks a promise of
Hello,
Mr.
Golem.
Beast and crew's signature.
We're wrapping up the last of my side order runs, and we're watching Harmful Opinions talk about the Mr. Beast Soggy Cereal Dog Pack situation.
Where the Mr. Beast signature isn't scribed by him is fraud. As in, false advertising. Specifically, not forgery, as Soggy will imply Dogpack is suggesting.
So here's a clip of Tyler forging, or not, maybe not forging, using Mr. Beast's
Oh, I thought this was
That-
pretty bad when I saw the original video. So you pay for a shirt that's like, oh, signed officially by Mr. Beast. But they also live streamed them signing the shirts, and people that aren't Mr. Beast signed the shirts with Mr. Beast's signature. But then the shirt description on the website says literally signed by Mr. Beast.
Tyler forging, or not, maybe not forging, using Mr. Beast's signature.
And that devalues it as a collector's item.
You know, some people bought these shirts as collector's items or even investments, and this puts into question the authenticity of all Mr. Beast signed merch, which otherwise could have been very valuable one day.
Soggy tries to shoot that down by stating that you can legally sign things on others' behalf if given consent, and by asserting that that doesn't devalue the signature.
Completely legal and fine to use someone else's signature if they gave you formal consent to do so, and it doesn't devalue the signature.
I'm sorry.
Okay, but like, I'm gonna use another DSPism. Spirit of the law, letter of the law. I think in the spirit of the law, if you pay for something that is described as having Mr. Beast's signature, you deserve to get Jimmy's signature on it. Is that too much to ask? And he says he says it doesn't undervalue the product. Perhaps legally, no, but I just imagine a bunch of collectors looking at these shirts and trying to discern which ones were actually signed by Mr. Beast and which ones weren't. And the ones that are signed by Jimmy obviously are going to get valued more. Does that sound ridiculous to say?
A lot of people apparently love his video. Maybe if you're invested,
I think he missed the point of that when he was debunking that.
But the guy's dumb as a brick. He doesn't even comprehend the exceedingly simple to understand.
No, it's not legal. Well, great, but that wasn't the main issue with that.
It's like watching Beatles fight.
Or it's not illegal, rather.
Push on that just came to mind. I couldn't stop laughing at the first interview in this video. See, Dogpack got his hands on a clip of a guy that was recorded without his knowledge and leaked it. This led to people recognizing him. Soggy interviewed this guy over the web. Guess he didn't need to fly out for this one. He interviewed him and got him to state over and over how much harm his statements being leaked has caused him, his finances, and his relationships due to what he said, demonstrating over and over how much incentive he has to now lie and sweep up after himself, saying he was bullshitting in the secret recording, and didn't, for 1 millisecond, touch on that possibility, just ate it right up. Alright, despite the title of this video, that's enough Soggy bashing. Time to grab Beast by the horns. Or at least a handful of Beast employees. I think it's obvious why Mr. Beast wouldn't want to be associated directly with any of this, even if he's aware already. But there are more people involved than those I've introduced so far.
I would say Beast's motivation to not get directly involved is that, again, it would be a conflict of interest. So it's better for his rehabilitation if it appears as though Soggy Cereal independently did this investigation and an exoneration of Mr. Beast without Jimmy actually getting directly involved or even aware of it. But as I noted earlier, other content creators, big content creators, were talking about how Beast and Beast Associates were DMing them to do videos on this video, so he was clearly aware of it.
Soggy flew out and interviewed multiple Beast employees. Funnily enough, he actually name-doxed one with a crappy sensor before fixing it, by the way, but that's not important. He talked to a few of them and, in my opinion, they acted like unprofessional losers. We are talking about current employees of Beast flying an influencer out to be a mouthpiece for their gossip against an ex-employee, including a hiring manager who used to be Mr. Beast's HR.
When someone reports something to HR, which would have been me at the time because it was years ago.
Their attacks really started with a cringe leaked recording of Dogpack being fired and eventually led to people painting him as a pest to be around.
Can you tell me a bit about your relationship with Dawson during both of you guys working there?
That's a bit of a...
something that felt off?
Like, why would you ask a question like that? Like, they're all...
Yeah, so I mean, me and Dawson were...
They would obviously be motivated to, like, be negative about him in retrospect, right? Because he got fired and then put out that video. So why would you... I think a question like that is a bit ignorant. But obviously he's paid off. He's in league with them. Of course he would answer a question like that to make Dogpack look bad.
Cordial, like, I try to keep it professional.
Certainly, Nurgle.
I think he tried his best to keep it professional, but...
Oh, but where did it all go so wrong, lady? Tell me all about it.
In the office. He seemed
Let me get the soundbite.
disinterested in making genuine connections with people at the company.
Oh, he was disassociated.
Sure. And
he was combative.
I felt like...
And I have to take your word for it, right?
In the office with him. He didn't seem to work too well with others.
He gave weird vibes. Icky.
Oh my god,
Thanks,
he gave me the
Emily
ick.
of Mr. Beast. Nice caliber of employee running around representing the company.
Oh, well, I guess that debunks his whole video, guys. Video debunked because he gave some people the ick when he worked there.
Probably the heaviest blow.
Again,
in the
as
whole
if it can
video
even be
is the
validated
claim
as
that
true,
Dogpack
because these
has
people are
prevented
biased
people from
to
being
speak
able
against
to
him.
walk.
We're doing a video where we're trying to help people walking. Yeah, I know about that. Yeah. Actively, partners have pulled out because of these videos.
This DLC seems way easier than the Octo expansion. So this is kind of like a roguelike where like I'm doing all these random floors. It's 30 floors per run, and you get different power-ups as you progress to build up your Octoling from ground zero. And then when you finish, you got to do it all over again. I got to do it 12 times, I believe, and I have 2 runs after this. But you're right. I would say overall it's easier than Octo expansion. Easier than... Wait, no, that's right. For a minute, I mixed up the names. Wow, really? No one did the redeem? Okay, well, I guess you really were the first person here, Mr. Pun. Congratulations, Mr. Pun. Yeah, so Octo expansion was like a full campaign in the same vein as the main hero mode campaigns of the 3 games, which is like a whole new campaign. 3's DLC seem to have gone for this roguelike approach. I believe the focus is probably on the sequel, so it's just end to Switch's lifespan, so they probably don't want to put too much manpower behind another full campaign DLC. It's kind of how I'm looking at it.
People who will not walk or will have to delay.
Thank you, Pim Pam, the on-demand Nintendo factoid. Splatoon 1 started development with bunny rabbit characters. They had to they were thinking of what characters to use for this new game. And at first, they were thinking of using Mario characters and having like a Sunshine kind of tie-in. And then that didn't work out, so they used bunnies. And then when you were swimming in the ink, the bunny ears would tell you what direction you were swimming in, because they kind of flop about in the wind. But the game had no direction. So eventually they switched it around to squids and octopuses, which thematically would fit the concept of you swimming around in ink.
In them walking because of the videos that Dogpack made.
And then it cuts to him talking about something else. Soggy, buddy, you're not gonna probe that at all? I guess he could have and not included it.
Yeah, bunnies would have been pretty good.
Very
I wish, because they still have the model for it. They showed off the models at, I think it was CES, the Consumer Electronics Show, for one of their lectures they gave on this series, because Nintendo attends that. And then, was it CES? I could be wrong. One of those things, like when God of War devs talked about DSP inspiring their gameplay. Like Nintendo had a lecture like that, but for Splatoon, and they showed off the concept art for the bunnies. So they have that shit like lying around in storage. It'd be pretty neat if they got the models for those bunnies and like made it like a DLC or a free update or something, or even like an unlockable if you do like 110% of everything in the game. Like maybe you dominate hero mode, you totally dominate the DLC, you do everything there is to do. Just as a little nice little bonus, little extra, you get the bunny skin.
Just to know more details, if I was told this. Did the partners cite Dogpack's vids directly as a reason for deciding they don't care so much about people being able to walk anymore? Was it more the general maelstrom caused by them that made their partners say, screw them kids? Or did Hoodie simply deduce Dogpack must be why their partners stopped wanting to help the disadvantaged? We know Soggy was all fired up by this point, as he says to Chud Logic.
I was fucking boiling inside when I heard that, like, what Dawson is doing.
What about Foam Stars? What about Foam Stars?
Hurting.
Didn't it go free to play?
It's making
oh,
it so
what a
that
shame.
less people
that game had
like,
promise.
Prosthetics to walk again.
And then they paywalled the new characters behind the battle pass that you had to buy.
Dawson should get sued. He should get whatever backlash and consequences that can come from him slandering.
Honestly, Flippy, I thought that's what was going to happen for this game.
This much.
When they announced that mammals would be the antagonists.
I had still.
I was like, oh my god, this is the moment for the bunnies to come back, and then they did it. They did not come back.
But from that point, I was like, yeah, I know. He's just awful. He's just an awful person.
Oh, whoa! I talked over this. This is good. He's talking about Dogpack.
Boiling.
People being able to walk anymore. Was it more the general maelstrom caused by them that made their partners say, screw them kids? Or did Hoodie simply deduce Dogpack must be why their partners stopped wanting to help the disadvantaged? We know Soggy was all fired up by this point, as he says to Chud Logic.
I was fucking boiling inside when I heard that, like, what Dawson is doing with this disgruntled employee is hurting philanthropy. It's making it so that less people would get, like, prosthetics to walk again and shit. And at that point I was like,
oh, another
yeah,
appeal to emotion.
This guy should get sued. Dawson should get sued. He should get whatever backlash and consequence.
That seems to be more, well, I don't think that was the intention. That seems to be more a consequence of what he's doing, which is the right thing to do. If there is wrong going on, which I think there is. Oh no, you're hurting the philanthropy. Okay, well, there's more than one organization doing philanthropy. It's not just, Mr. Beast is not the sole person doing philanthropy in the world. It's cool that he made like 100 people able to see again, right? Like, we all made fun of DSP seething about that. That was objectively a good thing. But then it comes out like earlier this year that those people who did the operations weren't even paid for the operations they did. And they put out a whole video exposing it. And only after they put out the video exposing it were they paid for the work that they did years beforehand. No, it seems like he's looking at that as a convenient out. Oh, this guy is terrible because he's hurting our philanthropy. That ergo him exposing our bad business practices makes him the morally evil one. No, that's just a side effect of you guys being bad businessmen. Perhaps you would not have to expose your bad business practices if you guys adhered to good business standards. Then your philanthropy wouldn't be at risk because of him exposing you. Yeah, it should be noted too, Eddie B. Eddie B, you're right. It wasn't like fully blind people. It was people with curable blindness. See, this guy, he's not that much of a miracle maker. That no one is.
Can come from him slandering the entire Mr. Beast company this much. And at that point, like, I was still a little bit open-minded to Dawson maybe having some good intentions. But from that point, I was like, yeah, I know.
Okay, but Eddie B, that doesn't make for a good title, though. I cured 100 people. Was it 100 or 1,000? Whatever the case, I cured 1,000 people with cataracts. Probably is too many characters for YouTube's title. I cured 1,000 people who were blind. Gets people clicking. This is how YouTube works, man. Beast philanthropy. More like Beast, viewer metrics.
He's just awful. He's just an awful person, and he deserves every consequence.
I cured 100 blind people by taking the eye patches I put on them off.
Soggy frequently rails against manipulation in his video.
I cured 1,000 muted people by unmuting them all in my Discord server.
But he's been filtered by the philanthropy shield. When he's brought to a point of extreme emotion, all the way to stating malice here, he doesn't for a second consider he might have been toyed with a little bit. Soggy acknowledges there are legit problems with Mr. Beast, perhaps legitimate problems
I
that would make a partner
unbanned zero trolls.
I might suggest. Did you press this guy for specifics of exactly why these partners pulled out and how he knows there's no other cause, even one little bit, to make sure he's not distorting the truth? If you did, you didn't include it. Why not, if this is such a big deal to you? Maybe Soggy's right, and it is 100% on Dogpack and his videos, with no blame at all even to the partners who believed some internet schizo, or who themselves cared more about the PR impact of internet drama than helping the disabled. But I'd suggest it is very important to make sure you weren't being fed a line by a man whose relationship with Dogpack was described like this.
It seemed like he had no respect for Hoodie. He didn't take any of Hoodie's advice. It seemed like he didn't think he knew what Hoodie was doing. But yeah, Dawson definitely did not like Hoodie. Yeah, did not like Hoodie, did not show him any respect.
Look, Dogpack obviously has personal beef, but so very, very clearly do all of these people too. From before Dogpack's videos. I mean, he talked about info on what was occurring being contained such that MrBeast had no idea who would be interviewed, but even the chef, who supposedly wasn't planned to be included, was in on this.
Hey, this is Emily from Ideation.
Hey Emily, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm doing alright.
Cool. Well, I'm here with Soggy. I wanted to ask you, I have a question to ask you about Dawson.
Just a quick, I'm here with Soggy, and the guy knew exactly what she meant. Soggy was in a hyena's den. Look, I'm not saying I would ever.
Yeah, it is kind of suspicious. Like, he didn't say, like, "Oh, who the fuck is Soggy?"
Ever.
How was he already
However,
familiar with him?
Just because he started it doesn't mean you should, as representatives of the company, all get together to retaliate in kind. I mean, for my personal enjoyment, it's great. So don't stop for my sake, but if, you know, you guys don't want to be known as the scumbag, gossiping bitch company that will pay for a YouTuber to fly out and shit on an ex-employee on camera, working the influencer into a fervor to defend your honor in the names of cripples you claim Dogpack harmed. In other words, if you don't want this company to look like a bottom-of-the-barrel dementoid circus comprised of wannabe reality show rejects, perhaps it's in your interest to not do this. There are many, many other ways to tackle it. And if MrBeast is cool with this and lets all this slide, then that must be the kind of company he wants to run. I'd also find it very hard to believe he's not in on it. As a
Oh, he
last
totally
quick
is. What are you
message,
talking about?
Soggy cereal. Thinking back to the tweets I read at the start, you shouldn't feel used by MrBeast. You didn't bend over for him, and even had some criticisms to share. You did, though, willingly get on your knees to be throat-pumped by his gaggle of goons, which I'm sure you understood was happening, and I'm sure you enjoyed as well. But, as usual, that's just another one of my harmful opinions.
Now that was part 1. If you can believe it, he made a second part, and I think even a third part. Very interested in where this is going. So we're just gonna go straight into part 2. This is Soggy Cereal Sucks!
I recently put up a little video explaining my issues surrounding Soggy Cereals. Video about MrBeast and Dogpack 404. My issues with him accepting flights and accommodation from a source and not disclosing it, among some other things. But while people seem to understand my perspective,
I like how fed up he is with how many times we felted him by this point.
To bully poor innocent adorable Spolux after swatting me and bobbing me again and again? You wanna fight me? Fine. Put up your dukes.
I wish there were some variations of the boss fight depending on what weapon you had equipped.
I'd understand the idea of avoiding the appearance of impropriety. One thing they'd commonly say is,
we'll watch
"But the
all three
information's good,
videos.
so
We'll put on part 3
consideration of
next.
bias doesn't apply. My sweet summer child. My number one concern with bias would be, what information isn't included? A little bit of information is a dangerous thing. It is easier to lie using some of the truth than to just make things up. What do I mean? Let me show you an example
love Triple
of
Link
Soggy
Strike so
Cereal's
much,
extreme
bros.
deception that he pulled off using things that are true. Soggy shares with us a clip of Dogpack.
So here's a clip of Tyler forging, or not, maybe not forging, using MrBeast's signature. And again, I'm not a lawyer, I think this is fraud.
It's a real clip. Dogpack said that. But what did he say? Someone else is using MrBeast's signature. I think that's fraud. And Soggy counters that claim with this.
Maybe ask your immediate family, lawyer, next time, because your opinions are stupid. It's completely
Soggy just
legal
sounds
and fine
infinitely
to use someone
dumber.
else's signature if they gave you formal consent to do so, and it doesn't devalue the signature.
Real clip of Dogpack.
Like we get Dogpack, who sounds like he knows his shit. You know, he literally worked for MrBeast, so he knows his shtick. He did his research, did his homework. Like, he fucking worked with the dude. And then in contrast to that juxtaposition with fucking Soggy Cereal, like, I hear him and immediately I'm like, okay, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He sounds a bit dented.
Saying he thinks someone
The
else using
Euro
MrBeast's
debuff?
signature is
No.
fraud. Real facts to counter it that you can give someone consent to use your signature. The info is all good. Dogpack debunked. Except Dogpack didn't actually say that. By not including certain information,
It's not
Soggy
factually
Cereal
accurate.
has lied to you. Dogpack didn't say that guy signing as Mr. Beast is fraud. He's suggesting people were deceived into thinking they would get a shirt signed by Mr. Beast, which would become obvious if Soggy had played just a few more seconds.
And again, I'm not a lawyer. I think this is fraud. Maybe they could say it's the brand's signature, even though it's clearly implied that this is Jimmy's signature, which was established during the last live stream.
And of course, prior to this, in his video, Dogpack is explicitly laying out that that's his point.
It does say this limited tee signed by Mr. Beast and crew, but the description says it's signed by
I still wouldn't accept that if it says Mr. Beast and crew. That's bullshit. You know people buying that. You know people buying that shirt were buying it because they wanted Jimmy's signature. They don't want Jimmy's right-hand man's signature. Well, for as much as I cried about using the charger, that was like the easiest boss fight so far.
Of course I was. I'm just a weak little baby.
We fucking buck broke him. I think I got 2 more runs to go.
Deceiving people into believing it was signed by Mr. Beast.
In my previous video about Soggy Cereal, I suggested this means he's dumb, but this is a very, very hard mistake to make. I have to believe this is deliberate. Another example that I consider to be a terrible omission is from Soggy's section about Jake Weddle's war crime claim. In my
You're buying YouTuber merch, I don't feel too bad. So if we come out with the Expand Dong merchandise, you're not going to be the first person over. But you could be one of the first 6 people over from the Decepticon raid. Yes. Big ups to the Decepticon. Thank you for the raid. Thank you
believe in me?
to the Decepticon guy. That guy. The guy whose videos you love. The re-up 2 months at tier 1 for 2 months and he says Peen. Wow, Peen. You know, in another life that may have been my name. Sadly, we're not in the timeline where my name is Dingus. We're in the timeline. No, we are in the timeline where my name is Dingus. We're not in the timeline where my name is Peen. Thank you to Decepticon. Thank you for the raid. Go follow the Decepticon. He makes all those videos you guys like.
Chinese meal.
What's he doing?
Or like a nice panay.
So I like a nice panay and you like a nice jump scare, apparently. Swollen _ panay. That doesn't have enough pizzazz to it. I probably would have chosen a different adjective to put in front of it. Thank you very, very much. We're doing a short Saturday Splatoon situation. It actually might not be that short because I know Ann is at like a Christmas party or something. He's not available, so anime night might either not happen or be pushed back a little bit further. So it may be a longer Saturday stream than normal. Who knows? Thank you very, 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 very much. This is the Dingus stream, Decepticoners. We're watching Harmful Opinions go over the Mr. Beast Dogpack Soggy Cereal scandal. Actually, very interesting scandal, I would say. I'm caring about it more than I thought I would. Mr. Beast was trying to rehabilitate his image and damage control his image following the release of the Dogpack video. I work for Mr. Beast and he sucks, and here's what I think about it. So he tried to coerce this other content creator, Soggy Cereal, into making like positive videos about him, but now it's coming out that Soggy Cereal wasn't an independent video guy making videos exonerating Mr. Beast. In reality, he may have been paid by Mr. Beast to make that video. Or at least paid off by his associates. It's a lot of, you know, nitty-gritty, he said, she said. Very interesting. Let's open some lockers up.
Opinion, the torture stuff is laughable and doesn't really require debunking, but debunk it, Soggy did. And at one point he put some notes on the screen, saying they added the definition of war crimes in the bottom left to manipulate the viewer, even though the definition literally disproves their own accusation, since Jake Weddle wasn't a detainee. Yeah, I know that, Soggy. Dogpack says it in the video.
Which, you know, I'm sure this isn't like technically against the Geneva Convention on torture because he wasn't technically a prisoner, like...
I haven't even watched the video. I just did a quick Control-F search Geneva Convention on the
Pungent _ P. Did you mean pungent? Or like repugnant, like, but without the RE? I was thinking more like pernicious _ P.
Checks like that? You're saying that part of the definition debunks their accusation. But in his accusation, Dogpack specifically acknowledges that. I don't know, man, feels slippery to me. because including that would weaken the impact of your video. And it's such an obvious basic thing to check for. Was that really an oversight? A little funny bonus meme that's not too important. Later in the video, Soggy laughs at Dogpack citing something, apparently because of what it is, and how it isn't an authority over everything.
If specified in the rules of that specific giveaway, and your snippet isn't from those rules, it's from some lawyer's equivalent to Stack Overflow.
Soggy, in your war crime section, you decided to draw our attention to a YouTube comment regarding what counts as a war crime or not. Bias can, though, result in you making genuine mistakes. And those mistakes can be based on information that is good. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Here's Soggy's debunk of Dogpack's digital clock claim.
And then your only other example of this accusation is the "in 10 minutes this room will explode" video.
I'm going to show one more example. This is a real-time video, meaning that time elapses the same in the video as it does in real life. And the timer is clearly added in post.
Okay, this is just getting embarrassing at this point, but you sent me this picture, Dawson, to seem more credible by proving you were on the set of a video. And if you look real closely at the picture that you took, you'll notice that it's the set from the 10-minute video where you can see that the timer was in fact not added in post.
Do you see the problem? There being a real timer doesn't disprove the claim that the timer in the video is added in post. Simplest thought experiment in the world. You film a challenge like this, there's a real timer up top. You're looking at it afterwards, and it doesn't look as good as you want. Is it possible to replace it? I don't know if they did that, and I don't care. But this ain't proof.
He sounds like a regard.
2 seconds of thinking.
You're being more brutally honest than
2
me.
2 seconds of thinking that...
I just think the way Dogpack just kind of cuts to the heart of it versus Soggy kind of dancing around it when he plays 2 clips from the videos neck and neck, like just right there. He did like a Dogpack clip into a Soggy clip. Like when Soggy talks, it's like he's dancing around it and being smarmy and trying to like be cheeky and all that. Whereas Dogpack, like again, just cuts to the heart of it without all that extra shit.
Soggy didn't do for some reason. What we have here looks to me like a kind of bias called confirmation bias. Besides the way you present true information, like here where it's presented as a form of proof when it isn't, or earlier when context and further information was removed to make it look like Dogpack was saying something he didn't, bias can result in you not pursuing information to begin with. To demonstrate this happening in Soggy Cereal's video, we're going to take a look at his interview with an ex-employee. However, I will be commenting on more than this point because the entire segment is so absurd.
Now, Dogpack, before you say something along the lines of, what about the recording we showed from a real Mr. Beast employee talking about Delaware? Do you really want me to go into detail about how you and your cronies tricked an employee into saying what you wanted him to say?
Holy, please go into detail about that claim, because that's really extreme. They tricked him into saying specific things they wanted him to say. I'd love to hear about that very specific claim, please, Soggy Cereal.
How would you trick him into saying the things that the employee said in the Dogpack video? Because the claims were about the Delaware guy, right? Who had done some pretty nasty stuff according to his criminal history. So they tricked him into saying that they tried to sweep it up?
To support your lies and then you guys recording him and using that recording without his consent?
Questions pop into my mind immediately here. Recording what without consent? And why? There are very good reasons to record people and to even release those recordings if what they have said is a matter of public interest. Dogpack alleges a reason recording started, but for some reason Soggy doesn't mention it. This is what Dogpack says in his video.
Also, apparently before this phone conversation got recorded, the person on the other end of the line said that the Mr. Beast team was actually trying to expunge Delaware's record off the registry, and that's what actually sparked this person to start recording.
Yeah, I'd start recording too. If that's true, fair enough. So, number one question to this ex-employee for me would be, did you say that? Did you actually say to this person before the recording started that the Mr. Beast team, the team behind a media empire with a very young audience, such that their employees have told Soggy they've had to make active efforts to age up their content, is trying to get a guy they've worked with off the sex offenders registry. I'm not
That's
the one who
pretty
got
wild.
to talk to the guy, though,
I
so
gotta be
let's see how
honest.
Soggy approaches this.
Hi, Garrett. Can you tell me a bit about how long you worked at Mr. Beast?
I was at Mr. Beast from around 2017 to 2021.
So you've worked there for 5 years and...
Alright, fine. Establishing who the guy is.
You could be seen as a credible ex-employee.
Yep.
Are you a credible source? Why, yes, I am. That circus level question aside.
Yes, I'm very
establishing him as
believable.
a credible employee means you should trust what he says, right? Like, I don't know, let's say the person who recorded him did.
You're the person who we can hear talk about Delaware in the recording Dawson or Dogback404 shows in his video. Can you tell me a bit about how that happened?
Yeah, it was not to my knowledge that I was being recorded at all.
That's a red flag. Who does that matter to? Our man Garrett here is saying, yeah, I said all this stuff, but I didn't know it would get out that I said it. Garrett.
So because you didn't know that you said it, then it how does you admitting that you didn't know or didn't consent to being recorded, how does that debunk what you said in the actual recording? If anything, you would be more honest if you didn't know you were recording, you were being recorded. If you did know you were being recorded, obviously you would hold back your speech a bit, right? You would moderate yourself.
Is sweeping up for himself. He's arguing for his own reduced culpability. Yeah, I say this stuff to people, but I had no intention of it having the impact it did or going as far as it did. Cool story, Garrett. I'm sure your friends will forgive you now. Why did you say those specific things? And is it true that you said what Dogpack said you said before the recording started?
I have a friend who, I worked with plenty of
See all the
times
image you gave me,
outside of
Nurgle?
Mr.
Pretty cool.
Beast.
Is
Just
that
thought it was just
Minecraft?
like a normal call, just checking up
Sorry, I
on
had a
him,
delayed reaction to
checking up
that.
on me, and, when two people speak about old places, there's drama, there's gossip, there's catching up, there's, et cetera, whatever.
Yeah, I get you, bro. I often tell people that places I used to work at were trying to help out sex offenders. Garrett, that's not normal gossip. And if it's true you said what it's alleged you said before the recording started, what the hell do you normally talk with your friends about and are just all chill with and leave alone? Yeah, that company I worked at. I'm being completely honest right now. It's a pedo factory. I mean, I wouldn't just slink off and hand it to a freak like Dogpack, but I would tell ya, buddy, we should probably do something with this info.
And then the next thing you know, 2 weeks later, Dogpack releases like a 12 million view video where, I just have a really crappy voice changer over my voice, and if you know me, you know it's me.
Maybe it's just me, but a question that immediately comes to mind is, so, if you hadn't been recognizable, would you let it stand? If no one knew it was you, would you care to say anything about it?
So was the entire call basically just rumors you were talking about with a friend?
Yeah, it's just a friend. We're just shooting the
Nah,
shit,
that's damage
and,
control. That's cope. You're coping, brother.
we're
Yeah,
just
that's a
gossiping
really bad
lot,
cope.
Catching up on, the current drama. It's just, it is nothing crazy.
I'd say now's about the time you should mention specific claims. Cause Soggy, he's alleged to have...
Again, the current drama is they were trying to get this Delaware guy's record expunged. I think that goes a little bit above YouTuber drama.
Said that the Mr. Beast company...
Yeah, we were
was
just shooting the shit, talking about how one of our associates has criminal charges against for abuse on children, and our company is trying to get that expunged because that looks bad because we make YouTube videos that are targeted towards the demographic of children.
To get a sex offender they
shooting the shit, really.
Work with off the register. Why would you not ask this guy
Thank you for the
about
kitty.
that claim? Did you say it? Is Dogpack lying? Is Dogpack's source lying? I can't imagine not asking about that unless I had a bias towards helping this guy out with his mess and didn't
Yes, we were just shooting the shit, you guys. Can we shoot the pedo instead?
want to bring it up again.
Like
nothing you said had any actual facts behind it, as they tried to
Why did you
construe
say
in
it
their
then?
video.
No, I don't.
So you were
I don't-
okay.
I don't
If
think
it,
any
let's
of the
just
stuff that we're talking-
let's accept that it could be bullshit in some timeline, in a timeline where it is bullshit. So you were shit talking one of your associates. Why?
talking about really had any facts or
You
like,
were
evidence.
gossiping?
It was just water cooler talk.
You accused one of your associates of being a pedophile?
When the rumors spread.
Huh?
Think about this.
It was
If
all
Soggy had
bullshit,
asked
huh?
Garrett if he shared that rumor.
No, I don't buy
about
that.
Mr. Beast trying to get Delaware off the registry, and he said yes, he did share that rumor. Then when
You just
he
call
heard
your
that
coworkers
rumor from someone
PDFs
else, it's very
under the cuff?
important. Because even as a false claim, people at that time must have had certain
Hello, Snow.
information
I'm doing great,
to
thank you for
even
asking.
come up with it. Is this new?
Sorry, let me rewind.
Oh, follow up on that. Don't want to know when the rumors spread. Think about this. If Soggy had asked Garrett if he shared that rumor about Mr. Beast trying to get Delaware off the registry, and he said yes, he did share that rumor.
It happens,
then
dude.
When he heard that rumor from someone else, it's very important. Because even as a false
Really
claim,
makes you think
people
about
at that
Beast
time must have had
Enterprises.
certain information to even come up with it. Is this new, or is this from back in the day? Doesn't this sound like a personal account of something that would happen? Bit too late to spring harder questions on him now, though.
Say them using the call recording unconsensually in their video has damaged you or your life in any way?
Yeah, unfortunately. To say that it hasn't hurt me financially would be just a lie. You know, mentally, it's hurt me as well. I mean, I was manic and crazy for about a month and a half, trying to just watch relationships like fall through my fingers. You know,
What?
I lost someone that like was pretty
You weren't
close
even
to
a
me as
major
well.
player in the
You know,
video,
it just
dude.
it wasn't a good scene. So financially and mentally, it really messed me up.
Thanks, Soggy. Thanks for establishing he has every incentive in the world to sweep up after himself. You're gonna quiz him on that point, right? Having led him into talking about how much of a victim he is. You're not just propagandizing, right? I mean, even not being recorded, he was knowingly spreading what he apparently believes are lies, while emphasizing to his friend that what he's saying is absolutely the truth.
Look, mental health is important and we all care about it, obviously. But he's clearly using it as a shield here.
He's not a victim. He could have caused huge harm just by word of mouth without being recorded. He's a victim of getting caught. If you take this interview at face value, Garrett's a scumbag. Yeah, I spread massive lies, but I didn't know I was being recorded, so
Exactly!
that hurt me.
Do you feel in any way like tricked, deceived, or used?
Yeah, I'm so glad he
Do
said
I
that.
need to say anything?
I mean, yeah. Say that I felt tricked or used.
I feel tricked and used because I was recorded without my consent. But if we take you at your word, you just spread lies about your coworkers about how they're PDF files. And if we don't take you at your word, then you're covering for your coworker who is a PDF file and you're trying to get his record expunged, or let me be charitable. Your company is attempting to get his record expunged because it apparently they run into issues with that when they film their videos. And he works for a YouTuber whose videos are aimed at children.
Is an understatement. Like, they knowingly came and did this.
They knowingly came and did this. They made me say these things.
But they didn't make him say it. They recorded him off the cuff, like him just saying that. There's no proof that he was forced into saying what he said.
Wait a second. Soggy told us that he was tricked into saying these specific things.
Do you really want me to go into detail about how you and your cronies tricked an employee into saying what you wanted him to say?
Saying what you wanted him to say. Like, I get what they're going for. It's an appeal to emotion by saying, oh, I was tricked into saying it. But it doesn't change that it's the truth. It's very dishonest to frame it that way. But obviously he has to, because he's being tangentially paid off by Mr. Beast and his cringe associates. It's like he's trying to deflate it, but he's trying to deflate what he said by framing it as, oh, they recorded me just talking bullshit rumors about my coworkers. But even if you take that at his word, it's just him like calling his coworkers like the worst possible thing you could be. Oh yeah, I just bullshit about all my coworkers. I think I know why your business relationships all fell apart after that video then. If I take you at your word, then it sounds like you just like shit talk about the people you work with. No wonder your relationships fell apart after the video came out. Even in your like twisted version of events, which I don't believe. But if I do believe it, you don't look any better. In fact, it makes you look a lot worse. So you should probably just go with the fact that you were, you're just coping and seething that you were caught, recorded, without your consent.
When's that going to be explained? Garrett isn't saying that happened.
Is Beast canceled or some guy who used to work with them? So Dogpack, this person Dogpack put out a video entitled, "I worked for Mr. Beast and he's terrible, here's why." A few months later, that video goes viral. Mr. Beast gets felted. That inspires other videos to come out, like the people who did that video Mr. Beast put out where he cures the blind. In reality, he cures like 1,000 people with cataracts. The doctors who did those operations were not paid, so they put out a video inspired by the Dogpack video. In the wake of all that stuff, they put out a video demanding payment, and they were paid because that video also went viral. Now, Mr. Beast needs to rehabilitate his image. So all of a sudden, this Soggy Cereal guy comes out with a video exonerating Mr. Beast and trying to debunk Dogpack and talking to all these Mr. Beast associates. It wasn't disclosed in the video, however, that it seems money has changed hands between Soggy Cereal and some of Mr. Beast's associates to fly him out to Mr. Beast's studios in North Carolina to talk to all these associates and essentially dig up dirt on Dogpack, as we noted, used to work for Mr. Beast. So these employees would obviously have an incentive to shit-talk him because Dogpack's videos threatened their livelihood, working for Mr. Beast and whatnot. So this video, by Harmful Opinions, is looking into Soggy Cereal and how deep the rabbit hole goes between his connections and Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast and associates were also trying to fish this video out. They were trying to circulate it to other bigger creators, saying like, "Oh, look at this video Soggy Cereal came out exonerating Mr. Beast. Won't you cover it for your big channel and like exonerate us and like come on, talk about how like the Dogpack video was exaggerating events and claims and bullshit like that." So it seems like this is all a psyop to get Mr. Beast back into the good graces of YouTubers. Yeah, this is how you don't chill.
Garrett is saying he's just sharing rumors from the time.
You know,
specifically at this segment of the video, Parma, they're talking about a moment in the Dogpack video where he plays a recording of an employee. The recording of the employee is the employee saying, you know, without their knowledge that they're being recorded, that one of the other employees named Delaware has some charges, like he was charged for abuse against minors or something. I don't know the specifics of it, so I won't get into that. But apparently the company was trying to get that expunged from his record because it was conflicting with their filming schedule. Like they couldn't do certain things with that employee who was on camera, I believe. I think he was one of the bigger guys. They couldn't do anything because those charges would like conflict with that. So in certain places they couldn't film or they couldn't do certain things with him. So that recording was included in a Dogpack video. Soggy Cereal contacts this employee when he does his counter video trying to suck Mr. Beast's cock and exonerate him. And the employee is all, "Boo-hoo-hoo, I didn't know I was being recorded. I feel tricked. I feel used. Boo-hoo-hoo." And this is an attempt to deflate what he was saying in the original recording. But it's like, if I take you at your word for it and you were just gossiping about rumors and if none of it is true, then that just means you're bullshitting. Like you bullshit about you bullshit about your employees being PDF files behind the scenes. Like you talk shit about your coworkers. So you're just rumor mongering. But that makes you look bad. And he says after the Dogpack video, I lost all these work relationships, you know, my finances were ruined, I lost opportunities. Perhaps you lost opportunities because according to your own version of events, you should talk to your coworkers behind your back and like call them all this twisted shit. And that's if we accept your version of events, which I don't. I think that's just cope to deflate his culpability in the situation. It sounds more like he was speaking the truth, and his coworker really is a PDF file with like charges against him for minors and shit. And he's just trying to like again lessen his culpability in the fact. Yeah, just normal water cooler talk. You know, when I'm at the water cooler with my coworkers, I talk about how this other coworker I don't like is a total PDF, but I still associate with him and I still work with him, and I don't call the police or anything to investigate him.
I had like 3 or 4 contacts call me the night that it dropped, and I was watching
Big ups to Seal for the 3-stream streak.
Like what they were talking about.
I don't believe this employee at all.
My stomach just like.
Because again, this is a Soggy Cereal guy. He has, you know, motivation to go against Dogpack and to exonerate Mr. Beast. Money exchanged hands, apparently. Definitely they flew him out. He admitted to being flown out. So these former employees or current employees, you know, their livelihood is working for Mr. Beast. If Dogpack ruins and tarnishes Mr. Beast's image, that affects them, you know, down the ladder. So they have incentive to shit talk him. So he does interviews, Soggy Cereal does interviews with these employees where they all shit talk Dogpack and call him a disgusting, awful, opportunist of a person. He was a snake, and he was cringe, and we all didn't like him. But it's like, they have every reason in the book to shit talk him now because he put out that video in the first place. Like, you gotta listen to this shit with like a level of scrutiny. I don't think any of them are being honest.
All because of a call that they unconsensually recorded.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Which you clarified was basically rumors and gossip.
Yeah.
No, it's just rumors.
Does it genuinely not interest you at all that Garrett has just confirmed these were rumors around the Mr. Beast workplace? You don't want to probe that at all?
I didn't want to be involved with, didn't even know what was going on. That, you know,
Why
I
did you
was
talk about
thrown
it then?
into consensually, and
I didn't want to be involved with all this Dogpack stuff. I just wanted to spread stuff that can hurt other people. I didn't think I'd get hurt. Screw yourself.
Yeah,
Literally,
man.
agreed.
It threw a pretty big wall up in the progress of my life, and I didn't feel like that was needed, and pretty upset.
And that's it for the interview. Amazing investigative work. There's something else regarding these rumors that piqued my interest.
Oh, big ups to Rotisserie.
It's either Soggy not being too sharp or being a really subtle manipulator for absolutely no reason, because he doesn't need to do what he does here. Let me explain. Here's the claim that Soggy says he's going to debunk.
Let's talk about the lie spun by Dogpack and Jake Weddle that Mr. Beast knowingly hired a registered sex offender and while working at the company would refer to him by covert codename Delaware because of the crimes he committed there, and as a result is not allowed to go back into the...
It seems that the doctors did follow up after the video went viral, and it seems they were paid, but only after the video went viral. Jimmy had to step in and comment. I find it dubious that Jimmy did not know that they were not paid for their services.
The state of Delaware, and that
but it does seem they were paid. But if they had not done that video, they would not. They still would not have been paid.
Jokes like that.
Damn, that's insane. But let's look at the clip he uses to show us that this claim was made.
When I was there, they called him Delaware. He said, why do you call him Delaware? I didn't know. Apparently they called him Delaware because he's not allowed to go back to Delaware. That's his nickname? Colloquially? Like, you know, yeah, it's Delaware. Don't ask her why. Yeah.
Soggy, I've watched one of Jake Weddle's videos. He is intolerable. But the claim he's making is that that's what he was told the reason for the nickname is. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not that that's why he's called Delaware. What you have to attack is Jake being told that. Because if he was told that as a joke by people at Mr. Beast, what does that mean the people at Mr. Beast knew, even if it isn't really the reason for his name? In other words, proving that he was called Delaware before being involved with Mr. Beast doesn't disprove the neologism. His name could have taken on new meaning amongst Mr. Beast's staff, resulting in Weddle being told that. And if he was told that at the time, that means people knew about it, even if that's not actually where the name originally comes from. The way you nail Jake Weddle on this is so easy. You just show that he wasn't told this by someone who matters, i.e., he wasn't told at the time Delaware was employed by someone involved.
But are we getting the Dingus chocolate bar?
However,
I actually did try the Feastables, if that's what you're referring to. I did a
and
Dingus tries it.
Its creator itself. You know,
I don't know why
media,
DSP hated them so much. It wasn't the best chocolate ever, but it was okay.
I still shut up about it until I saw, I don't know, Discord chats, and I, heard why they called them Delaware, allegedly. So I heard all
There's
these
not
things.
enough
and
puffed
I thought,
rice in the chocolate bar,
I shouldn't be
but
quiet
the
any
puffed rice
second
is
longer,
filler,
and I
Phil.
ran to Dogpack as fast as I could.
Although in the clip Soggy used, Jake makes it sound like he may have heard back in the day.
Oh, well, I don't want to
there
cap
are
too much for
recordings
Mr.
like
Beast,
this, where
knowing
Jake
what we
suggests
know now.
learning that is what spurred him to go immediately to Dogpack, meaning his claim that he was told that is pretty worthless. By the way, do you remember how I was talking about omissions earlier?
Maybe
And how
Phil should
key to
try his
crafting
stinky
things
Lunchables
is
with the
mostly
expired
leaving things
green
out
cheese.
if they don't hit the way you want them to. Emotionally, or if they cause doubt, like, letting people know you had a flight paid for by a source. In the story of how
Yeah, I had green mold on it. You can look up pictures. A lot of YouTubers and even normal people, like I saw some pictures on Reddit and shit.
Delaware got hired. A little detail I would have included was left out by Soggy, and instead he only echoes what he's told by the guy who paid for his flights and accommodation in the US.
Delaware was once a store manager at Jimmy's local Best Buy, which...
Yada yada yada, he thought Best Buy would vet people, so it was safe.
He went to his local Best Buy and asked its employees if they wanted to work for him.
Yep, seems true, that's his local Best Buy, that's the Delaware guy. But I personally would have mentioned something here, and looked into it actually.
And asked its employees if they wanted to...
If he'd included just a few frames more, the audience would have a bit more context, a bit more information. The guy standing in the middle is Chris Tyson, the Creep's old boss. You know, Chris Tyson, the guy, now gal. I think they had a Shadman poster up on some wall or other that ended up in a Mr. Beast video at some point. Was that mentioned in this video? Soggy has a whole Chris Tyson perversion section and how that's not connected to Mr. Beast, so I assume it must have been included, right? Anyway, back to Best Buy and Chris's old boss. Even if it turns out to be nothing, when we're discussing the likelihood of Mr. Beast or people at Mr. Beast knowing anything about this
the
guy,
bowl just adds flavor.
that seems like relevant information to pry into and check at the very least. Not something to surgically, precisely cut out and make sure you don't share in your video going over allegations. Soggy, I don't give a shit about any of this stuff or digging into it, but it seems like you care even
Mr.
less.
Sean,
You can't
Rekida's
even
friend?
be bothered to pick your own words, man. Check this out for a
Yeah,
second.
I think he would have a
Here's
vested
Soggy
interest in
showing us
sweeping for the
what
casino.
Dogpack said
Or
about that
else it's a
stranded
Rekida dub.
Wait, what was it you said again?
Let's pay attention. What does he say?
You can clearly see there's no one in the shelter. These are their empty beds. But you didn't spend the night soaked, Jimmy. You slept on the production yacht.
Slept on the production yacht.
Oh yeah. You lied about them allegedly sleeping on a luxurious production yacht.
He didn't say luxurious. Now, he pointed at a Mr. Beast thumbnail that did contain a very nice boat, but I don't think that's where you got that word choice from. No, I think his old buddy Dustin planted that more effective rhetoric in his head.
No, they were forced to stay on a rusty barge for about an hour.
Rusty barge. Sounds terrible. Did you come up with that description yourself? No, of course not. Good job, you got him on the staying overnight thing, but you're trying very hard to debunk his characterization of where they stayed, and in doing so, you put words in Dogpack's mouth. And while being so pedantic, you didn't care to confirm if that's the production boat or not. If he was right about that. Dogpack doesn't seem to be right about a lot of things, but maybe this time he got at least one word correct. Anyway, back to my initial point. There are so many reasons to be skeptical of the creator of this video's intentions, and so many issues in the video, that as a casual observer, you can't be sure how many other issues there are, because if stuff's left out, how do you know it's been left out? You don't. That is where credibility comes in. There's a reason Mr. Beast loves this video and is using it for an earned media campaign. Apparently spreading it to whoever he thinks will be receptive to have them echo it. It's just Mr. Beast critical enough to not be spat out as poison. But overall, the Beast House wins. They've got an edge. Like I said, don't really care about the Mr. Beast Dogpack stuff, but this situation, this specific situation in and of itself, very interesting to me, because I think this is the future of
Well, he
PR
probably shouldn't have
propaganda.
spoken on it then,
Create
because
the
I don't think he
conditions for
knows the
video
whole
you
thing.
want made to be made, and then
And if
spread
he
it
does know
as
the
this
whole thing and
organic
is saying
thing you just
that,
found.
he probably should not be saying shit. The ink strike of the mobile ink recovery. I'll do recovery. Okay, we got one more part. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, he's been a guest on a casino before, just like Josh. So I would take that into account when you question why they aren't going hard about it in their responses.
While I'm waiting.
Okay, so final part. Why I don't trust Mr. Beast. Yes.
On the
don't think anybody does after this.
Answers to the final set of questions I sent Soggy Cereal and gave him a week to answer, I figured I'd quickly share with you something that only requires public info and answers from people I've already received to talk about. You see, when MrBeast started spreading Soggy Cereal's video around to creators via DMs, some of them got suspicious. For example, Spillsesh, who MrBeast DM'd Soggy's video to.
Okay, this is what I was talking about. So MrBeast and his associates were going around trying to proliferate this Soggy Cereal video, trying to get bigger creators to do videos on it. And thankfully, one of them was sussy about it and decided to come forward about it.
Had this to say.
This seems to be something that MrBeast is going around doing, where he is following a bunch of people that have talked about him and made videos on him and is asking them to cover this video. And I will say that when I saw this, it initially had me thinking, like, was MrBeast in on
Like, why would he need to do that? He's MrBeast. Unless MrBeast is doing it behind the scenes to make it look like these creators have organically stumbled upon this video, thus giving it more credibility. I think MrBeast is intentionally trying to make it seem like he's hands-off and not involved in the attempted exoneration of his image.
making this video or something, because why is he going around promoting it? But I will say that Soggy Cereal is not happy that MrBeast is going around.
Well, Spillsesh, I'd personally like to suggest that you were right to be suspicious of that, but with an added wrinkle, a genius little twist on Jimmy's part. I think MrBeast was in on the creation of some damage control videos, but the YouTubers who made them didn't know he was. In other words, he tricked them. Or, to use the words of Soggy Cereal,
he usually does legal content like Ricada used to do, so this really isn't his area of expertise. When they get him on the casino, it's only to talk about Ricada. If I'm being charitable, my best sweep that I can come up with is that he's just uninformed on the matter. Most negative sweep I can come up with is that he's obviously not talking negative about them in order to maintain a positive relationship and to continue going on their show to shit talk Ricada, and obviously to admit to like go against them would be giving Ricada a W in his eyes, I guess. I don't think it goes that deep though, but I don't watch his stuff. Because if it's the clip you're talking about, I think it was while he was listening to Dick Masterson and Ricada talk about the Vegas Strip. Whereas that clip itself is kind of embarrassing because Ricada had a W there, and then he doesn't really go after them for the Vegas Strip. It's because Ricada knows to call out, to say, Ricada knows that it would be hypocritical of him to call out the casino for hypocrisy. It's a Spider-Man moment.
he used them. First off, why would he do that? Well, a while ago, MrBeast, completely understandably of course, tried to spread evidence that would help defend him against
I know. That's the whole sector.
By wearing a name tag that said Delaware, and like that was public information, and like anyone could have saw that.
It's literally why he literally cannot go at them for that.
When that was like getting shared a lot a couple months ago. I even sent that to a couple of YouTubers. I was like, hey, just so you know, like, I didn't call him Delaware because of this messed up thing. Like, that was just his name, and here's proof.
There was a problem with this strategy, though.
Like, one of them literally just said to me, like, well, it's not really cool to like you or defend you right now, so I don't really care whether or not it's true.
Still a casino viewer?
Down because then people are going to think I'm controlled opposition. I was like, whoa.
Audiences were primed to hate on MrBeast to such a point that even publicly available info would be rejected if it came directly from MrBeast, or at least the fear of that happening was such that creators wouldn't touch it if it looked like they were helping MrBeast specifically. Yeah, that's
What's
a big
going on?
problem.
This is easy.
Well, it wouldn't be for me because I just say it, share it myself. Real tricky though, I'll give ya, if that option isn't on the table. Which, to be fair, it wasn't for MrBeast until recently, with the conclusion of the internal investigation. So he was stuck behind the scenes scrabbling around, poking and prodding, and everyone was casting him away like a leper. But what if, instead, that very same info was fed to a YouTuber by a MrBeast employee?
It would be pretty silly to say, oh, you can't watch the lolcows anymore because they were exposed and embarrassed and made out to be a spectacle. What? That makes me want to tune in even more.
Without Jimmy's involvement. The regular Joe who's had enough and has to speak out. People aren't gonna hate on just a normal worker trying to get by in the same way. And it would look much more like an independent investigation, wouldn't it? Much easier to swallow by those who despise Mr. Beast, but it's the right position and it's all right, so it's good. 1, didn't have to do it this way. 2, if I'm right about what's happened, I don't think this level of subterfuge is justified. Maybe you're thinking, come on now, Harmful, that's too conspiratorial. You just have a hate boner for Soggy at this point. But you'd be confused.
Well, I have a hate boner for him because I don't like the sound of his voice, which means a lot coming from me.
Who went to North Carolina to interview Mr. Beast employees and get the same information repeated
His
to him.
biggest crime was
Now,
actually
I wanted
going
some
to North
answers and some
Carolina.
perspective, so I did what anybody would. I went directly to Mr. Beast Studios in North Carolina.
So what? This Blanco guy got the same info about Delaware from Dustin as Soggy did. That's good, right? Consistency across multiple investigations. Wow. Problem 1. Soggy has stated publicly that Mr. Beast knew Dustin was talking to at least one YouTuber.
Jimmy didn't he didn't know who I interviewed. He didn't know, he knew that Dustin was like, talking to me and stuff.
Yeah.
To some extent.
Yeah.
But he didn't know who I was interviewing.
And additionally, in his disclosure of the fact that
Who said earlier that Soggy had the Euro debuff? He might also be ESL, English second language. This kind of puts him at an inherent disadvantage when you put him in the hot seat in a debate like this, especially with someone like Chud Logic, who's all about calling people out and exposing people. Because when English isn't your second language and you're expected to defend yourself on this, and you're nervous, anxiety, it's like a minefield. You don't want to say the wrong thing. It's kind of fucked up.
Dustin paid for his flights and accommodation, Soggy let us know that Dustin also told him
No, it's not
he got
XQC,
NDAs
Benjamin.
waived, which he confirmed to me with a quote from Dustin.
They should have got an interpreter.
Was made that employees will be safe from repercussions. Problem 2 is a fun bonus. The math doesn't add up.
Yeah, Chud Logic seems alright. I see most of my exposure of him is from these harmful opinion
It's
videos.
the dumbest thing in the world, but he just went into a Best Buy, which is for anyone not in America, Best Buy is kind of just an electronics store, kind of like a mini Walmart.
In case you guys don't know what Best Buy is, allow me to explain.
He just hired the manager and 5 other guys from Best Buy.
Of course, an employee may want to clear things up about their workplace when the company they're at is being hit with unsubstantiated slander. Plus, it could be true that that's all there is and there's nothing else to it. Chris was never this person's coworker, there's nothing to even think about. But where did that info come from? Not Dustin. Not directly. See, in his interview with Soggy, he tells us this.
I worked for Jimmy almost 6 years, going on 6 years.
In his Truth About video, Soggy says Dustin got in touch after his mid-October released slop content video. So the earliest that interview could have happened is after that point. If at the point of interview he'd not quite been at the company for 6 years, the very earliest he could have been at Beast is late October 2018. Delaware can be seen in Mr. Beast videos as early as
I
May
didn't know he
of that
left.
year. Step by step. Dustin therefore must be repeating info he got from someone else to YouTubers who have then passed it on. Dustin is known to have been in contact with Mr. Beast regarding YouTubers investigating him. Mr. Beast wants, and has previously unsuccessfully tried, to get YouTubers to share this exact info and the pre-hiring Delaware clip, but they reject it when it comes from him. And now the kind of video Mr. Beast was trying to make happen by contacting YouTubers has been made happen by his employee contacting YouTubers. And we can see him over and over and over point to one of those well-received videos that had nothing to do with him in his Oompaville interview to back up what he's saying in his appearance. See the issue? See why that looks sus? If this is how things went down, it would mean Mr. Beast orchestrated the creation of at least 2 videos that amount to being pretend investigations, a point I will elaborate upon in my next coverage after Soggy either responds or fails to respond by Wednesday. In any case, these videos are functioning as Trojan horses for Mr. Beast's own Delaware defense to be repeated somewhere it seems he has no involvement that he can then point to as if it was the result of real investigative work, all without the supposed
Let me see if you
investigators
make that
even
sequel
realizing
video.
this has happened. Sort of like getting a puff piece written about yourself so certain facts can be cited from it for Wikipedia. Except it's Mr. Beast
he did.
directly citing a video that's citing an employee that's probably citing Mr. Beast himself. But hey, look, it's not Mr. Beast's fault he wasn't interviewed. Maybe he would have said the very same thing if he'd been given the opportunity to. We know why Soggy says he didn't interview Mr. Beast.
Because at first I wanted to interview Jimmy, but then when I was talking to Dustin, I realized like maybe I shouldn't interview Jimmy and I should completely leave him out of this, because if I interview him, that might, you know, Jimmy obviously will be unbiased. And so like his employees are obviously also, sorry, Jimmy won't be unbiased.
Yeah, he didn't interview Jimmy because while talking to the Mr. Beast employee, who seems, to my eyes, to be acting as a Mr. Beast mouthpiece, he became convinced he shouldn't interview Mr. Beast because Mr. Beast would be too biased. That's really weird, but not Mr. Beast's fault if Soggy came to that conclusion. Let's check out the other guy's interview with Mr. Beast.
Now, I wanted some answers and some perspective, so I did what anybody would. I went directly to Mr. Beast Studios in North Carolina. I got in contact with one of Mr. Beast's closest employees so that I could get some type of answers here. I wanted to get an interview with the Beast himself, Jimmy, but
probably looked at the name and decided that was enough.
Which did suss me out, but I kind of get it.
Oh, looks to me like Mr. Beast interviews were never on the table for the guys going to North Carolina to begin with. But hey, like he said, at least he got to talk to
one of Mr. Beast's closest employees,
which I guess must be how he got this info while he was there.
Now, I did get official confirmation that he will come forward and address the allegations very, very soon.
Mr. Beast's a busy guy. His time needs to be planned out long in advance, I'm sure.
I don't think Jimmy has officially commented yet.
Appearing in these videos so it would look like he wasn't involved when he was actually indirectly pulling strings. He just didn't have time, right? Successfully getting the thing he really wanted to happen, getting this info into YouTubers' videos, it's happening. Didn't have time for it, right? Well, no, I don't think so, actually. Mr. Beast can take hours-long flights to do interviews at the drop of a hat, it seems. If the wind's blowing in the right direction, at least. And there's something very odd about this point. As we've seen, Mr. Beast's staff knew Jimmy was going to address the allegations publicly, and even told this to a YouTuber. We now know that was true. He did address them a few days ago in an interview with Oompaville. An interview that Oompaville didn't know was going to happen
His
until
name
the
is
very day it
Oompaville?
did. I was apparently very lucky to catch him up early in the morning with the DM I sent him, and he confirmed to me that Mr. Beast's first contact regarding actually doing an interview came at 11 or noonish on the 19th, with the possibility of plans changing. But Beast called again to confirm, hopped on a plane immediately after, and he was at his house doing the interview on the very same day. Now, Oompaville's catching a lot of heat for conducting a softball interview, but it sounds like the guy was ambushed by a man who we now know had been planning this with no real warning or time to prepare beforehand. Puts it in a very different light for me. The balls on Mr. Beast to say during the interview that it just feels more natural that way.
Yeah, I remember you had talked about that before.
Same-day private
You know
jet
how
jump
it
scare
is.
interview. And you know what else
never gonna be
all
able
of this
to
put
convince
together
people like
puts
that.
in a different
Or
light
too
for
lost in
me?
the sauce.
Makes me kind of feel sick listening to it coming from Jimmy.
How do you interpret his responses on Twitter if you've seen them? Have you seen them?
Yeah, I've seen him.
Okay.
I mean, I interpret as
There
him
he
just
is.
trying to be honest with his audience
look how
and
cool
just
he
expressing
is.
how he feels. And I think, you know,
Yeah, he's just being honest, expressing how he feels, and he can't even like articulate himself. Ah, yes, look at my toothy smile and my big old mustache. I'm the best guy ever. I'm the one. Let me rewind that.
I mean, I interpret as him just trying to be honest with his audience and just expressing how
With
he
his
feels. And
audience.
I think, you know, it. Obviously, he
yeah,
probably,
obviously.
in his head, if he was even being more honest, he'd probably be like, Jimmy, why don't you just say these things? Why am I saying it?
At this point, that's my thought as well, actually. Why exactly was he saying it instead of you? Given all that we now know.
Honest
It's
with
just
his
funny to me,
audience
and I
is
have
a
to wonder,
curious way
was
of
this
putting it.
Machiavellian, and on the extreme end, where he was trying to create videos that he could then use as sources that seemed unconnected to him.
Yeah, I'm so
Or could he
chill,
just
guys. I'm not
absolutely
perturbed by
wait
this
for that
controversy at
criminal
all. That's why I got my legs
investigation to end?
crossed.
And this was his only way to hit back indirectly, given he promised not to get involved with any of that stuff while it was happening. Ultimately, I just really gotta ask, Jimmy, what the hell were you thinking? Did you give your blessing to a leaked recording while that investigation was going on? But, as usual, that's just another one of my harmful opinions.
Now we got the final video of the arc. I actually lied. There weren't 3 videos, there were 4. How Mr. Beast employees faked an investigation. This is the longest one of the lot. 22 minutes.
On the 16th of November, 2024, Soggy Cereal released his Truth About Mr. Beast and Dogpack video, though under a different original name. To the undiscerning eye, Soggy's investigation for his Truth video went something like this. An employee apparently saw the Dogpack debunk section of his now private slop content vid and decided to reach out, looking to clear things up. This employee gave Soggy important evidence and insider
In the future, people will be researching legal precedents, looking at the history of books full of Doompaw 69 versus Wimbled Lily. The future's gonna be great, right? Assuming we all don't die of microplastic consumption first. Yes!
like a behind-the-scenes clip to help him make his video. But Soggy is an investigator, so that's not enough. He had to
totally
be more
unbiased
thorough.
investigator.
He had to go dig up the truth by interviewing more employees.
Since Dogpack 404 declined every interview offer, the only other place I could dig up the truth is in the belly of the beast.
Oh man, North Carolina?
As I'm sure you know, it has since come out that his flights and accommodation were paid for by Dustin, the producer who reached out to him.
Ridiculous that he included that joke, knowing that his flight was paid
this
for.
fact to his video, so that audiences will have all the info
Completely
they need
idiotic.
to judge for themselves how much this matters to them. Transparency. You gotta love it. He even took extra effort to explain why he accepted Dustin's offer to pay for his travel. He stated a few things. He wanted, quote, raw interviews where employees couldn't secretly be using the script. His friends and family told him this was the only way to ensure the interviews would be done with integrity. And finally, he claimed he could have just made this vid with online interviews instead, and it'd be the same video.
Why didn't he?
Except he'd have less certainty.
Why did it feel like he
about the
needs to go out to
interviews
hang out with Mr. Beast and
Sounds
his
like his heart's in the right
employees?
place, even if that doesn't make any sense. But here, dear viewer, is where we run into the brick wall of the problem I first noticed when watching Soggy's video. Far from being transparent, there is an extremely important fact that he has withheld from his audience and not included in his disclosure. Soggy Cereal has been in contact with at least some of the very same employees he interviewed in real life since at least before October 12th, when he released his slop content video, and they had already shared with him many of the claims he recorded from them during his real life interview. It's a redo with names attached, not an investigation. Some, given how it's been presented, as flying out to dig up the truth so they can't trick him with a script, would even call it fake. And I'd have to agree with that characterization. I'd even call them scripted, because far from being the raw interviews Soggy promised us they were, even 6 days after the video was already out in his statement, there were very clear tells in the video itself that something was wrong. So I approached Soggy about this. I asked Soggy point blank
call him
if
out
some
directly.
of those claims from the slop video came from Hoodie and Emily, his manager and co-worker. Simple enough to work out, and I guess I was right because Soggy confirmed my deduction was correct. These live interviews are from the very same people he got claims from for his slop content video. Soggy explained that he didn't know it was them at the time of his slop content video, despite it being easily deduced because they, as an apparently organized group, used a single representative to pass claims to Soggy. In this matter, Emily, Dogpack's co-worker who it has been specifically confirmed he received information from prior to his October 12th video, is of particular interest to me. Claims she can be seen repeating from the slop content video that we now know she contributed to include, and I'm overlaying the claims shared in that slop video, that Dogpack made a co-worker uncomfortable.
He gave weird vibes, for sure.
I gave them the ick. Therefore, he is untrustworthy. Because he gave me the ick.
That Dogpack was disrespectful to his manager.
Like he had no respect for Hoodie. He didn't take any of
Oh,
Hoodie's
reminds you of a
advice.
Crash Bandicoot mask. You know what? I can see it.
It seemed like he didn't think he knew what Hoodie was doing.
Even the huge chunk about Dogpack's Apple Vision Pro obsession may have come in part from her. And at the very least, we know she's aware of what has already been said to Soggy Cereal. As even if this claim doesn't originate directly from her, she was part of the group whose claims were being forwarded by a representative, all the way back before October 12th. I want to make absolutely sure you understand that this woman is repeating things she knows have already been said to Soggy and have been published in a previous video. While all the while, this is continuously portrayed as an investigative interview, digging up the truth, uncovering new facts, confirming claims with raw, fully transparent to the audience interviews.
Most of the time he was there was consumed in trying to get an Apple Vision Pro.
Which brings me to the most concerning part of this interview. This interview that is supposedly conducted with integrity and transparency, that Soggy accepted flight and accommodation for purely to make sure they couldn't pull any shenanigans on him. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe enormous shenanigans have occurred. In messages with me, Soggy admitted that Dogpack's response to his slop content vid was a major motivation in how he put together this Truth About Dogpack video, confirming to me that, yeah, the reason he went so hard on Dogpack was because of how the slop video went down and how he attacked Soggy after he made it. Hey, people who know all the lore, what's one way
81 more of
Dogpack
these
attacked
guys.
Soggy Cereal?
Will I do
Dogpack
it for
tried
the next
to
run?
discredit the slop content video on the basis that the sources were anonymous. He tweeted, "Soggy Cereal tried to cook me for pushing false allegations, which I've addressed." Then he pushes this anonymous screenshot, presumably from a current MrBeast employee. As fact, we can tell that this ticked Soggy off, really stung him, even if he hadn't told me directly, just from the things he said in his video, emphasizing that names were being put to statements now.
Luckily, the real story is much more boring. See, according to a non-anonymous MrBeast employee,
And even expressing righteous indignation that Dogpack had doubted the claims made in his slop content video.
in this video, where they do all this, a Dogpack dares to try and invalidate my past accusations.
Undeniable, I'd say, that Dogpack's attempt to discredit those claims he forwarded riled him up. And there's a specific claim, actually, that Dogpack called out after the slop vid dropped in October that caught my eye. I, quote, literally told the prep meal chef his food was shit. This is a blatant lie. Did you think to maybe reach out to Andy, the prep meal chef, to ask him about this? Is there any evidence to
Not
any
that
of these
Andy.
claims? Ooh, that must have stung.
Fuck
And he received
yeah.
a direct challenge from his rival. Reach out to Andy and check. Ooh, Soggy hates Dogpack so much, he wants to own him on these points. But in his rage,
King K. Rool
Soggy
theme on
only
repeat.
owned
It
himself.
is a good theme.
You see, he got confirmation of this story, sure.
Oh, sucks
but
to hear about your
because
fantasy
of all
football.
I've shown you so far,
Not
I
into that stuff,
strongly suspect that this
obviously.
part of the staff interview was literally planned out, either by Emily or by Emily and Soggy together. In other words, Soggy is either too dumb to understand what was happening right in front of his face, or he was involved in faking an interview and passing it off as investigative work. It's unbelievably hilarious to watch, in my opinion. Let me walk you through it.
Any weird stories circulating or whatever of something Dawson did at the company or...
I heard that he told the chef that his food was trash.
Yeah, everyone.
Oh, what a horrible person.
I heard that. The claim was
This totally
in
puts
Soggy's
everything
video.
that he alleged in
The
the
one this
video
lady
into
herself we
question
now
because he
know
didn't
was
like the chef's
contributing
food.
claims to
What are
as
we
part of the
doing?
group.
I heard that story too, yeah.
Yeah, probably from her. What are we doing here, Soggy? What the hell is this? I think even she was surprised. She was gonna elaborate, apparently saying, yeah, which...
And then he
But Soggy cuts her off to talk about Dogpack challenging the claim in the past, which we know ticked him off.
And then he denied it in a video afterwards.
Yeah, says Emily. She seems to know at this point that all that happened. Soggy says he talked about it, and Emily again indicates that she's aware.
And I talked about that, but...
Emily, who hates Dogpack and has all the info we've just established, on top of being a likely original source of this claim in Soggy's slop content video, then takes up Dogpack's challenge to call Andy, whose name hundreds of thousands of people have already seen in Dogpack's tweet and in the failed censor in Soggy's original upload. This guy ain't anonymous, I'm not gonna play along. And I believe there is value in confirming it is absolutely the same guy they're all talking about.
I'm not sure how much truth there is to that.
Got
but,
lights out here.
I mean, maybe we could call him and see, like.
Come on, Emily. This is
God, that's
children's
scripted as
show level
fuck. Let's
acting.
go call
Please
him.
spare us. I don't think Blue's
I wonder if
Clues
he was
needs
expecting
new
a
host.
call.
Hey, this is Emily from Ideation.
Hey, Emily, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright.
Cool. Well, I'm here with Soggy. I wanted to ask you. I have a question.
How does he
actually
know
about
who
Dawson, but I
Soggy
wanna
is? He's
make
not
sure you're
questioning who
comfortable being
Soggy is.
recorded
What kind of
first.
name is Soggy?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Folks, he knew who Soggy is and was instantly on board with being recorded without any further mention of context whatsoever. The guy knew what was going to be asked. This is sickening. A lady involved with giving Soggy this claim back in October is calling a guy who knows who Soggy is to pretend to confirm a claim they both know Soggy's already received, published, and gotten upset about being called a liar over, while pretending it is in any way spontaneous. And after getting what he wants and knew he'd get, Soggy gloats about finally owning Dogpack, putting on screen a message that means this interview section should result in him having to make a $1,000 donation.
To have any other information with him after that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Is this investigation so petty at times, as Soggy described the result of it himself to me, that a major motivation of this pretend piece of journalism was to make Dogpack lose a bet by totally faking an interview segment where the interviewees are fully in on it? Certainly looked like that to me, but how bad is this? The first thing to consider is, when did Soggy know this was happening? According to him... I'm sorry. According to him, he didn't know until after the interviews. I say to him, you told me that you didn't originally know the identities of the Beast employees whose claims you were given, as in back in early October, but that you are now aware they are the same people you interviewed in real life. When did you learn this? He responded, I prodded some of them about this after their interview, when noticing the similarities of the claims. Some of the claims might not have been made exclusively by them, since e.g. Dogpack disrespecting his manager was also brought up in the leaked firing interview. Our boy thought he was Sherlock Holmes. Wow, I'm such a great investigator. All these claims in this hard-hitting interview line up perfectly with all the claims I've already received from unnamed employees. Look at all this corroboration. Okay, maybe I'm being too harsh.
I need this one,
He
horizontal
did
slash
figure
speed.
it out. He did ask
Hell
them,
yeah.
wait, your claims are very similar to claims I've received in the past. Was that you? Were you part of that group whose claims were sent to me? And apparently they admitted that to him. I asked him, hey, when did that happen? And he told me it happened the very same day the interviews were conducted. Immediately after, in fact, in person. Which was when exactly? He tells me the interviews happened on November 1st. Also known as, the same day the Quinn Emanuel investigation concluded. So for 15 days, from November 1st to when he published his video on November 16th, he had this knowledge. He knew that those interviews were not what he had initially thought they were. That they were exactly what he told us as recently as Friday the 22nd of November he was trying to avoid happening by flying out there to make sure they weren't just giving him preloaded answers to things he was likely to ask. But the reality is even worse, as they were giving him answers they had already given him before, and then 15 days later pretended to us that these were, as he said, raw, transparent interviews conducted with integrity.
These answers are
I
so
still
raw.
find myself in
Fuck.
disbelief that Soggy, knowing all that, sifted through those interviews and included this clip in his video.
I heard that he told the chef that his food was trash.
I heard that story too, yeah.
When he published that, he had known for 15 days that she was one of the people involved in bringing him that information all the way back in October. He knew this was acting. He knew that when he said in that clip, yeah, I heard that too.
All right,
he had heard
one more
it
run to
from
go
a
after
group
this.
she was part of.
We can never play Splatoon ever again.
No further
No
information
more
we should
Splatoon
have.
streams. It's
If
done.
Soggy is capable
I'm
of
deleting
doing
the
this
overlay.
accidentally, then Soggy also belongs in a
No,
care
I'm not.
home because he probably has
I'll keep
dementia.
it for Splatoon
but why
4.
would Soggy pretend all of this was spot?
But this is thankfully this is the end of the single player content.
You're back again. I told you everything already. Why must you return here to torment me? Or are you really here just to say hi?
Well, I'm here to do both.
spontaneous when he knew these were people repeating things they'd already sent to him.
Maybe I'm gonna get some more answers at the Mr. Beast company.
Utterly shameless. And may I add, he doesn't.
That's why I respect you can get you a casino fan, but you ain't like the freaky diggy fans like Shia LaCock. Well, I mean, I don't give them money and I don't fucking glaze them and suck their cock. That name's familiar. I think he's a Twitter dude. Look, I don't go on Twitter anymore like that. I feel like so many things have improved by not seeing the nonsense that goes on Twitter now. Like, I don't like Blue Sky either, but that doesn't mean Twitter is perfect. Nothing gets accomplished there. It's just a bunch of weirdos shit talking and arguing with each other. At the end of the day, what's the saying? How does the saying goes? Just show results. Embrace the hate on Twitter? Come on! Didn't you say you got banned from Twitter like 5 times already? How can you embrace the hate when they won't even allow it? Well, it might be different now that Elon owns it.
Even though the extent to which this was happening, he didn't dig further. And you might think, well, we can check. We can cross-reference the claims in his slop video with what showed up in his new video. But as Soggy has stated publicly and in DMs to me...
Look, for me, they're locales. I've said it before, too. They're locales that cover locales. And, of course, I have a bias because I watched their shows back in the days at IBS. So it appeals to me in a special and unique style way. I'm not going to stop watching them because they have like all these controversies as of late. Again, I think that's pretty silly in general. As you can't watch the locales anymore because they had an embarrassing moment. But the concept of locales is that's the very reason you watch them.
His slop video didn't contain much of the proof he'd seen.
It'd be like saying you can't watch Phil anymore after the side-scrollers interview.
This video.
So we have no way of knowing just how much of a setup those interviews were. Okay, so back to why he wouldn't let us know the full situation. Did he just not understand that the public should know that at least in part, those interviews were faked and scripted with planned answers, designed to look spontaneous when they weren't? I don't just mean the employees sort of knew what they were going to say. They knew exactly what they were going to repeat and pretend it wasn't them just repeating it to him. Soggy figured that out.
And I know you're not arguing that, but I'm more referring to what Benjamin was saying earlier about like, oh, are you still going to watch them?
Revenge on Dogpack was so strong he
in fact, it makes me want to watch them more.
Could there be a much more serious answer? You see, there was one part of those interviews that really touched Soggy's heart.
We're doing a video where we're trying to help people walking. Yeah, I know.
No, thank you, Mr. Pun, for the 205 stream streak. What's wrong with you? Thank you.
There are people who will not walk or will have to delay in them walking because of the videos that Dogpack.
By not going to Twitter, you'll add another 70 years to your life, dude. Well, I don't go to it. I certainly have the Dongus Twitter. I feel like if people wanna reach me, you know, I stream pretty frequently. You know, it's like a you know where to find me thing. Though I suppose it's open for DMs if you really need to. But I imagine the people that would DM me would just do it here or on Discord, which is another place where I control my presence. I'm not in too many servers because I used to adhere to the Medicare logic of just not using Discord at all, but I understand in the current era, you kind of have to sacrifice that because literally everyone is on Discord. And it is convenient for certain things, especially like gaming or collabs. So it would be pretty silly and stubborn of me to not adhere to like doing collabs with Anne would be 1,000 times more difficult and extra. I would be being extra by like forcing Anne to go on like Google Hangouts. Is that still a thing? I don't think it is. The Google, whatever the modern Google equivalent of that is. I don't have the prestige of Medicare to force people into like a Google call. So I take the L, but I used to not just do Discord at all. But I've been more lax about it as of late. I got no problem if people want to watch locales, more power to you, but I will talk shit about monetary supporters after all those continuing shit get exposed. I don't give them money. I don't talk to them either. I think people might. I don't think I've seen people suggest that, but I feel like people might think that because I clip them or I follow them. It's like, oh, you're in their pocket. No, I don't like to influence the content. So though I was clipping them pretty consistently a few months ago, and even still now, just not as frequently as I used to when the Phil arc was going hot. I was in love with that. I had stars in my eyes, admittedly, because it was literally a crossover of the two sectors that I followed. Of course, I'm gonna be interested in that. There's no way I can't be. I'd be lying to myself, in my heart of hearts. But I never influenced it. I never DM'd them, never added them or said anything to them. So anything that they do is of their own accord. I think he learned about anime tonight, so he had to make a Discord. Yeah, that was the big thing motivating me. Yeah, I know you don't think that, but I feel like some of the comments I got back then were kind of like, "Oh, why are you doing this? Why are you posting all these clips and shit?" It was like, well, again, this is the stuff that I'm into. It's 90% of what I use it for in nerd hobby discussions. Opinions should be banned. Yeah, you're not allowed to have opinions. I don't think Twitter or Blue Sky should be for anything except promotion of businesses and creators. It is good for that. We were talking to Parma yesterday about how Japanese artists do use it to get their names out there, and it is good for that because you know, it's harder. It was harder for them to make a name for themselves back before the onset of social media. I didn't know if you were a part of the group that randomly realized Andy Worski was a degen and stopped watching. I think of that, Benjamin, that logic as like the Destiny logic of like, oh, people were thinking, oh, Destiny is gonna be totally ruined and exposed and destroyed by the sex tapes coming out, the videos of him sucking cock. And I was arguing quite the opposite. I thought, well, if you're a Destiny fan, you've probably endured all the dozens of controversies he's had before that happened. Mainly, recently, he said the guy who got shot in the Trump assassination, that wasn't Trump, the firefighter, he said the firefighter deserved it. And then doubled down when people were like, well, what if that was your family member? Destiny said, well, then they deserve it even more because they were a Trump supporter. So if he survived that, and if you as a fan of Destiny still watched and consumed him after that, and all the other controversies, you probably weren't gonna leave because a video of him sucking cock came out. In fact, I argued that people would give him even more money out of like solidarity and sympathy and like-minded degenerates avowing his behaviors. So I didn't think that was gonna ruin him. But so too does it go for Worski. Wow, you realized Worski is a degenerate? Shock of shocks. It was like the Timmy Jimmy Power Hour, that episode of Full House with Urkel, crossover hype. Yeah. They made like 3 of those Jimmy Timmy Power Hours. Kind of lost its steam after the second one, I think. You know, I stopped watching most of these fuckers years ago. I just use you as a filter if I'm lurking while you're watching them. Thank you for choosing me as your designated filter. Didn't they get exposed because the PayPig paid thousands to hang out with them just to realize they were degens? The PayPig was Bedecker Masochist, and he funded a $24,000 trip for them to go to Las Vegas. It's like party, and there were other PayPigs involved, and then one of the other PayPigs was the one who exposed it to Perspicacity, who was a former PvP Janny who was inundated in the writer's room, which was a Discord server where they essentially wrote Kino Casino episodes during the first year of the show. So they talked about the Vegas trip and aired out all the hot tea, I guess because that PayPig got disavowed or kicked out. Tyler, who was an old Worski co-host, was the one who aired the tea initially because his girlfriend couldn't stand being around him, so she unalived herself. And Kyler was broken up about it, and nobody wanted to like hear him out on it. He felt his fifis were hurt, and Worski wouldn't let him into the COD lobby. Apparently, this is all factually accurate. So Kyler felt heartbroken, and then went on the offensive, airing out all the tea. And then everything gradually fell out and came out into place. What was the timeline for this? They were silent on it for a week, which I argued was bad. I argued that they should have continued doing regular shows and just not mention it. Because them not doing any shows at all allowed for people to speculate and for the drama to ferment. And they have an offline chat which you can talk in even when they're not doing a show. So their fans would just be there, like talking amongst themselves. And for a minute, it was kind of going back to like people returning on them, just like back in the Power Chat arc days. where they used Power Chat to funnel their donos, which was a service owned by Nick Fuentes in Baked Alaska. So potentially anyone that donated them had all of their information forwarded to Nicholas Fuentes. But in the fallout of that arc, their audience turned on them, and it took a while before they won them back. So for a while, it was kind of turning back into that. And then it came out that Medicare Masochist was like a degenerate who was looking at lolicon and other degenerate, bad, naughty, no hentai. Trying to think of what his other proclivities were. I think he was also in like BDSM or something. The main contention was that the black hookers, which PvP denies that there was an orgy in the debunk video he eventually put out after like a week. So he denied that there was an orgy, but he didn't deny that the black hookers were there, period, which was my biggest takeaway from that. Honestly, the Vegas thing could have just been like, they could have just owned up to that and just continued the show, and they could have just like it could have been swept up by just the logic that they're locals who do degenerate things. Why are you so surprised? But then it came out that the pay pig was into the hentai, the naughty lolicon hentai and shit, and all of his shit came out, and they claimed they didn't know about it. But there's always going to be a fraction of people who argue, well, I don't think that you, I don't believe that you did not know about it. I think you did know about it and you didn't speak on it until it was exposed because you were sweeping up for him because he paid you so much money over the course of the years of the show. We will never know the truth of that or not because it's a he said, she said thing. You kind of have to accept well, you don't have to accept it. You have to look at what they're telling you, and you have to choose whether you believe it or not. They say they didn't know him. When all the shit was exposed, they banned him and kicked him out of their community. So, what more could they do? Afterwards, they disavowed, kicked him out, and banned him. The problem is, it's just like the Derek thing. Where people are going to be arguing, oh, what if he's still there under a sock? And then you have to ask yourself, if he's still there under a sock, are they coordinating with him under the sock to continue to continue donating, or is he acting on his own accord under a sock because his name is literally Medicare Masochist and he is masochistic and continues giving them money, potentially to make them look bad as revenge for them disowning and disavowing him? And I'm not sure how you would go about convincing anyone, how to convince anyone that they're not coordinating with him if that isn't the case. So it just comes back to, do you believe them when they say they didn't know? Medicare Masochist got trans hookers, another thing he enjoys. Well, I mean, you know, well, you're trying to walk me into saying something that I shouldn't say, you know? Look, I, as a creator, on Twitch.tv, the purple platform, I have nothing against sex workers or alphabet people. Look, it's the city of sin. This is how they make their money. I have no problem against paying for the services of escorts and sex workers. Analyzing the dent brain is an exercise in futility, in my opinion. Yeah. The only way forward, unless more stuff comes out, because I also argued this, that if they had responded early and talked about the trip, and then said good things about Medicare Masochist being a good guy and thanks for funding the trip, and then it came out after that he was this PDF file degenerate, that would have been even worse. So waiting until everything came out and then responding was probably ultimately the best way to go. Let me scroll up because I know a lot of people said stuff. My brother's friend is a Destiny fan. He was at Thanksgiving with my family. He did not care at all about any of the Destiny stuff, and anything he supported. Look, so I was right. People that still support Destiny now are not going to change. Their minds are not going to be changed, you guys. Oh, he's got Momenko. He's got Momenko preferences in porn. That's a shame. Shameful. It was an orgy. He let his girlfriend participate while he calls Tofriki Tim a cuck. I don't know if where did you hear the girlfriend was there? Because Leanna, if you're talking about Leanna Worski's girlfriend, I don't think she was there. She confirmed the hookers were there, but that didn't confirm that she herself was present there. I don't think she was, unless you watched one of the streams and they said that. From what I had seen in the situation, she wasn't there, but I had simply heard about it. A lesser known thing is that PPP has like a secret girlfriend that he doesn't want to talk about, and that's ostensibly why he didn't participate in the orgy, which is good and loyal to his girlfriend, I guess. If that is the truth, we'll never know the truth of what really happened in Vegas, because all of them try to tell the story of what happened in Vegas in a way that paints them as less culpable. But it's probably for the best that he keeps his girlfriend a secret, lest she infest the content and ruin everything, like Worski's girlfriend. If it was an orgy with consenting adults, like, I don't know, it's weird but not cancelable for a couple of podcast dudes. If it was just that, it would have been fine. The hypocrisy of it would have been funny with how much they go after Ricada. But then the stuff with the pay pig came out, and then it's like the matter of, you know, did they know or did they not know? As far as I know, he's not donating anymore, so it seems they've abided by complete, total disassociation and banning him from the community. But if he continues giving the money under a sock without their coordinate, if it's not them coordinating to, because it's always gonna be the question of, oh, he's still there under a sock giving the money, dude. How would you completely get rid of him if he's so masochistic that he's gonna keep making socks and giving them money? Suffer the allegations of you abiding by him allowing him there under a sock. Suffer. Dinga choosing his words carefully. I gotta. 1,000 followers. Whoa, dude. Let's go. Thank you. We gotta up the ante. Talk about Dingus to all your friends. Theo Theory, I think Darkside Pimp, but the stock account and Dave Chat is also Kino Casinos and Shy AF channel. Giving them all Mooney. I think that is actually Metagromasochist. Does Darkside Pimp predate the Vegas stuff? I feel like I've heard of Darkside Pimp long before the Vegas stuff came out. So I guess it's not possible. It's not impossible for Masochist to have multiple socks, even before he was disowned. I don't want to go full too into the sock theory stuff because there's no way to confirm that. It's just like everything. You're a sock. You're a sock. This is a sock. Yeah, that's a sock. I would need like a layer of like something to stand on for that. Destiny did nothing wrong. He is bi. He had bisex. I agree. He needs to be more open and honest. Embrace it, Destiny. Embrace your cocksucking love. Here's another thing, too, with their community. Remember 3 months prior, that other one was exposed live on that PDF Hunter channel. The thing with that is that he was just with that. So they have a big audience. So I know you're trying to say it's like a pattern of behavior, but you can't choose who views your shit. So they have such a big audience, it's bound that one of those people, you know, is going to be into some sort of shit, and you don't have control of power over that. He also mentioned Review Tech USA. Does that mean Review Tech USA knew that that guy was into the shit that he was into? I just don't like going down that road because with such a big audience, you can say, oh yes, fuck PDF files, go to the fucking wall, into the wood chipper, but that doesn't make them magically go away if they exist in your audience. They're not gonna make themselves known. That's the whole point. They know what they consume is wrong, so they're not gonna self-eject themselves. I think that was his ESP sock, and now that sock is tipping Kisei too, right after Metagromasochist was outed. I would be curious to know if he donated before Vegas, and if he donated while Metagromasochist was also donating. Own it. Own your shit, Destiny. Okay, shoot, I'm on this screen. God damn it. I gotta do my final run. I lost. I'm a big old loser. Oh well, I lost, and that's all there is to say about it. Go ahead and do your thing with the pallet. Yeah, forget it. You won't get me to give up that easy, We got one more run to go. Order Splatana replica? Check these cages. Gonna get another weapon soon? Wait a minute. Oh, okay, no, I gotta do it a Gatling run. It's very concerning that in the internet audience, any internet audience, the statistical probability there's at least one PDF is so high. It's unfortunate, but a reality. Like, we're watching the Mr. Beast stuff. How many PDFs do you think are in Mr. Beast's audience? Is Mr. Beast culpable for those PDFs in his audience? Should he know if, like, the people in his audience, like, how would he know that? He can disavow them, but how would he get rid of them? You can say they're not allowed, but that doesn't make them, that doesn't Dano snap them out of his audience. What he is responsible for is employing PDFs, which he allegedly did with this Delaware guy. Anyway, next run.
I can understand being upset to hear that, and Soggy was very upset to hear that.
That's kind of everything I had on my mind to talk about. So, is there anything you want to say or add to all this?
Start a movement to make people want to sue Dogpack. That's what I'm feeling. That's really, like, I genuinely believe that he should be sued to smithereens, you know? Dude, when I had that interview with Hoodie,
smithereens,
like, the manager,
dude.
which I have a 1 hour and a half interview with Hoodie, the manager of Dawson, and he talks in like a specific part, he talks about the videos of Dawson hurting the philanthropy channel. And once I heard that, like, I was boiling. I was
I bet you were
boiling
seething.
inside. When I heard that, like, what Dawson is doing, a disgruntled employee, is hurting philanthropy. It's making it so that less people would get, like, prosthetics to walk again.
15 days since hearing that, of stewing in boiling rage before he uploaded his video. 2 weeks of thinking about and editing a video with the intent of seeing a movement started to make people want to sue Dogpack. For half a month, with all this hate in his heart, he finished sculpting his video. And while Dogpack is a loathsome creature who has done much wrong, and while the characterization of him as a disgruntled ex-employee is undoubtedly accurate, there is an angle that has been overlooked. Well, I say overlooked, but it's more like it's been literally edited out of consideration in this conversation. Soggy plays this clip a couple times in his video.
You're saying the things that you're saying are truly in good faith, and that you're not a disgruntled employee.
You can watch my video and, like...
Yeah, but some of them they hang out with, like, that's what makes it different, because then you gotta ask, okay, the Medicare guy was hanging out with Orging, who's, say, the other Paypig, busted on that Preto Hunter channel, they didn't hang out with them or spoke a lot with them in more than just random Paypig. I mean, you're right. It goes back to what I said. There's no way for them to prove or disprove that. I mean, okay, if they disavowed the guy on the Preto Hunter channel, wouldn't it be in his interest to air out all the hot tea then? I don't think... Was there ever any follow-up on that? I think at most, since we know Medicare Masochist hung out with them, you think Medicare Masochist would definitely have hot goss on them. That's what supports the theory that he could still be there under a sock account, would be that he hasn't said anything. And he has, like, no statement that I know of. I will contest the idea that just because they went to Vegas with him, then they knew that would suggest that they knew of his degeneracy and sexual proclivities. Why would you? Because someone who's into that knows that that's wrong, and that most normal people would not be approving of that. And you're going to Vegas, and you're fucking black hookers. You're not. God forbid you're not going there and, like, you know. I can't say it, but like the stuff he's into, that they wouldn't do that in Vegas. That's illegal. So how would that come up in conversation? Like, okay, you're driving to Vegas with them, right? And you're like, hey guys, I'm like into all this. I don't even want to say it because then it's gonna sound like I'm saying it. I'm quoting this hypothetical here. Hey guys, by the way, just so you know, I'm into all this like sexual degenerate stuff, and I never talked about it before. But like, we're cool, so I'm gonna tell you about it. It kind of seems stupid, in my opinion. No, clip of that won't count. I worded that just safely enough that it doesn't sound like I'm the one saying it.
View it through the lens of...
Dogpack carries on to say, oh, evidence stands on its own, whatever. What I'm getting at, though, is what was actually said to Dogpack there. Because it wasn't that.
What you're saying, the things that you're saying are truly in good faith, and that you're not a disgruntled employee. If you are rightfully so disgruntled employee.
Yeah, I mean, you can watch my video and like...
Could he be disgruntled, but rightfully so? Not that that would excuse the insane stuff like the CP claims, or anything false he spread, either negligently or deliberately. No, of course not. But what I'm getting at is, what if this whole thing is just a massive retard fight that spiraled out of control? And while Dogpack has his pawns, so too do the Mr. Beast employees. We know, from the start, Hoodie, Dogpack's manager for a time, did not want him.
I
don't get the fixation on the black hookers.
I inherited that, man.
I guess people are surprised they're not racist.
How did that come to be then? You want to know? So the real thing that actually happened was he applied to Beast while I was still the creative manager. He applied to Beast twice, and I saw his interview and went, interesting. He's got an analytical brain. Yeah. That's not creative. Like what he's talking about just won't fit what we're trying to do.
Hey, Jamsies.
So I turned him down the first time. Okay. Then he
catching me on the... Well, I was going to say this is the final side order run. But I think I'm going to unlock one more palette after this. We're talking about drama. Drama? That's way too much to explain. In fact, I just got done explaining it. And on top of that, I'm watching videos about a completely different drama.
applies a second time a couple months later. Through ideation, I guess. Still the creative. Oh, okay. And I'm like, nah, this guy's still like, he's got like an interesting mind, but I don't know. I think he'd probably fit somewhere else in like a different department or a different channel. Who knows? He's clearly smart, but nah, I'm good. Yeah.
Nah, I'm good. He doesn't want to be around that guy, right?
Might not have time to do any big run tonight.
Opened up something.
That was like, I was gonna give myself until the next 30 minutes in order to finish up my runs. I got distracted by drama. No!
Ideation and thumbnail. I need somebody to go in there and help. Can you be that guy? And I was like, yeah, sure. I'll go in. Okay. And I went in, and that's the first time I met Dawson.
Oof. Bad luck. I think it's undeniable that that's a setup for a bad time.
Oh, big ups going to the food festival.
Away from me twice too.
What you eat,
ends
girl?
Up under you somehow, and he's a bit of a weirdo. No wonder they clashed. And while we understand that Dogpack, of course, is holding a grudge, I haven't seen that much talk about Hoodie's possible grudge. You know, Hoodie, the guy who Soggy first reached out to back in August. Hoodie later provided claims to Soggy anonymously via a representative, and then was interviewed in person, after which Soggy realized he was talking to someone he'd already gotten anonymous claims from. Now Hoodie, if you remember specifically as well, is the guy who told Soggy that Dogpack was hurting Beast's philanthropic efforts. The info that made Soggy want to
I would say Beast is hurting his own philanthropic efforts more
from this
himself.
video.
A self-help, if you will.
He's just awful. He's just an awful person, and he deserves every consequence that could come from whatever my video does, you know?
Now,
I did not Eddie B, but I saw Tevin play the Kaze one, and I thought it looked really interesting. Interesting. I thought it looked pretty good. Even though I could like, I was pointing out enemies and the attacks. Like I could point out everything that was reused or taken or inspired by something from Donkey Kong Country. I was making constant parallels. Fried Squid. Wait, Fried Squid! She was taking revenge for all those big run L's. Lavender Lemonade and Wings was good as fuck. It was nice to hear that you had fun. Yeah, Blooper, run! Blooper, get out of here! You know, she's taking her anger out on the calamari there. Yeah, you guys should definitely check out Jamsy's streams if you like positive, chill Splatoon content.
Prior to that real-life interview, Soggy had not
Hello,
spoken
Athlete.
to Hoodie directly and knowingly. He had only received some claims that originated from Hoodie anonymously via that representative that was mentioned. However, we do know that they were speaking after that interview, after Soggy had already decided Dogpack needs to be sued. As a result, in fact, of what Hoodie had
you're
said
welcome.
in that interview. It is shown very
We're always
briefly
positive
in Soggy's
over here.
Truth About video
I'm always
that
the
they
most
have
positive.
DM'd on Twitter. Do you want to know what else happened after the interview? Soggy was given access to
He
a
got
folder
caught in the rain,
containing a
though?
recording
Hell.
of Dogpack being
Where's your
fired.
umbrella at?
The email informing him
Where's
of
your
this is
tent
dated
umbrella at?
Saturday, 9th November, 8 days following the interviews. Soggy then also shows us the contents of that folder and confirms that all of those contents are from the same person. Aside from that leaked recording, there is raw files, who knows what's in there,
He applied to Beast twice, and I saw his interview and went,
but also first application
So I turned him down the first time.
and second application.
Then he applies a second time a couple months later. To ideation, I guess. Still the creative. Oh, okay. And I'm like, nah.
Not much info is given about the recording of Dogpack being fired. Is that standard company practice or something? I don't know. But what is interesting is it was leaked by the same person who leaked those interviews. And there is a little bit we know about that firing. Hoodie, the guy who never wanted Dogpack at the company to begin with, was a significant factor in this. As you'd expect as his manager, it's not exactly shocking.
Can I please have a second chance?
Big ups on the keychain.
I'm getting paid. Just let me come in and let me.
Very positive streamer until I play Mario Party. True.
Another detail we know is that Hoodie was present for this recording. Again, okay, sure.
Spite. Coincidentally, all three of those people were in the room when Dogpack was fired.
Now we get something interesting though. Soggy proves this.
Yeah,
by
don't catch
playing
me in
voice
Mario
clips.
Party. I seed constantly.
This is the original contract.
Despite the fact that I always win.
Which of those voices sounds closest to the
Mario
recording
Kart? Don't
device?
catch me in Mario
Yeah,
Kart either.
Nice one. Looks like following riling up Soggy into a frothing rage, about a week later, Hoodie decided to poke him a bit more.
Yeah, see, I played with Capital.
investigator
Capital
hero
knows.
Man, come to save us.
I'm always
I have a
5
few
steps
more juicy
ahead. I'm a
secrets for you.
strategizer.
You're
I'm a
gonna own
tactician when it comes to
Dogpack
Mario
back
Party.
So hard when he looks like a little bitch crying for his job, you know, so they can make sure that video is gonna definitely be what the Mr. Beast staff need.
Mario Kart He gave it to your little sister. What
Let's
the?
be honest. And of course,
Take
where
that
it
shit
was.
back.
There's a reason Mr. Beast was sharing it with people and promoting it so
She'll be
much.
fine with her
If you
tablet
didn't
or
know
whatever
what
she
was
plays
going
on.
at any point before its release, which
Children don't play
okay,
video games,
I've
they
got a
play
bridge to sell
Roblox.
you. He certainly knows
Well,
now.
which
and
is a video
still
game. I mean
giving it a
conventional
thumbs up.
games.
So yeah, what I see here is a grudge match between two teams of freaks. If the Mr. Beast employee side ever was innocent, they ain't now. And I think it's clear that while Dogpack has done many things that would obviously upset people who work there, they were already enemies before he left. Perhaps even before he was even hired. Me, personally, if I catch a whiff of any people
I don't use the Switch for YouTube at all.
Gone. Do not be pulling any of this stuff as representatives of my company or
No, I never used it for Twitch either.
companies. Mr. Beast, Jimmy, he gives this sort of behavior the thumbs up. Great video. All right, man, up to you. Lean into the Cloak and Dagger proxy tard fight all you want. Not my problem. And I'm pretty bored of it at this point. I just had to wait to talk about what I originally wanted to talk about to begin with. Those interviews, fake as hell. Soggy figured it out and then chose not to tell you. Hope you've enjoyed these few vids. I don't normally do this much coverage of a single thing, and I'll see you next time. But, as usual, that's just another one of my harmful opinions.
Oh, ending on the tagline there. Well, there you go. That is the Mr. Beast saga. At least up to the current day, he hasn't made any more videos on the subject. But I think we kind of get the gist of it, right? Mr. Beast was trying to rehabilitate his image, and it was all for naught. It was exposed. I don't know. All Soggy had to do was just say he was paid off and flown out there to go talk to the employees. Like, the second you're not honest on something, even if it's even if you believe it's insignificant, well, that just opens the door to, like, everything else you're not being honest about. Like, well, if you didn't tell us about this, well, what else are you not telling us about? And it could be that, you know, maybe Sagi's on the up and up outside of that. And maybe he really, that was the only thing he was off about when it came to disclosures. But it's still going to open that speculation. We were just talking about that with Kino. So too is it true with the Mr. Beast stuff. All he had to do was tell us the truth. Especially if you're going to LARP like you're an independent investigator who has no affiliation to Mr. Beast. Yet you're being flown out there and like talking to all these people. And pretending as if you didn't talk to them beforehand off camera. Do I know about Top Hiachu? I don't. Who are they? Some shit happened and Mr. Beast has some morons sweeping for him. The end. Yes! Okay, I have 24 minutes to sweep up this run. Is Anne back from the big Christmas party? Okay, I'll have to be careful. We can maybe push it past 11 Dingus time. Mr. Beast knew that Chris guy was a PDF too. I don't know if it was here or King Sky. There was a video that found private emails between business and Mr. Beast. That guy was joking over him being a PDF. I know more about this situation than the Chris stuff, but I know that the Chris stuff inspired that original Dogpack video because it got people talking about Mr. Beast in general. I had the general gist of it, but I didn't look too into it beyond the gist of what it was. Was that he was a guy. He was a guy, and he was the death of Mr. Beast, but Mr. Beast was like, no, this guy isn't, he won't be the death of me. And then he ended up being the death of him. Top Hiachu is fucking regarded as hell, and I watch update videos of her almost every day. Oh my. She says she is a black woman as an excuse for everything in her life. She's just Mexican. I was talking about that the other day, where people I don't want to say appropriate, but that's pretty much what it is, right? They LARP like they're black when in reality they're not, or they darken their skin tone via tanning or other methods to appear black to appeal to that demographic. People were saying Ariana Grande was doing it. But she used to be pale. They're shitting outside of their car because they don't want to bother to go to the restroom. So, what? Using your car as a toilet? Hello? Now, suffice to say, I don't know much about this person. Her mom shits herself too. It's hereditary then. Lol. Yeah, I'll try to look up some stuff on her then. Her mom be coughing like an iPad kid in the background. Should not be including... Maybe don't include your parents in your content. I think Captain Alex had a video. Captain Alex had a video recently where his mom came out, came out in the video. And he still uploaded it. Oh, yeah, you had a video. Let's see. Mika and Fuamoko, Japanese battle. See, I'm not familiar with this VTuber styles. But I'll do my best to try to interpret it. Hello, Coggers. Yeah, the only Chew I'm vaguely familiar with is Pikachu. And Pichu. And Raichu. And Pamperchu, but we don't talk about that guy. Oh, the VTuber Awards? The Gator was restreaming it. Gator! This reminds me of that era where they were re-releasing the old novels, but with anime art, replacing the original illustrations. That's what's gonna happen to movies eventually, is that we just re-release movies, but instead we do it with anime characters. Thank you, Seal, for the video redeem. That was very silly. I've seen The Shining. I've not seen these VTubers or their content, but I recognize the reference. Of course, Gator was very streamy on it. I'll let Gator take his W. He so rarely streams nowadays anyway. Gator! Gator time! Gator! It's Gator time, baby! No, it's... No, it ain't. No, it ain't! Gator flexing the hug from the horse lady online was insane. Definitely a Ralph win. The horse lady. You mean the VTuber he met at that convention? Or that horse lady co-host of his? I remember this video, King Cobra's ex yelling outside of Walmart at a dog across the street because he was barking at her. See, I only know of Cobra through other people I watch who check out Cobra. He's a bit too disgusting for me. I'm familiar with like the basic goings-on though. Everything about the girlfriend and whatnot, and how she totally ruined his content. You got him evicted too. I forgot about that. No. Oh, Cliffy didn't raise him right. That's the name of the dad, right? Cliffy B. Creator of world famous game Lawbreakers. Oh, Clint. See, I was saying Cliff. See, watching Cobra makes me want to jump off a cliff. That's why I don't. I don't mind that Pecora lost that, the best creator category, because I felt like if you, for the non-VTuber people, it kind of looked like it was going to be a wash anyway, so it's fine if one of the human guys win, I guess. Because like Iron Mouse won the year before, and I feel like if Pecora won, then people would start alleging that, oh, it's biased toward VTubers and cartoon characters and shit. Apparently Queso was the only other one of any notoriety that people like, so okay, I mean, that was the guy to win. At least it was the only other one that people were familiar with. Look, they should have like if you're gonna do it, have like a VTuber category instead of just having a category of 4 dudes that all look kind of alike. And then a VTuber, because then people will be predisposed to ironically support the VTuber, or unironically support her. Both, unironically and ironically. I just think it's unfair to have 4 dudes and then 1 VTuber. Can we at least try like 2 VTubers and 3 dudes? Dude, I drink his homemade mead for $200,000? No. I would think about it for $201,000. Yeah, she should grow a beard. Oh, I'm super fast. Oh, I got color shit saturation, that's why. Holy shit. Mamma mia. Let's roll. always forget you can hover with her, because I don't really use it. I think that roller map, that annoying roller map I was doing the last session, I completely forgot you could hover. Though I feel like even with the hover ability, it's still more annoying than it needs to be. That one map where they spam the sniper enemy. That infamous stream you restream live was how Copes was acting every single night, getting drunk and retard raging about the trolls. I thought that was a special occasion. How baffled I was to learn that that's actually more common than it should be. By should be, I mean it really should not be happening at all. I can't watch the girlfriend when she does her own stuff because it's just so... it's so grimy. Thank you, Benjamin, for the video redeem. Oh my god. Yes, I love videos that can't be embedded. Oh, it's a Tafiachu moment. Oh my god, she looks so ugly. Ah! What have you getting me into? Oh!
Sophia put peanut butter on the don't use that. She would lick it.
What?
Sir, we are not doing this today.
Oh my god, she looks like a mix between your Mexican aunt and that girl you knew in middle school who talked shit about everybody, but like had a big fat nose and did not have the face to be talking shit about everybody else. Look at the lines! She's got like snort sacks. What is happening? This is quite a goblina. Lunch lady looking ass. No! Please tell me this is the mom. This is the mom. This has to be the... You guys are fucking with me. This is the mom, right? This is the mama. See?
But since we are here, I decided to give you 3 really, really good reasons why I'd make a good girlfriend.
That's her.
I can cook. Any basic knowledge that someone should know before getting in a relationship? Cooking. Número 2. I am plus size, as you can see. And plus size girls make for really, really good pillows. No more searching online for my pillows or searching online for the best pillow. Just get yourself a plus size girlfriend. Número 3. And the last and final option for being a really, really good girlfriend is I'm 5'3.5", which makes me fun size. And fun size.
Mr. Smith saw this fetching figure come up on screen and then came in the stream. Really makes you think, huh?
People move over
I'm just messing around.
Move over fun size chocolate are the best people.
Now wait a minute. Anne saw this fetching figure on screen and decided to come into the chat. It's very suspicious.
Have in your life.
Listen, you want to skip this ad. I would too. But what if
please,
I told you?
Please.
There's a skip ads for...
This is what happens when I'm not allowed to embed videos, chat.
Can you give me some money, please? Mom, can you give me some money, please? Stop fucking around.
We're learning about Tafiachu.
Mom, give me some fucking money,
Oh, I called her Tafiachu.
What are you doing? I'm your son.
As nice as I can be, nicest thing I can say is that she only looks like she stinks a little bit.
They want me
but
to
that would be me lying.
The back of my head. That's what a 360 is doing. A 360. I know you're trying to do by saying look left real quick. It's not gonna happen. What is that behind me?
God damn it.
You think I'm gonna turn around? No, I'll just move to the side. Sounds like there's something.
So I've heard, Mr. Smith. I thought this was the mom. Where do you guys find these people?
She said what?
He doesn't wipe.
Did I wipe? Why would I need to wipe if I didn't? Never mind.
Oh, what were you gonna say?
Since I do in the bathroom.
Oh.
I didn't wipe because I didn't poop. Like, people are too lazy. Obviously, I didn't wipe because I didn't poop. I don't need to get a job. I enjoy my job. I already have. So why do I need to go work a 9-to-5 job when I enjoy what I do? Because I receive packages like this where I can try stuff.
Oh, she looks like she works in the
like
cafeteria.
ramen, and I got like a Tupac shirt and I got lip gloss. So why would I want to work when I have amazing supporters who send me awesome gifts? I've been up all night. I've been constipated. Went to the bathroom, now I'm so frustrated. Does
Is she singing?
anybody know where the pizzas are ate it? Do you hate all of?
She's singing about how she's
I'm gonna
constipated?
Be 30 this year. I'm gonna be 30 next month. June 6th, I will be 30. I'm 29.
Suffer, old lady, suffer.
I am going
Suffer,
to be 30
hag,
this
suffer.
month. Hello. I'm not gonna say 29 and a half. That's stupid.
Oh,
I hate when
okay, I
people
see,
say
Capital. I didn't know
29 and a
that.
half. Or 25 and a half. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Well, obviously she doesn't wash her ass if she's not gonna wash her hands.
Yeah, guys, stop spamming. But it is so annoying. My nose, because it's super itchy.
Yeah, she's got an unfortunate nose phenotype. Found at Comic-Con? How does she have money for Comic-Con? Look at her squat ass.
Say happy birthday in Spanish. Feliz cumpleaños.
Look at how she walks.
Plus, I'm not mentally in a mental state to be doing right now, and also because
They did that to the beds, Benjamin?
Saying it's my fault. I'm tired of this shit.
I can't take this shit no more, mate.
It's okay.
No, it's not.
I didn't hear what they said, but
Every time someone darks me, it's my fault.
we're gonna get a hold of the authorities tomorrow, and we're gonna give those phone numbers, and they're gonna go get in trouble.
Oh, this poor, like...
excited for the Terry Joe request, but she gets starstruck
Well,
and they go together.
you guys are telling me the mom is just as degenerate, but like... I don't know, she sounds so uninformed of anything and everything.
Let's go, guys. I'm good. I just got done baking cookies.
Oh, what kind of cookies?
We were late. We got late cookie kits, so we made gingerbread cookies.
Pretty cool. Do you like gingerbread cookies, or you were just making them because you just wanted to?
Dad's super crazy. Maybe he pops up here.
I like them. They're really good.
Okay, hello. Are you gonna eat any tonight, or you just made them?
I just would not. I would not put myself out here at all if I looked like that. Oh! Wait, don't be shaking. What is she doing? No, 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 no. Ay, ay, ay.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's going crisscross.
Yeah, I'll be alright in a few minutes, guys.
That's what's going on there.
Hello, JC.
Like,
this is what you guys wanted instead of anime night.
So there's that. It's literally really hard.
No, don't you try to rationalize it, JC.
What did Sweet Veruca say?
Daddy, buy me North Korea.
When Veruca says, it's like a battle cry, and when Veruca says, well, I jelly for a
I hate any TikTok where you just sing along with the song. It's lazy and cringe.
Tofia Riz is up Nova.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Nova kind of has nice hair, kind of, but I don't know. Some instances, his hair kind of looks greasy.
Have you looked in the mirror yet?
Insecurities. I try to ignore them, but it's hard when you feel you're not good enough.
It's not that you're not good enough, it's that you're not good looking enough.
I feel like everyone is judging me based off of what they see. But I'm perfect in all my
Oh, the Adventure Time shirt is so tough. People were on that show in the 2010s looking like that, the same way that they were on Nightmare Before Christmas in the 2000s. And Invader Zim.
I'm positive and smart. I have a good heart. At least that's what I tell myself to keep away the dark thoughts.
Yeah, I despise TikTok. But I'm not the generation it was made for. Is she ruining? No, wait. She's ruining Jump Up Superstar! Ah! Oh, is it over? It's over. Guys, we don't ever have to watch that ever again.
From idea to submission, empower students to do their best work with Grammarly's comprehensive AI writing.
Shut up, ads. Play this one. Okay. This better be embedded. Yeah, I'm a disgusting zoomer.
Refrigerate.
I consider myself a boomer in a zoomer's body.
Refrigerator. Ah. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay.
Ah.
That's so many revelations. Thinking about the animals inside of the refrigerator. Okay. It makes sense. Okay, listen. Refrigerator. R-E-F-R-I-D-G-A.
She got Google open. Don't trust this lady.
Refrigerator.
Gator! Gunnelman!
Is this your final answer? Would you like to use your lifeline? Refrigerator. Final answer. What? There's no refrigerator.
That was pretty silly. Thank you for the video redeem. Hello, Goki. Yeah, this is what happens when you're in the weep zone. I need to finish this run, though. We're closing in. Anne wants to watch anime. Just got back from drinking. Tell us what you ate, Anne, to buy us some time. So I guess it doesn't matter, because Saru is playing fucking Marvel Rivals with Shroom. What floor am I on? I got 20 to go. Caesar salad, some brisket. Oh, I like brisket. Who doesn't? $31 No, we're not. No, 31. I could barely do 10 minutes. I'm scamming that. Maybe for another night. 30 minutes! Just watch the first 5 minutes. I'm fucking negotiating with you guys. Why? Why do I do this to myself? Oh, of course it's not embedded. Why would it be embedded? Why would it be embedded? Why would it be? That's peak. That truly is peak. Okay. Alright, 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 alright. Looks like a cobbler made of donuts with vanilla ice cream. Oh, that sounds good. Thing is scamming my video. Why would I watch it when you weren't here? You're here now, so maybe I will watch it. Okay, hold up. I gotta refresh. Thing is scammed my vid. I actually reject anything that I don't watch. So I actually do not scam. Hold up, I'll make it full screen. Give me a second. I made it to World 5. The Snow World plays that soon.
He's really aggressive. He's saying all kinds of bad words. Like he stole about $72 worth of stuff. $72 worth of stuff.
$72 whole dollars. It's over.
We're trying to help him out. Started wrestling us, spitting us, and stuff like that. So we need this to take him in because he's really aggressive and it's pretty bad. Okay, come on.
Noxious ass watermark. They really want you to join the A-Log Discord. Definitely not a honeypot. Wake up to the mimosas.
Okay, so
and the Pepsi.
Figure out what's going on, okay? I own the store. So I own this goddamn store, and they're gonna get the paperwork today. Anything, everything they want money on. I mean, it's got my, on my internet. I mean, go to the Library of Congress and look me up.
Oh, this is the dad?
Go to the Library of Congress.
He looks and sounds like the Stinky Bandit. If you remember my retail days.
In government, US government. Hey, I'm not young at you, okay? Let's try to see. Keep it down, okay? I'm not young at you. I'm going to keep you as strong as possible, okay?
I see, Capital.
So, again...
Why is he causing trouble at the gas station?
And I'm trying to figure out why I need to go to the Library of Congress. And look, I'm in the goddamn book. I own everything and everything. I own you. I pay you. I don't pay shit. I don't pay that. I don't pay Burley County. I used to, but I don't pay you nothing now. I'm going to stick to you for $72 worth of stuff like that. I mean, we can take a picture of him. He's been aggressive. We have to take him in, correct him, and uncorrected, dirty words. I used to pay 30 people. I appreciate that. Did he? I know you mentioned like he spit on the. Did you want to fucking pay? Did he spit on? Yes or no? I'm sorry. Did he spit on him? Do you want to paycheck? Yes or no?
Did he ask for them to spit on him?
So you better keep shit real. Do you want a paycheck? Yes or no? Of course.
Was stealing honey packs? Oh, it's tough. Is he homeless?
The goddamn United States government does not have any money. So, did you spit at any of the security or anything like that today? No, not spitting here. Not security, no. No? Okay. Did you take anything or anything like that today? No, I went to the goddamn store. I don't know what the fuck. Wait, yeah, I sure did. You did? I sure took, yeah, but I didn't take it. Until he stopped me. But that's a big mistake because he's fired. If you run your goddamn mouth, you'll be fired. Okay. Okay.
Grumpy and on the dance floor. I'm surprised you were able to move around.
Right. So right now, we're gonna place you under arrest, okay? Yeah, do it.
Yeah, do it. Do it. Bet you won't, Bendoho. Do it.
And you're dead, by the way. Alrighty.
Oh man, they got his picture on the wall.
Let's not do all that. Stacy, what do you think? You ain't shit, cracker. You're fucking. Stacy, what do you think?
But he looks like he smells like piss. Tell me about it. The smelly phenotype is real.
You're a cracker. Did I give you permission to open out that mouth? Hey, did I give you permission to open out that mouth, cracker? You fucking cracker?
Oh, you're really
You
breaking
fucking
him.
cracker? You fucking ignorant, listy shit motherfucker. You fucking cracker.
Hassan told me you can't say this on the purple platform. So for the purposes of the stream, I am the streamer. This is the voice of me, the streamer. I am watching a racist lolcow expose himself for the purposes of education, ridicule, and critique. Nobody in the stream supports this.
That mouth unless I give you permission. You fucking cracker.
Like literally, I'm pretty sure Hassan got banned for saying that.
Shut the fuck up. You fucking cracker. You hear me, boy? What I do to you, man? You're a fucking cracker.
Right, Jeff? He's just like in a big. He's like in that big one of those big big bark gouges. He's got like the 40 in his hand, and he's just like schizophrenically calling everything everything and everyone a cracker. He looks at the cat, the house cat. He calls the cat a cracker.
Yeah, give me a cigarette. I'll chill out.
If you chill out, I'll give you a cigarette, but you have to work for me.
Yeah, of course. You big, right? You're big. You're a bad guy. Give me a cigarette. I'll chill out.
All right, well,
I'll be obedient. Give me a cigarette.
Check it out. My cigarettes are in the car, right?
You what?
My cigarettes?
Yeah.
They're outside
I'll
of
be
the car.
very obedient.
All right.
Well, look, you guys know what you did on our trip when I got the prostitute. Listen. I do a shit for the cop. I got a bad feeling. I used to be in prostitution. Fucked over 365 prostitutes. Okay. You let one arm free. Let me smoke. Like you did on the tramway.
Oh, dude, I've never met you. I've never.
Wait, if you did. You got me too goddamn tight. And then
he's trying to.
I'm surprised that officer's never met him.
The tighter it is, you're gonna feel that shit.
You think he'd be well acquainted with the police?
Smoke a cigarette. And I will be kind.
Look, man, I'll give you a cigarette, and I stick to my word. If you are cool with us, okay?
You gotta do it.
All right?
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to use a gun on you, right?
Let me smoke a cigarette.
So. All right. So, like I said, it's outside, okay?
Hey, I need that bag is my pushing along. I want that shit back.
Okay. We'll figure that all out once we get there, okay? I
want a cigarette.
They're treating him like he's a kid.
I'll own you. I'll own you.
Oh, sorry. I own you. Maybe he means like in game terminology. I own you. Maybe he should have said pwn. When is he gonna start fighting? He needs to throw hands. You know he is.
We'll get you a cigarette, right? Just be tight.
Give me a cigarette. All right.
He thinks he owns them, literally. Oh, is it delusion, or is it like a sovereign citizen thing? Like, oh, I pay for your salary, therefore I'm your boss. Actually, I don't think he would be smart enough to even use the sovereign citizen defense. I see. He thinks he's God? Why doesn't he wave his hands and put himself into a better situation than this?
I want my damn cigarette.
If he was God, wouldn't they just deal to him and let him go? Doesn't make any sense when you parse through it, you guys.
Oh, you will obey me. Oh, you motherfucker will obey me. Where's my cigarette?
You're gonna get your cigarette. You have to wait a second. Let him finish your shirt.
They should get him a vape just to be funny.
This is my goddamn country.
Okay.
This is my goddamn world.
My country.
You will obey. You will serve me like a goddamn, like I'm Jesus, like I'm goddamn God, because I am God.
Like okay, so he's like Jesus, but he is God. I suppose that makes sense.
Hurry up, bitches. I want my damn cigarette.
You're Donald?
I want my damn cigarette.
Yeah, we're gonna get you a cigarette, dude. let them finish their search. They have to do this.
If he's God, why can't he just like make a cigarette pop out of thin air?
It is okay. Anything I say is okay. Anything I fucking do is okay. Why'd you pat my dick? Fucking faggot.
Did you just ask the officer to suck your dick? Like, he was just insulting them, clearly.
Before you were. Before you were, I am.
Did you already check the jacket? Yeah, I checked the outer jacket.
Before you were, I am.
If he's God, why doesn't he just give himself the pleasure of having his dick sucked without it getting sucked? Maybe it's just about having that power.
Don't call me man. You call me by Ezekiel or sir. We're not free.
What was that?
Call me Ezekiel, got them sir.
Okay.
Check his right leg again.
Right leg. Check his sock. I checked this out.
Hold up again.
You are a goddamn sissy. You are a goddamn sissy. You are a goddamn sissy. I'll bitch slap your ass.
Yeah. Sure. Got a knife? Got it?
Oh, this is bad.
Raise your foot up, man. Okay.
I want my cigarette. I want my cigarette.
We will. We're gonna get you one in a second, alright?
Did he ever get the cigarette?
Whichever seat I get, your cigarette, alright? I got you. We got you.
Oh my god.
Don't call me man. You call me Ezekiel, got them sir.
Alright, you your feet in front of you.
They're in front of me.
We're just gonna take your little buddy away from you. Suffer, dingus, suffer.
Oh no.
Where's my cigarette?
That's a minute.
Your cuts are still on the...
Yeah, the Splatoon music kind of enhances it.
I don't want anything free. I want some cigarette.
No. So that's not the deal, right?
I'm going to smoke it.
I'll pluck the ashes for you.
Huh?
I'll pluck the ashes.
Okay, go.
Alright?
I want mint ball.
Now you're asking a lot. That's all I have, bro.
Dude,
Alright?
this shit's crazy.
I have.
I'll go. Wait, I'll do that. I'm ready.
You want it?
I do want it. Well, look, let me take a bump and you hold it. How about that?
No. Dude, we have to give it to you, bro.
I thought you told me like that.
I could pluck the ashes for you like I told you.
Look, let me smoke it and then you hold it like that.
Oh, like that? Okay. Hold it. I want you to hold it. What's your name, sir?
Evan or Donald Slidell.
Donald?
God gave me the name Ezekiel. That's the name.
Ezekiel.
I know what that shit meant. He said, look, you're Ezekiel Michael Slidell. You know one McDonald's?
Oh, there it is. That's the run.
That's from North Carolina. And Cameron University.
You're from North Carolina.
I'm about to.
How'd you get out here, dude?
I guess I gotta continue.
I said, Uncle Daddy, I need $5 million, but you got them bucks.
How long have you been out here, though?
I've been to a line 18 times.
Wow, man.
I even took goddamn detective dinner. What a run. Me and my daughter.
You haven't tried going back to North Carolina, or?
I may. I don't know how to go back. I'm going everywhere. But look, I had two best I don't think I'm there anymore. They retired and shit. They would have shit. They would have got the statue. That's when AG used to have like a luxury car, you know, crazy. Luxury.
Bro, come on.
Yeah, but yeah, luxury like a Cadillac.
Brown bitch?
Yeah, Brown bitch. Yeah, that's right. Then they went back. You ain't.
Well, I love how some of them survived that. Like, what the?
Hey, shit, you should have, man. I don't even know you. I said then. I was close to then. Hey, shit, you should have, man. I don't even know you. I said then. I was close to then. Yeah, I know. I made sure they was some care. I don't know you.
No, this is the first time I met you.
And I love this. Where you are now. Then with a black.
You don't know any other name?
I got. And look, I want to speak. I said, look, I need the license plate of them. But they just come here and doing shit. We can't do that. We'll do it for you. We'll take care of it. I know something. Yeah.
Never saw them again?
I was speeding because I kept to get them.
That was it?
And then they would take up behind them. Oh, it's not that CT. I need the license plate.
Yeah, that CT. Is that certain CT that you had?
Another one. We can do it another way. And they didn't do anything illegal. But don't put me in jail. I don't even know what happened to them. And now,
Thankfully, this video has not been interrupted by ads. It's impossible for something like this to get monetized.
Bullshit. Turn. Two goddamn turn. Marty, two goddamn turn. And look, he got them cheap. Look, he wasn't like servitude. Look, man, we check whatever you get. You do it the right way. Oh no, you want one of that cigarette, dude? Oh yeah. No, thank you. I got the great. Thank you. You're welcome, man. I take my yeah. I'm fucking sitting in my work. I don't know you. Really? Well paid. Yeah, I need you. You do. You don't have to. I do need to work. You're working together. I didn't shut down. I shut down the economy. You want another? The economy. The global economy was shut down. And all these people, employees, they don't have paycheck.
Let's finish that cigarette, dude. Okay.
You make them cup tighter, you know. How much for the cigarette?
Thank you for the video, redeem.
Last bar. The last one? Yeah.
The car?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3. The last one?
Yeah.
The car?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Thanks, Donald.
Yeah. Yeah, no, every time now.
That's okay. Thank you.
Go through you up, right?
Oh, I didn't blow my nose. Nose? No. I don't know what my nose.
You want a tissue?
Oh my God. Tissue for that shit. The white bag. Sure. Oh, yeah.
I got it. Donald, slide down. You got that on the left piece? Yeah, I'll go there. And this one's for him, but I don't think it's on. So we're going to get a number. I don't think anything. Just press that. Then come back anymore. Good. Yes, sir. I'm supposed to go on right? You want me to go get the case on him? He hasn't pulled one yet. Yeah. Well, I can just go pull one right down. Thank you, guys. Good morning. Do you want to do me a favor and
This is the worst level in the game.
Just switch over, read it off. Switch over to NCAQ and read it off.
Oh man, it took a whole continue. I still lost 2 more lives on top of that. Just doing that completely just drained me.
Yeah, I've been busy this one.
I just want to collapse now. Oh, give me mid-fire charge, please.
What's your first name?
Okay, I'm well past the 5 minutes that I was asked to watch, and it seems like we're past the good stuff. So here's the capital video. Ship is malfunctioning. Rants plus rage. This is the guy who speedruns all those funny SpongeBob games. I don't know anything about him more than that. This is your personal locale? Oh, I thought people liked him. Uh-oh.
2 times in the same day. Thanks, man. When does it ever fucking end, man? When is it ever gonna fucking end? Total fucking sucker, dude.
This is a SpongeBob game.
What happened? I missed a trick by 1 frame, so I lost 40 seconds. I soft-locked an entire spatula. You wanna play this game too? You wanna play this game just like me? Have as much fun as I'm having? Fuck you. Come play the game, dude. Come boot it up. See how chill you are playing it. You think you're better than me?
Loser.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
Like a putz moment.
2 of them. They always come in 2s, don't they? Can't even see what they're fucking saying. Imagine waiting all night for me to get annoyed at this game just to fucking leave a comment like that. Try to get a reaction out of me, and then they just...
Oh, we got him mad. Now let's continue being stupid.
And then by the time I look back at the chat, they're already banned. They're so fucking predictable and dumb. Every single fucking night they do this. It's so cringe. It's just so fucking stupid, dude. You know how much of a fucking cringe lord you have to be to like sit in a stream where the person's like actively putting themselves through a frustrating activity?
Why go on about it though?
Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, how low-hanging of fruit do you want, dude? It's actually so fucking pathetic. It's like, let's watch this guy do a really annoying thing and wait for him to get annoyed
really
and act like it's an accomplishment when he fucking gets annoyed. It's like not
you're showing that it did get to you.
You're gonna fucking see it every time you come here, so like you're just sitting here for hours waiting for it to happen. I'm just putting myself through this shit. Like, it's not like they're causing it.
He clearly loves
like
this game so much. I love that game.
Annoyance. Like, they're just watching something extremely frustrating and pointing it out when the frustrating thing happens. It's just like so... It's just such a loser thing to do, dude. You'll wait here for hours to see somebody get mad at a speedrun. Act like it's a unique thing when it happens. Like,
get out of here.
Yeah, they're just cringe, man. They're literally just toddlers in this chat, below the age of 20 years old. I just can't imagine wasting my whole fucking night watching a streamer that I don't like, waiting for him to get annoyed at a frustrating activity he's putting
I think he does understand what hate watching is.
Day. Just to hit enter on a message you had fucking preloaded, it says like, stop getting mad, chill out, man, XD, like why? Literally fucking why, dude? It's literally the same thing every night. Like, I sit here for what? It's been 4 hours and 47 minutes of sitting here playing this. I get fucking pissed after like 4.5 hours of this shit, and immediately they have the message loaded and ready to go. It's like the same fucking thing every time, dude. They literally wait hours for it to happen. Like, they're just addicted to it. They're literally addicted to me getting angry at this game. So
I don't even have the context for what was being said to him. This is quite an overreach. Oh, there it is.
Now I can
Thanks, Rang. And even if I didn't, they would still do it. So that's the funny thing is like you always fucking hear that from people.
Yeah,
right?
you kind of
If
need to be the range to speed run to be fair.
They'll stop doing it. No, they fucking won't. They'll just keep going further until they eventually get people to like where it forces a reaction out of the chat. This is why they bought all my socials.
He has to loop, or else he won't be able to justify his behavior to himself right now.
Fucking stream every single day, commenting on my shit, begging people for money.
Get a fucking job and give me money.
He's just fucking broke asshole. It's like, these people are just fucking no lives, dude. They refuse to get jobs. They just sit around commenting on my fucking skill all day. And like, you would think that ignoring it would cause them to just fucking move on and go to somebody else. No, they're literally just obsessed with me. It's literally just me, dude.
This whole thing, all of this, it's all about me.
It's the fact that I'm playing this game that they can never come back to this community as long as I'm here.
They can never come back to Battle for Bikini Bottom as long as I'm here.
So what do? Instead of actually playing it, they just decide to harass people to play it. This is what they do, man. And like, it's really hard explaining it to somebody who's not part of this community, who's around this game for a long time. But they've been doing this forever, man. They literally never stop doing it. Doesn't matter how long you ignore them for, they'll still do it. And it's not like I can control who responds to it. Like, the chat's always gonna respond to it, man. It's never gonna end. It's like, you might as well just fucking accept it and live with it, dude. Yeah, it's people who got banned from the game and they just fucking do this shit to me. Yeah.
Well, why did they get banned? Keep in mind, this tirade started over someone rightfully telling him to chill out.
At this point, dude. It's like, I wonder
I hope
why
when
they're
I
banned
start
from the
seething, you
community
guys
when
tell
they
me
do
to
this
chill
to other
out.
people.
Then just chill out, Dingus. It's just Splatoon.
So dude.
Then I'll be like, you know what? You're right. I will be nice from now on.
So fucking... My god! How many fucking times are you gonna fucking do that? Are you fucking kidding me, man?
Maybe just chill out, because like the anger is clearly affecting your performance.
Doing it, right? Come on, guys, give me 6 more months.
I really didn't know this guy that was that bad. I just knew he was a speedrunner of the game.
Every day, just to fuck it up when I have to fucking do it in the run, right? Just give me 6 more months, guys. Maybe then we'll be getting it once within every 30 tries.
Oh, nice Mario Kart Wii music.
Such a fucking idiot, dude. Just keep fucking doing that. Exactly, man. Exactly. Because you don't fucking give a shit and you want to be here for another 4 fucking months. Exactly,
Is this the content you get when you choose to watch Discount Maximilian? We have Maximilian at home.
You're never gonna fucking do this. Like, it's literally never happening, man. It's literally fucking never happening. Fucking shoot me right in the
And you run a game where like an annoying cartoon character is constantly making quips every time you do anything in the game.
Dude, literally fuck off already with this fucking bullshit. Fuck off. I'm so fucking tired, dude. I'm so fucking tired. How many more fucking months until we can do this one fucking time without messing up everything, man? How much fucking longer is this going to take? It's like so fucking stupid at this point, dude. It's fucking almost July! My god!
All this to save like a minute off the WR, the PB.
Dude, get that shit out of my fucking face, man. I want somebody to fucking strangle me with chains, man. Please just fucking kill me. Please fucking kill me already, man. I've had enough.
Hey, Mr.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Krabs.
Because he literally fucking rolled over it, and it still didn't work.
This fucking game.
He's not even mad at the viewer anymore. He probably still is deep down, but like now he's just seething straight up at the game. It's a game about SpongeBob.
You gotta stop this, man. Okay? Like,
I literally thought he was like a nice random memester who like was the guy everyone knew for playing SpongeBob. And they consulted him for the Battle for Bikini Bottom remake. I did not know he was like this. This is quite enlightening.
I don't understand.
This is a bigger content creator betrayal than Nerd Slayer.
With how fucking brain dead you are. This is the fucking like 30th. Just stop playing, man. Just literally fucking stop playing this game. Stop playing. Stop playing. Just stop.
thing is with these speedrunners, they can't really play anything else because unless they run multiple games, they can't just boot up another game like LTG.
Why are you even still playing, man? Do it again and we're done. I'm sick of it, man. We're done. We're done if we're gonna fucking keep doing this all night. I'm not
SpongeBob
fucking
speedruns
sitting
are
here
serious
doing
business.
This is inexcusable. We're gonna fucking sit here and do this like 10 fucking times in a row. We're not doing this tonight, man. Better things to do than sit here and fucking do that. No fucking way am I sitting here and doing that tonight. Fuck off. Playing like a monkey. Sick of sucking. Are you fucking kidding? Are you kidding?
There's a whole
6
A-log
hours.
channel of
Sitting here
anti-shift
waiting.
content? He has songs made about him? What did I discover? Thank you, Capital. This is that was amusing but enlightening and a little disappointing. I thought he was a more wholesome creator. Like literally. Yes, I'm the wholesome Mimi SpongeBob Mimi licensed game speedrunner guy. Oh god, it's over. Sorry, I have to go gamer mode for this. This is like a hard mode map. I'll start seething at the chat while playing this. Oh, fuck you! Ah, I'm the Juggernaut! Ah! I can't. I can't. But what if? Ow. Okay, I got 2 more floors to go. Take it simple, because I'm just losing. I hate Gatling. I hate Gatling. Splatling, whatever. I don't have enough chips. I don't even have a full kit. It's over. Please let this be an easy one. I picked normal. It should be! I gotta lock in. I'm overtime, I'm OT. Anne's waiting for me. No, he's not. 2 more. Floor 29 and then floor 30. I still think I'm missing 1 pallet anyway. I don't got another run in me. You just do vending machine. And something down more mimosas. He better, because I can't stall any further. Alright. Potentially the last time I have to face this dude, but probably won't be. He's spewing out those now in the first phase? Alright, good. One more? Oh, that one never popped. Okay. There, at least we're on the last phase already. This took me 2 continues to get here. Better not be logged. Alright, you did it, but you died twice. Fuck you. I told you to never give me the splatling. Right? It's just unfair when he does the splashdown move. Not splashdown, reef slider. It's unfair. Alright. Oh, there's one more? No! I'm gonna survive this. Bro, please pop! There. Oh! Alright, we got it. I deserve something for that. What are you gonna give me? What do we got? What do we got? This is nothing. So I do have one more left. Thank you. Only 200 pearls for that. But I got 988 right now.
Time for a celebratory bubble blow. Thank you everyone for that. Thanks for the engagement today. Appreciate that.
We finally opened the rest of these. 100 pearls. A banner. Oh my god. It's AIDS palette. Oh my god, it's a shooter weapon. Holy shit. I mean, I can actually do this and have fun? The more hacks you have active, the fewer color chips you can set. Whoa. So much lore involved. The weapons have lore, the chips have lore, the enemies have lore. Really put a lot into the flavor text, which I like. Wow, I actually got 4 runs done tonight. Apparently I still got 1 more to go. So this won't be the last one. I'll probably do this in conjunction with something else tomorrow. Okay, max colored chips. Let's see how much I can get away with. Definitely don't need that. I still can only have 6? That's crazy. I'll look into it more. The pixel shiver. Ooh, got more gear. Oh, I got the chance to buy more gear. Okay, I'm already OT. We'll call it here. I think I'll finish this probably tomorrow while doing something else. Thank you to everybody who stopped by. Thanks for chilling, and being positive, and all that. We'll raid someone. We'll read off the stuff, and it'll be amazing. I can't even type. No, I was supposed to be gone 45 minutes ago. This is my fault. Sorry. Yes. Thanks for stopping by. Nope, sorry GPM. Nope, it's not time to party. GPM, you lose. You lose. It's over. I was supposed to be gone 45 minutes ago. It's done. It's done. It's a wash. I'm already turning everything off. The system's already off. Nope, sorry GPM. Worst possible time to raid. Yes, I'm closing everything down. Bye-bye, adios, and maybe time. We'll see you when we see you, and if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. Yes! Big ups to the Dingus, Dongus, and Swollen ___ ones who made it to the end of the stream. Thank you for the 15 stream streak. GPM. Let me pull this up. Thank you to GPM, Ray with a party of 3. Decepticon, re-up tier 1 for 2 months in a row. Decepticon, Ray with a party of 6. Okay, that's it. Dude, and GPM would have been the perfect raid target. Oh well. Big ups to the Dingas and Dongas and Swollen __ ones who made it to the end of the stream, like a Discord merchant. Brent Check, Flippy 4Man, JC, Parma, GPM, the Juzzy 51, Alpha Elite TV, Pancake Mix, Natal _cog, Seal, GPM again, sadly, who got felted, Amran, Capital, Knock, Nurgle, Jamsies, Big Ben, everybody else lurking. Sadly, I did not get to do any big run. It'll still be running till tomorrow, but it's unfortunate. I got caught up in all the Mr. Beast drama and all the videos. And I fucking hate Splatling, but you already knew that. Ending so soon? Yeah, it's because it's Saturday. We'll go raid Shroom. But it's a buyer's market of people to fall asleep to, even though the night is just beginning. Tevin's on BRB. You got other cool people, like World Conqueror or Doorglow. Go wherever you want. But I'm done. I'm tapped. I'll be back tomorrow with something else. Maybe the last run of this paired with something else. Or you can use Eddie B's raid message. It don't matter. It don't matter. It literally don't matter. Alright, I'm already super late, so I'm just gonna raid now. Sorry, bye-bye. Thanks for the chill. Thanks for watching drama videos with me. See you later.